Pokémon the first movie. First hyped up in the episode Battle for the Badge, I was excited to see their first attempt at bringing Pokémon to the big screen. So, how did it turn out? Well, let's find out. The film's story begins with the birth of Mewtwo, a clone of Mew, except not really since it's modified and looks nothing like Mew. Anyways, after a couple incidents with humans, including a scene where he murders all the scientists who created him, he ponders what his purpose is. A couple minutes later, he decides that his purpose is to take over the world, sort of. Ash gets a letter to go to a mysterious island never seen before to battle
the strongest Pokemon trainer ever,
and decides, hey, let's go to this place. Maybe I can actually win something for once. Once he arrives, he talks to some fodder characters previously seen at a harbor, and after that, they are introduced to
the strongest Pokemon trainer ever,
Mewtwo, who plans to recreate the world after destroying it, including killing the humans and the Pokemon associated with humans. Wait, what? Did I mess up Mewtwo's plans in the script or something? He then shows them how he will fight the trainers, with modified clones of the fully evolved Kanto starters. After Ash and friends get their asses kicked, their Pokemon get stolen and turned into clones which Mewtwo plans to have inherit the Earth. Wait, what? Again? Cue one big brawl near the end, including Ash getting stoned and getting revived by the magic Poké-Tears, and Mewtwo decides,
screw it, I'll let the humans and Pokemon live.
And him and Mew leave the island with the clones and erase everyone's memories of being there. The end. Roll credits. As you can probably tell from the brief synopsis, I have an issue with Mewtwo's purpose/plan. First, he wants to take over the world because of his bad experience with humans. Okay, fine. As shown before, Giovanni was being a dick to him and used like a puppet, and the scientists just wanted to use him as a project and not treat him as a Pokemon. But then he decides he wants to destroy the world and recreate it. Okay, why? I don't know. Then he wants to have the clones inherit the planet. It's like the writers couldn't make up their mind on what they wanted Mewtwo to do, so they just wrote all of their ideas into the script and thought no one would notice. You had a good thing going, and then you blew it. Good job. Come on, Mewtwo, you have a kick-ass voice and great powers and abilities, so why do you suck as a villain? Especially when you plan to clone the Pokemon that you said were no better than humans. What kind of sense does that make? Now, I heard some people argue that Mewtwo is still infantile, so that's why he kept changing his plans. My response to that? Bullshit! If he can control his psychic energy well, as shown with the montage and the later fight, speak complete sentences, and have deep thoughts about the world, including wondering about his own purpose in life, then he would have stuck with his plan to rule the world since he would have thought it was for the best. So no, that response is bullshit. The writers just screwed up. But speaking of the writers screwing up, another problem I have with this film is the dialogue. Now, I can understand the need for puns in a kid's film. After all, a lot of us did grow up with stuff like Looney Tunes and other cartoons with a shit ton of puns in them. However, the problem comes in when you have dialogue that either states the bloody obvious, messes up the names of the Pokemon, or contradicts an earlier plot point. Let me show you some examples. Wait, what the hell is this? It's a letter from the Pokemon Company. Well, great. Says I can't play the audio from the film unless I want the Content ID police on my ass. Thanks a lot, Japan. Okay, so I can't play the original audio, so instead I'm just going to read out the line with my voice to try and combat the copyright system. So, let's try this again.
Well, I'm going to New Island anyway. All my Pokemon are water types.
Hurricane winds are a breeze for Pidgeotto here.
Mewtwo is a clone of Mew.
You humans are a dangerous species. You brought me into your world with no purpose but to be your slave. But now I have my own purpose. My storm will create my own world by destroying yours.
Yes, I could see the writers going places after this film, like the Pyramid of Light, Sonic X, and Winx Club. But I guess it could be worse. It's not like there's dialogue that contradicts what's going on at the current moment.
Behold, with Pokemon and humans eliminated, the clones shall inherit the world.
Translation:
Oh crap, it's the clones. Why did I make them again?
seriously, why the expression? Which also raises another question. Why make clones of weaker Pokemon when you could just make an army of Mewtwo's?
Oh, but Mounty, if he did that, then the world would likely be in peril.
This movie had a goddamn Pokemon kill humans. If this movie could do that, anything is possible. But even if an army of Mewtwo sounds stupid, here's my second argument. You're the strongest Pokemon in the world. Why even bother with the clones? It's like having to choose between a Pokemon that's as weak as a Magikarp or a Pokemon as strong as Arceus. I don't know about you guys, but I'm picking the goddamn Arceus. If Mewtwo wanted to rule the world, he could easily do it himself. He has the power to do so. But no, he wastes his energy on clones. Great job, jackass. So, that pretty much deals with my problems with the film's villain. But how does the other legendary Mew fare in this movie? I'm sorry, what? You mean this thing? I refuse to call that a character. It is nothing more than a pink fuzzball who pads out the movie and only becomes useful near the end. And even then, all it really does is have a game of bumper balls with Mewtwo. It doesn't even speak, even though it's not only a legendary, but was used as the base for Mewtwo.
Mew, it can learn almost every move in the game, but can't speak English.
But while I get the tools ready to neuter this thing, I will say that the other characters are fine. Unlike the legendaries of this film, they don't piss me off, and these characters do have good moments. I can recall some good comedic bits with Team Rocket. Some of the scenes with the main characters were funny and interesting, and the new characters had, decent personalities. Another issue I have with this film was the music. Aside from the opening song and the one used in the montage, the other tracks were either bland/boring to listen to, or out of place with the scene it's used for. For example, let's have triumphant music playing when nothing is happening. Or, during a big battle to the death, let's play Brother My Brother, a happy-go-lucky song. You know, I would just love to see how these people would do if they were assigned to deal with the music for other films, or shows, or anything. I wonder how that would go.
Strong. You could do anything.
Now, supposedly this was done to better reflect the American audience, but let me ask you guys a question. Aside from Brother My Brother, the opening song, and maybe the one used in the montage, do you remember any song from this film? Not to mention, it's still no excuse for putting in unfitting music during certain scenes. So, yeah, music? Not very good. Are the action scenes any good, though? They had some entertaining fights, like in the montage with Mewtwo, and the fight between the clones wasn't, well, boring. But then we have the fight against Mewtwo and Mew.
Wow, they are so strong.
But at least it didn't spread an anti-violence message like the scene after that fight. Okay, to be fair, the scene saying that Pokemon aren't meant to fight like this is a decent point, since they usually didn't fight to the death in the show. Key term being usually. But the line, "This just proves that fighting is wrong," is ridiculous, since one of the main elements of Pokemon is the Pokemon battles, and even in the scenes before this, they battled other Pokemon and had no issues with it. So yeah, moral, you can go screw yourself with a horn drill. Okay, I think you guys can tell, I did not like this movie a lot, and I can go on for a lot longer bitching about everything wrong with this film, but then I would be starting to nitpick a lot more, and, you know, it's just not worth it. I know I said back in that list that I liked this movie because of nostalgia, but now that I've taken the rose-colored glasses off, I can see how stupid I was back then. Look, I understand some people like this movie, and that's fine, but in my opinion, this film is goddamn terrible. So, I'm the Mounty, and next time we meet, we will find out who is the chosen one in Pokemon the Movie 2000. Take care, everyone. So after the shitfest that was Pokemon the first movie, Pokemon the Movie 2000 was released a year later. So, how is it? Let's find out. Our film begins with someone reading a prophecy. After that, the film transitions to our main villain of this picture, Lawrence III, looking for the 3 legendary birds. Not too long afterwards, he manages to capture Moltres using the most dangerous weapon imaginable, Shapes! But after doing so, we soon start to see the negatives of that action, with the world's climate changing and a mysterious figure in the water beginning to swim. So, wait, Lawrence III captures 1 bird, and the consequences result in the climate changing? I shouldn't have captured that Articuno then. Oh shit. But before Lawrence III can capture Zapdos/Articuno, we cut to Ash, Misty, and Tracy on their way to another island, with Team Rocket not too far behind in their Magikarp submarine. But before they can reach their destination, the two are struck by a storm and end up on Shamoody Island. Once they arrive, they're welcomed by the locals in funny masks. Though on a lighter note, I would love to have an Articuno mask like that. It looks so cool! But as we find out, the locals are celebrating their annual festival, and they decide to make Ash the main star of the festival, aka the Chosen One, due to him being a Pokemon trainer. So, what is he supposed to do? Well, according to the locals, he has to go to 3 islands, retrieve the orbs, and then go to another island where Melody, the festival maiden, will play a song, and that's it. Now, since it's the festival, I doubt anything will go bad during this. After that, we then cut to the banquet for a bit, and then Ash's journey to collect the orbs begins. As he arrives on Fire Island, aka the island where Moltres was living on, his friends and Melody are not too far behind. But as Ash collects the first orb, Team Rocket shows up to try and capture Pikachu, only to get stopped by Ash and his friends showing up to save his ass. But before they try and leave...
Surprise, motherfucker!
Yes, Zapdos has arrived to take Fire Island for itself, even though it already has its own island. Eventually, Lawrence III shows up and captures Zapdos as well as our heroes.
Damn you, geometric shapes!
After our villain explains that he is doing this because he loves to collect Pokemon, he releases our heroes. Spoiler alert, this ends up backfiring on him as Ash and his friends manage to free Moltres, who goes apeshit and ends up freeing Zapdos before the two start wrecking shit on both the inside of Lawrence's ship but also the outside as they destroy the ship and force it to crash into Lightning Island. Ash manages to get the second orb since his shrine was destroyed due to the debris of the ship, and he and his friends eventually arrive at Shamudi's shrine where they meet the Gen 2 Pokemon, Slowking, who can speak. Is it like a requirement for these movies to have a talking Pokemon in them or something? Because this is like the second time now. Anyway, Slowking explains that this is the place where the orbs are placed, as well as where the Festival Maiden is supposed to play her song. Ash then proceeds to place the Fire and Lightning orbs in their respective locations before noticing,
Oh yeah, still gotta grab the third one.
but before they can go after the third orb, the 3 legendary birds show up and attack the island. But that doesn't last very long, as our heroes are saved by another Gen 2 Pokemon and the Beast of the Sea, Lugia. Oh man, this is gonna be awesome! This is gonna be awesome! Well, that was sad. You hype the guy up, and then have the 3 birds gang up on him and kick his ass? But their fighting did give Ash and his friends an advantage, as the way to Articuno's island had been frozen over, giving them a chance to retrieve the final orb. But before they go and grab it, Misty thinks only Ash is allowed to go and get it because she thinks he must be the real Chosen One, due to a line in the prophecy stating that the world shall turn to ash. I am not even kidding. Anyways, he gets to the island with help from Lugia, and even Team Rocket, gets the final orb, gets back to the island, Melody plays her song, and the world is saved as the song also calms down the 3 legendary birds. The end. Roll credits. Whew, that was a long-ass summary. As a story, it doesn't have as many problems as a narrative when compared to the previous film, but it does have a couple things that bug me. For one, I have a big problem with the idea of Ash being the actual Chosen One, and not just the Chosen One for Shamudi Island's festival. Why? Well, for one, by the time they get to this realization, Ash had already retrieved the first 2 orbs, and was clearly on board with going to the 3 islands, getting the orbs, and then going to the shrine to complete the festival. So I have to wonder why they even bothered with this. I'm sure that Ash would have gone to the last island anyway, since he was already 2/3 of the way done. Plus, the locals mentioned earlier that they had previous Chosen Ones before, so that kind of implies this ceremony would have still worked, even if Ash wasn't the true Chosen One. But no, we need to amp up the stakes for the 3rd act. God forbid we didn't already do that with the climate going to shit. No. We need to have Ash save the world. Which raises my second complaint about the story, and it also happens in the 3rd act. This idea that Ash is the only one that can save the world. Only Ash can save the world and get the orbs, they say. Then why is it that I can count the amount of things he did in this movie on his own on one hand, while I can count the times he had help on more than 2? He had help getting to the islands, placing the orbs, he was told what to do by other people, Misty saved his ass from drowning after getting the final orb, so this idea that only Ash can save the world is a contradiction because of the events in this film. So, yeah, Ash being the chosen one that could save them all? Give me a break. However, I will say that aside from that, the rest of the narrative was, for the most part, fine. I like that they gave the legendary bird some purpose in this movie, despite the film being an obvious advertisement for the second generation. I like that they put some effort into explaining the consequences of capturing the legendary Pokemon, and the villain's plan was indeed more original than the stereotypical takeover/destroy the world plan that has been seen in so many kids' films. But aside from that, how do the other elements of this film fare? Well, in terms of music, they at least tried a little harder to use more fitting pieces during certain scenes, and there are some serious moments in this film where there is no music playing, certainly a step up from the first movie. But like the last movie, I only liked about 2 or 3 songs, which were the opening song, Lugia song, and Power of One by Donna Summer. The rest were either really boring or forgettable. And considering that a large amount of this film somewhat revolves around the music since the Beast of the Sea is awakened from it and the world ends up being saved because of music, it's kinda sad that the soundtrack isn't up to snuff. As for the action scenes, I'd say they're pretty well done. Despite my issues with Lugia getting toasted by the 3 legendary birds in an earlier scene, they made up for that with a big battle near the end, and I loved the scene where Zapdos and Moltres were destroying Lawrence's ship. It looked so cool. As for the other characters, they were okay. Lugia was interesting, Slowking had some good comedic bits, Team Rocket still had their great moments, Melody was likable, and our main trio had decent moments as well. Except for Tracy. Seriously, I still wonder why he was even here. At the very least, Misty did some things in the movie, and Ash was collecting the orbs, but Tracy didn't really do much. But I think it's time I wrap this up. Pokémon the Movie 2000 certainly does a lot of things right when compared to the first film, and while it does have its problems, I don't think it's bad enough to prevent me from enjoying this second installment. So that concludes my review. I'm the Mounty, and next time we meet, we will try and decipher the mystery in Spell of the Unknown. See you then. So after the release of Pokémon the Movie 2000, Pokémon the third movie was released a year later. And wow, that is a dumb title. Yeah, one of the things 4Kids did with their dubs of the movies for a while was to give it a really fucking dumb title. It happened with the Mewtwo movie, the Lugia movie, and now here. It wasn't until movie 5 that they finally started to put in effort when it came to titling the films. But bitching aside, does the film do a better job than Pokémon the Movie 2000? Let's find out. The film starts off by having a father, Spencer Hale, reading a story to his daughter, Molly Hale. And holy crap is this guy loaded! The two of them live in a big mansion, they got servants/maids, and this guy's even able to buy Pokemon-themed products for his daughter. I imagine that shit is not cheap. Anyways, while he's reading the story, we get to see our legendary for the film. Entei, a badass fire lion. I said badass fire lion. Oh, and we also see Unknown, which Spencer Hale has been trying to find for a while, but he's not a legendary despite what this movie claims. After that, Spencer plays with his daughter for a bit before getting an email from his assistant telling him that they located something and he needs to get over there soon. We then cut over to a desert where Spencer and his assistant are going inside some ruins. But while inside, Spencer finds an unknown in terrible CGI! But even if they look like shit, they are able to drag Spencer into another dimension. Don't worry about it, Spencer. It's not like you have anyone waiting for you or anything. Ooh, this sucks. Yeah, you might want to break out the deck of cards then, man. This'll be a while. So, yeah, Spencer's in another dimension, and Molly is naturally distraught over this. So, what does she do? Takes the tiles with the unknown on it that were retrieved during the expedition and lays them on the ground. What? Wouldn't you do that? So by using the tiles, she spells out a few words and they begin to glow. This opens up a portal in the ruins, and a swarm of unknowns emerge from it, leave the ruins, and then they open a portal. Also, they can crystallize shit. Why? I don't know, but it's a thing. Oh, and they can create illusion Pokemon, like an Entei to basically fill the missing father role in Molly's life. We then cut over to Ash, Misty, and Brock walking down a road that leads to the town of Greenfield, and they run into a character named Lisa. And because we haven't seen opening credits yet, despite being 10 minutes into the movie, here's a fight. After that, we then get some information on the town of Greenfield, which is where Spencer/Molly live. And they decide to go there. Once they arrive, they see that the entire town is nearly covered in crystals. Wow! Didn't know you guys were that hyped for Pokemon Crystal. But this crystallization does not go unnoticed as the TV news crew shows up to report it, and then we cut to Pallet Town, where Delia and Mr. Mime are watching the report. After that, she goes to her refrigerator, and we see photos of her, Professor Oak, Ash, and the Hale family. Okay, this is good. They're trying to make her relevant to the plot. Same with Professor Oak, who we also see watching the report. It seems like the writers learned their lesson from before. I mean, they wouldn't be stupid enough to not do much with this concept, right? So the two of them head over to Greenfield to investigate the crystallization. Meanwhile, in the Crystal Tower, or whatever the fuck it's called in this movie, Molly is observing the actions going on outside and remembers Delia. She tells Entei she also wants a mother, and Entei agrees. Okay, so do we finally get to see Molly's mother? Throughout this movie thus far, she's been absent, so it'll be nice to see the unknowns bring her here. Or, if she's dead, create an illusion Pokemon to fill that missing mother role. There are so many ideas here! So, what do they go with? Entei hypnotizes Delia and captures her. Yes, I am serious. They were able to create an illusion Pokemon to fill the role of Molly's father, but no guys, just kidnapping her is much better. Now, I know some people may argue that if Delia wasn't kidnapped, they wouldn't bother going to the tower, but here's my response to that. Let's take a step back and play What If. Instead of Delia getting kidnapped, have the unknowns create a Pokemon to fill the mother role and then crystallize some more parts of the town. Then cue Molly's message that takes place a little later on in the actual film. But this time, have the Entei and the mother Pokemon in the frame as well to cement the point that she is still holding on to those memories of her family being together. Then have Delia and Oak recognize Molly, and then they go with Ash's group to try and bring Molly to her senses. Then cue the rest of the movie, except instead of just Ash making it to the top, have Delia and Oak with him. That way, the scene with Delia and Molly that occurs near the end of the film can still take place, and she does something in this movie that doesn't involve her getting kidnapped. Because seriously, writers, was the only reason you included Delia was just to have her get kidnapped? Because that's dumb. We then see the crystallization spread, and Professor Oak becomes Professor Exposition for the rest of the film, as he just explains shit and doesn't do much else. So Ash and the others go to the tower, but Team Rocket decides to use their balloon to reach the tower instead of heading there on foot. Spoiler alert, they get blasted out of the sky. But don't worry guys, they'll have a bigger part later. So Ash and his friends make it inside, and after we find out the crystals can repair itself after any attack, they start to make their way to the top of the tower. But Molly notices this, and tries to stop them with what else? Pokemon battles. And since the Unknown's abilities basically have no limits in this movie, they can transform Molly into an adult because she feels like she isn't old enough to be a Pokemon trainer. So yeah, Brock and Misty fight Molly, they get their asses kicked, but they are able to buy Ash enough time to reach the top and rescue his mother. But Molly isn't too happy about this, and the Unknowns go apeshit. Also, Entei shows up because, you know, Ash made Molly cry, and he proceeds to lay waste to Ash's Pokemon.
I guess I just don't know what to call you. I was thinking about monster, but I didn't want to insult the cards.
While that is going on, Delia realizes that the only way to end this mess is to have Molly remember her real parents. Eventually, the battle gets to a point where Ash falls off but is rescued by Charizard? Yeah, believe it or not, he saw the broadcast as well and left the valley for a bit to go help save his friend. Mighty convenient that he shows up just as Ash is about to fall to his death. But who cares? Fight scene! And by fight scene, I mean Entei dodges most of the attacks and knocks Ash off. Again! But this time, he is rescued by his friends. And Team Rocket. See, I told you they would have a bigger part later. After that, we get another fight scene. And a much better one in my opinion. But when Entei wins the fight and presses his foot on Charizard's neck, Molly steps in and asks Entei to stop fighting.
Pokemon aren't meant to fight. Not like this.
Nah, just kidding. Instead, Brock, Misty, and Ash try to convince Molly to break out of the illusion she created for herself. And then she accepts all that happened and wants everything to be real again. But with her wanting things to be real again, the place starts to fall apart. So all of them try to escape as the building is going down, and then they reach the hall where all the Unknown are at. After several failed attempts at piercing the barrier, Entei is able to pierce it, but it's not enough. So how do they get out? Molly fully believes in Entei, and with help from Pikachu and Charizard, the barrier is destroyed and the Unknowns disappear. As does Entei.
The gift of kindness you've given me, and the courage I've given you, will remain with us. And that will forever bind us together.
As the area returns to normal, Spencer is able to escape the other dimension, and everything is all good again. Charizard and Lisa leave, Ash and his friends go on the road again, and Spencer reunites with his daughter again, and even brings in her mother. The end. Roll credits. I swear, with the amount of time spent on the story synopsis, I feel like I'm recapping a fucking Metal Gear game. So, how is the story overall? Well, it's pretty good. Sure, it has some problems, like not giving Professor Oak and Delia much to do despite them having a history with Spencer Hale, the Unknowns basically doing whatever the fuck they want with their power, even though they are debatably the weakest Pokemon in the games, and you can't even bring up the argument that we didn't see these guys before this point because the games were released a year before, and kidnapping Delia despite the Unknowns being able to create a Pokemon to fill the missing role of a parent. However, the story still has some good parts to it. For instance, I like the dark tone that they went with, which is kinda surprising since 4Kids usually censors that shit. But a film's story means nothing without its characters, and oh my god, they did a good job with it. For the most part. I may have liked Lawrence III in the last movie, but when comparing the antagonists from the second movie and this movie, I feel that Molly was the better antagonist. Why did Lawrence do the things he did in that second movie? Because he found a Mew card. Why is Molly doing all this? Because she lost her parents. And you gotta remember, this is a child, so she's gonna have a hard time handling something like that at a young age. But she's not an evil kid who wants to take over the world. She just wants to have her family back and doesn't realize that she's doing more harm than good until near the end of the movie. I also really loved Entei and Spencer Hale. With Entei, he cares about Molly, even if he isn't really her dad, and he'll do anything to protect her. Spencer Hale also cares about his daughter and does a lot to make sure his daughter is happy. Remember, until the end of the film, we saw him as a single parent. His wife either left him or disappeared, and that must have put a lot of guilt on him. But despite all that, he still loves his daughter and likely pushes that guilt aside to make his daughter happy. That's really sweet, and the bond these two share I feel was handled very well, and to me, it made the scene where Molly finds out her dad disappeared a much better moment because of how strong their bond was in that opening bit. Sorry about that, chest pains. Let's continue. Ash, Misty, and Brock are also good in this movie, and I love the moments with Team Rocket. With the early movies, these guys were always fun to watch because of their comedic bits, and this movie is no different, especially the lines where they break the fourth wall. As for the other characters, they ranged from decent to, frankly, pointless. But what else did I like about this film? Well, the final fight between Charizard and Entei was awesome, and the scene at the end was also really good. The music was decent, though, again, my favorite songs were the beginning and ending. Frankly, the other tracks were just, well, there. But that's about it. Really, the biggest problem I have with the movie is its story, and even then, one could argue that the issues are minor. Overall, Pokémon the third movie, despite its stupid title, is a good movie, and I highly recommend it if you want to see Pokémon with a darker tone to it. So that concludes my review. I'm the Mounty, and next time we meet, I will try to locate the voice of the forest in Pokémon Forever. See you then! Pokemon Forever was released a year after the last movie and stars Suicune and a Pokemon you can only get through hacking crystals / getting from a fun event in Japan, Celebi.
But unlike the last two movies, the movie has some interesting origins.
That it does. Do you guys recall how in the anime Ash received a GS ball from Professor Ivy?
Well, thanks to an interview given in 2008, it turns out Celebi was originally going to be in the ball and there was going to be a story centered on that idea. However, the writers decided to save Celebi for the movie, and we got Ash leaving the ball with Kurt.
And in hindsight, maybe we should have gotten that story arc instead of this.
Isn't it a little early for that?
Maybe. Let's find out. Our film begins with a recap?
Yes, after 4 movies, we finally get a proper introduction to the world of Pokémon.
Kinda weird they started doing this after the 4th movie, but better late than never.
We then get introduced to a kid named Sam, traveling through the woods. After arriving at what appears to be a cave, we get introduced to another character, Toa, who warns him about a rare and powerful Pokemon living in the forest.
Mark, you skipped over Celebi's introduction.
Yes, I did. Why? Because not only will we see Celebi in a couple minutes, but because I want to hold in my lunch. The CGI is terrible. Yes, even for the time, because the first Shrek movie had better CGI than this, and that came out a year before in the US, and the same year if you count the Japanese release.
Yeah, I have to agree. This mix of traditional animation and CG animation is pretty bad. And yes, the newer movies do this too, but a lot of those movies are animated with computers, and I feel they do a much better job blending the two styles together than in this movie. Anyways, Toa gives Sam a piece of bread, and off he goes. We then cut back to Celebi, who's now running through a traditionally animated forest, getting attacked by a Houndoom and Scyther, and after Celebi gets bitch slapped to the ground, we see who their trainer is.
Arg, I be Bojack, the pirate!
Anyways, this trainer wants to capture Celebi, and he uses circles that transform into an electric cage. Why doesn't he use a Pokeball?
Maybe they don't have that tech yet?
Yet they can create motorcycles in what looks like a robotic eye patch?
Fair point. Sam saves Celebi from the hunter, and due to Celebi getting injured and other factors, it teleports itself and Sam into the future. We then cut to present day, where that Pokemon hunter is getting confronted by our villain of this film, the Iron Mask Marauder, who is a member of Team Rocket and also wants to capture Celebi. Damn it, Iron, go home. You're drunk again.
I'm not drunk. Those are bottles of apple juice.
We then get introduced to a new concept for these films, the Dark Ball, which turns the Pokemon evil and raises them to their highest level. We then cut to Ash's group after 11 minutes, and after a battle with this Crocodile Dundee wannabe, we see Ash running towards the fairy and he almost falls into the water, but he gets saved by Mr. White, who must be pretty strong if he can carry Ash just like that.
Oh, so that's what happened to Walter after Breaking Bad.
You're goddamn right.
After that, Ash and the group see Suicune, and after stopping at a nearby port, Ash talks to Professor Oak about this encounter. After Oak's description matches up with what Ash saw, Oak tells them that he actually saw Suicune at one point in his life, but before he says where he saw it, Ash and his friends have to go and the conversation ends. Yeah, funny thing about this scene, 4 kids commissioned...
Stop. Stop right there.
Huh?
I don't compare the 2 versions. That includes dub edits.
Oh, yeah.
After that scene, we cut to Ash's group arriving at Arborville, and we see Toa, now an elderly woman, giving them the same warning she gave Sam when they want to go into the forest, and Ash pretty much ignores it because he's an idiot. But instead of getting attacked, Celebi and Sam arrive in the present. After an awkward first meet, the 4 of them head back to Toa's house, while Celebi decides to pretty much take a snooze behind the shrine when no one is looking. We then find out Toa kept a sketchbook Sam had on him before getting teleported away, and she gives it back to him, while also telling him how long he had been gone. Turns out he was gone for 40 years. So they decide to go and look for Celebi. But after they find Celebi...
Surprise, motherfucker!
Wait, how do you get in there? In order to access the forest where Celebi lives, you gotta get past Toa first. Unless there were other ways to get into the forest, he would have been spotted because that thing is huge!
Given the size of this forest, it's likely he was able to enter the forest by just taking a different path.
Whatever. So after they realize they can't do anything to hurt the mech or the Iron Mask Marauder's Tyranitar, they decide to make a hasty retreat. But our villain isn't going to let them escape that easily, so he sends out a Scizor and a Sneasel to deal with them.
I noticed you skipped over Team Rocket again.
Their importance to the film is about as important as Misty twisting her knee. You pretty much miss nothing by cutting it out.
Anyways, once the 2 Pokemon attack our heroes, Sam and Ash decide to fight them. Sam sends out his Charmeleon, and Ash sends out Bayleaf.
Did we mention Ash is an idiot?
Frankly, I don't know what's more idiotic, sending in a grass type to deal with a bug/ice type, or that the 2 of them are able to defeat the Scizor/Sneasel despite the Dark Ball maximizing their power.
For the sake of this, both are stupid.
Fair enough.
They eventually arrive at a lake called the Lake of Life, and after Celebi is underwater, it heals itself using Recover and is all better. We then get several scenes with Celebi and the group doing cute things, and while it is nice, it does go on for a little too long.
Too long? I nearly fell asleep watching these scenes.
But after that, we get some character development with Sam, and then we cut to the next day where our villain shows up again and manages to capture Celebi in the Dark Ball.
Ash tries to get the ball, but his efforts are in vain because the Iron Mask Marauder is clearly stronger than him and nearly breaks Ash's fingers in order to get his Dark Ball back. Damn. After that, a group of Pokemon from the forest show up and execute the brilliant plan of not doing anything. Yes, I know that he has the Dark Ball, but they could still ram him and shit. Hell, he tried to break Ash's hands earlier. Why not have him beat the shit out of some Pokemon too while you're at it? But no, he commands Celebi to transform into a weird CGI beast.
Almighty protector of the sun and sky, I beg of thee, please heed my cry, transform thyself from orb of light, and bring me victory in this fight. I beseech thee, grace our humble game, but first I shall call out thy name, White Dragon of Roar!
And we find out this villain's motive: to take over Team Rocket, and then the world.
So big fight, Suicune shows up, they free Celebi, creature dies, Celebi begins to wither. Wait, what?
Yep, Celebi is currently dying. That's pretty dark. And despite the efforts to restore the Lake of Life, it's still not enough.
Yeah, this is a pretty sad scene.
Yeah. So let's ruin it by having a bunch of Celebi show up from goddamn nowhere and revive it.
Are you kidding me? Where were they earlier? Why didn't they stop the destruction of this forest until now? What was the point of the Lake of Life?
Finally got him to shut up. So Deus Ex Machina, the villain gets punished and Sam goes back home. And then we find out that, spoiler, Sam was Oak. The end, roll credits. Now, as a story, there are tons of problems with it. Like last time, this movie presents a concept, the Lake of Life, and then does nothing with it after using it once, even though it could have saved Celebi's life. Now, some may argue that because it was tied to the forest, and the forest was dying in that scene, it wouldn't have worked. But I consider this the lesser of two evils, because honestly, which sounds worse? Have something that was never built up before save Celebi, or have something that was established earlier be used to save Celebi? At least the Lake of Life was used at one point in this movie. There wasn't any indication that there was more than one Celebi throughout this movie until near the end. I also find that the reveal of Sam as Professor Oak was too obvious. Yes, this film is made for kids, but contrary to what some may believe, not all kids are stupid. In the ending scene where Misty says, "How did Professor Oak know Sammy's name? We never mentioned it to him," basically tells the audience,
Hey, these guys are the same person. We wanted to spell it out for you because you're idiots, and we also like to insult those who aren't stupid.
I hate dumbing things down. The villain's plan is incredibly generic, and there's not much else to his character. He is so bland, and while I do commend Dan Green for at least trying to have some fun with the role, it's not enough to make me like this villain. And that's a damn shame, especially since I like the last two antagonists. The other characters are fine, there's not really much to complain about with them, though I will say that I do like Sam. He has a good heart, he gets some actual character development, and I liked his bond with the other characters. Plus, I also love Team Rocket in this movie. They have some good comedic bits, and it's one of the things in this movie that didn't make me want to fall asleep, because this film is boring. So many filler moments, bland scenes, bland and dull animation for the most part. I had to take multiple breaks while watching this film again because it was making me want to fall asleep.
Huh? Oh, guess you pressed the sleep button on my body. Not important. Where were we?
I was about to get to the Dark Ball.
The Dark Ball was one of the worst executed concepts in this film. He claims it can make a Pokemon evil while also making them basically level 100, but from what I saw, 2 of them lost to middle stage starters, 1 lost to a legendary and an Onyx, and 1 lost due to friendship.
Thankfully, though, this concept of evil Pokemon was executed much better in the Ori games. Anyways, one other issue I have with this movie when it comes to the story/concepts is the time travel concept itself. The idea of time travel is an easy concept to ruin. It's like glass in a way. It looks great, but it's incredibly fragile and easy to mess up if you're into sculpting/crafting glass. And sadly, this film messes it up. Wouldn't Celebi going back into the past alter those events? Since Sammy was sent into the future, wouldn't that create an alternate timeline in which he never returned and became Professor Oak? If Ash possibly gave Oak the idea to create the Pokédex because of Sam's sketchbook, wouldn't it create a time paradox? There are so many questions presented with this, and none of them are answered because there aren't any restrictions/limits to time travel in this movie.
You know it's bad when the X-Men comics do a better time travel plot, and those comics are mostly made for kids as well.
That reminds me, I still gotta see the X-Men movies. But that's for later. As for the music, it's okay. I like the opening piece, and there are some decent songs that play in the background, but then we have the ending song, and no. Just no. But that's about it. Overall, I did not like this movie. The story was crap, the characters were mediocre, the music was meh, the animation is bland, and it was incredibly boring to sit through.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you on this one, David. Such a shame, too, because Celebi is a pretty interesting Pokemon.
I know.
Anyways, I gotta get going. I have a competition to deal with, so see you around.
Take care, man. So I'm the Mounty, and next time we meet, I will kneel before the guardian gods in Pokemon Heroes. Take care, everyone. Released 1 year after Pokemon Forever, Pokemon Heroes is the final movie to feature Ash, Misty, and Brock as the main characters, with the exception of the Mastermind and Mirage Pokemon special. This film, similar to the last movie I covered, has some interesting trivia to it. This film is the final North American Pokemon film to receive a theatrical release until Victini's movie years later. All other Pokemon films released in between were direct-to-DVD and/or aired on television. And considering that in the States, these Pokemon films were getting slammed by critics and weren't making much money, I don't blame them for going down this route. I mean, if your films weren't making much money and got slammed by the critics, would you waste thousands of dollars in advertising/putting your films in theaters? But I think I've gone on far too long with this introduction, so let's just begin the review. Our film begins with a similar recap as the last movie. I thought I popped in Heroes, not Forever. So after that, we then cut to a library where we get introduced to our main villains of this picture, Annie and Oakley. So why are they here? Because they want to get their hands on the Soul Dew, which contains the soul of Eladios that died protecting the city of Altomare. Yes, folks, we have gone from antagonists like Lawrence III and Molly to bland jewel thieves. After they get the information, they leave the library and hop in their car, which can also transform into a flying car. Okay, show of hands, who here would like to see a Pokemon spin-off where you play a secret agent/spies? Because I gotta admit, this looks really interesting. After that, we then cut to Alto Mare, where Ash and Misty are participating in a citywide race. Wow, I thought this would take 10 plus minutes to show our main characters considering the last 2 movies, but nope, first 5 minutes. Not bad, movie. Not bad at all. Oh, and as for the music that plays during the opening credits / montage, it's Master Quest's theme. So during the race, we get introduced to Latios and Latias, the main legendaries of the film, and the guardians of this city. So Latias decides to try and help Ash win the race for a bit, but then Latios comes in and is like,
Nope, let's punish this human even though it's your fault for helping him, Latios.
What an asshole!
So Misty wins the race and gets this thing that is pretty much irrelevant to the rest of the movie, but we also get some exposition from Ross, Misty's opponent in the race, that basically says the same shit I just told you, that this city has guardians. Speaking of guardians, Ash and Pikachu run into Latias not too long afterwards, but Latias is disguised as a human girl at the moment and doesn't speak to him. Yeah, it turns out that disguise was worthless since Annie and Oakley show up and try to capture her with their Ariados/Espeon. How do they know that it's really Latias? Well, they have equipment that can tell if a human is legit or is a disguise used by a Pokemon. That's pretty interesting, actually. So naturally, Latias uses Dragon-type attacks / Psychic attacks to deal with the 2 Pokemon. Huh? She doesn't. She basically gets hit by Psychic and tied up with Ariados' String Shot and Ash just to save her. So after Ash comes to save her, look at that, he doesn't even use Cyndaquil to smokescreen the area / burn the webs. Latias pretty much pisses off for a bit, and Ash reunites with Misty and Brock. They then arrive at a museum where we get introduced to Lorenzo, who is a curator, and we get a bit of an exposition dump on the history of the city. Basically, some asshole attacked the town / citizens with an Aerodactyl and Kabutops, and then Latios saved everyone by bringing water to the town, and effectively killing the 2 Pokemon by drowning them. Dark. Oh, and we also get introduced to Alto Mare's defense system, the DMA. I'll talk about this in more detail after the story synopsis, but this thing is more harmful to the city than helpful. So after this exposition dump, Ash spots a similar looking girl, who's named Bianca, that resembled Latias' disguise and pursues her. Shocker, it's not the same person and she doesn't recognize him. So Ash finds a secret garden, and this is where Latios/Latias pretty much live. It's also the place where the Soldu lies, but I digress. So after Latios tries to ram Ash, despite it having Dragon / Psychic attacks, and after Bianca tries to force him out of the garden, Lorenzo comes in to clear up the tension and things are good again. We then get some scenes where Ash / Pikachu play with the 2 Eon Pokemon, which goes on for a little while, and we also get to see some of their abilities, like having Latios be able to see what Latios sees despite being miles away, and also turning invisible.
You okay, David?
Not really, but I'll talk about it in further after I'm done summarizing the story. But it turns out that these guys aren't the only ones who know about the garden. Our villainesses also know thanks to one of their drones. Yeah, they have one of those. So later that night, Espeon knocks out Lorenzo, and Annie / Oakley invade the secret garden, capture Latios, take the Soldu as Latios retreats, and Annie / Oakley bring Latios to the DMA so that they can use him as well as the Soldu to power the machine. So Latios finds Ash and the others and uses her sense powers to try and locate Latios, only to find out that he's trapped in an almost similar prison that Lawrence III used to capture the legendary birds. We also see that Latios is in pain from it. Further proof that the most dangerous weapon in Pokemon is not a legendary Pokemon, but geometric shapes. So Ash and Pikachu go with Latios to try and save Latios, but Oakley activates the city's defense program and pretty much sets up bars around the entire city to prevent access. Wait, can't they just fly over the area? Or swim underneath the bars? Just saying, if someone's gonna attack the city, your defense isn't gonna do much if they have a water / flying type Pokemon. Speaking of terrible programs, Oakley revives the 2 fossil Pokemon to try and stop Ash, but they pretty much get their asses kicked by Misty and Brock's Pokemon as well as Ash and Latias. Wow, this is more underwhelming than Charizard vs. Blaziken, and that is saying a lot. Eventually, they manage to arrive at the museum, but they have one more obstacle to face. Is it a hologram Lugia? Maybe some more fossil Pokemon? Maybe a giant layer of It's a giant tornado of water. It's not like Latias can use Psychic or something to deal with that. But nope, they get sucked in, and then Latias finally realizes, oh yeah, I have Psychic powers, and saves them. So they make their way inside the museum, where Latios is in a lot of pain, and Ash / Pikachu deal with Annie with a Thunderbolt. So after a few failed attempts, Latias and Ash are able to pull Latios out of the prison, but this results in the Soldu turning black. So naturally, because our villains are SMRT,
and he touches the Soldew, and it causes the water to recede, only to transform into a tsunami shortly after. Welp, they're boned. So how are they going to get out of this one? I mean, it's a goddamn tsunami. Well, Latios/Latias use their psychic powers to stop the tsunami, but Latios sacrifices himself to save the city. Wait, what? Yep, for the second time in this series, a Pokemon dies and stays dead. Now I know some people are wondering, wait, who's the first one? Well, Entei. I know he was created by the Unknowns, but hey, technically that's a Pokemon. But his sacrifice was not in vain, because not only does he save the town, but it also creates a new Soldew. So after that's over with, they decide to destroy the DMA, since it not only damaged the Guardian, as well as the Soldew, and nearly destroyed the city. Are you freaking kidding me? They decided to keep it around? Really? And Ash gets a kiss from Bianca, Lanius, who cares? He gets a kiss on the cheek and the film is over. The end. Roll credits. Jeez, that was a long summary. Anyways, as a story, this is likely the weakest part of the film for me. To be fair, much like the first movie, maybe this is because Fork has messed with the script again, but I still take issue with it. First off, I take issue with the backstory. So according to this movie, the original Latios died because the trainer was a meanie face and used 2 Pokemon to terrorize people. Why not use your psychic powers to teleport them away? Or better yet, since it pretty much kills them via drowning, annihilate them with dragon attacks or your psychic attacks? Just saying, this sounds completely freaking stupid! And I know some may make the argument that Ash wouldn't have any issues to reach the museum if they were removed, but given how they were beaten so easily, did they really serve much of a purpose? But that's just me. I also take issue with the villain's plans. Not so much with Team Rocket, because they don't do much in this movie, not even interact with our heroes, which is a damn shame, but rather Annie and Oakley. I joked about this earlier, but these two are basically jewel thieves. That's pretty much it. Oh sure, the movie tries to say that they are also spies for Team Rocket, which I call bullshit on since Team Rocket and these guys don't team up once in this movie. And while they do have the means to get shit done, there's not much else to them. They have bland personalities, they aren't threatening, there's not much to them in terms of plans aside from Oakley trying to take over the world when she gets access to the DMA, and even their chemistry is weak. I legit couldn't give 2 shits about these 2 antagonists. At least Iron Mask Marauder attempted to be threatening, even if everything else about him was shit. These 2 don't even have that going for them. I get that it's for kids, but even Disney/Pixar movies have better written villains, and those ones are designed for the family. My final complaint about the story is the DMA itself. This film explains earlier on that the city has 2 guardians to it, Latios and Latias, who will protect the city if anything bad happens to it. So why does this machine need to exist? Especially since, as we saw, it harms the power sources for it. Plus, as shown near the end of the film, the DMA didn't do shit to protect the city. That was Latios and Latias. Plus, why even use the Soldew/the Guardians as a power source anyway? The movie doesn't state that the Pokemon leave and enter the city often. In fact, I could argue that thanks to the garden, they pretty much live in the city. So why not just use a different power source like currents or wind? Or again, why even have the machine when you have 2 legendaries protecting the city anyways? That's all the complaints I have with the story, but I still have a few complaints with the other parts of this film. Some of the characters are bland. I already bitched about our villains, but characters like Bianca are bland/uninteresting, and Team Rocket's roles are wasted here. They don't even have a lot of funny moments in this film. Seriously, why even add them into this picture if they aren't even gonna do anything? And finally, I have an issue with the voices for Eon Legendaries. Now, both Legendaries are voiced by the same voice actress, Megumi Hayashibara. But yes, I said voice actress. So Latios is also voiced by a female. Now, on the surface, this isn't a bad thing. In fact, most shows, even Pokemon, have voice actresses voice males all the time. So what's the problem? Well, first off, they gave Latios a similar pitch as Latias, just lowered very, and I emphasize very in this one, slightly. Like, they reduced it by like maybe 5%. Seriously, at certain points in this film, it was kinda hard to tell which one was which. But even when I recognized which was which, I had another issue with the voices. They are too high-pitched. Yes, even Latios.
Imagine if I used this tone throughout the entire review, and even throughout certain scenes where other characters are talking. It would grate on your ears, wouldn't it?
Thank you, Quaaludes. And that's my issue with the voices. It's grating to listen to, and they even talk during some scenes where the main focus is on the humans talking to other humans. But thankfully, That's all I have to complain about in this picture. The animation is a little better than last time, and even the CGI use is a little better, even if some CGI models look like N64 graphics. The other characters I didn't bitch about are fine, and for the first time in a while, I actually love the music in this film. I already said I liked Master Quest's theme, but I also like the multiple ending songs in this film, especially You and Me and Pokemon, and I love the music playing in the background during certain bits. My favorites in particular include the music that plays when Annie and Oakley escape the library, and the accordion music that plays during certain scenes in Alto Mare. Yeah, next to classical music, I love listening to accordion/Italian music. It's like my biggest music temptation or something. But that's about it. Overall, this film is kind of hard for me to judge. While I do have issues with the story, as well as the villains and the voices for the Eon Legends, I also like some of the characters, the animation at points, and even the music. But since the story is a major part in a film, having a weak story can hurt the film severely. So even though I like the other parts of this movie, I have to make a call. And honestly, I think this film is a mixed bag. It could have been great if the story was a little better, but the rest of the film, for the most part, is solid. So that concludes this review. I'm the Mounty, and next time we meet, I will find the wishing star of the 7 Knights in Pokemon Jirachi Wishmaker. See you then. So, this movie. Pokemon Jirachi Wishmaker was released in America in 2004 and was the first movie to feature the cast of the Gen 3 anime. Like I said in the last review, Pokemon Heroes was the last movie to feature Ash, Misty, and Brock as the main characters of these films until Mastermind and Mirage Pokemon. But they didn't stop making movies, nor did they stop making episodes, because once Johto ended, we got the Generation 3 anime. So instead of Ash, Brock, and Misty going through the Hoenn region, we have Ash, Brock, and 2 new characters, May and Max. May is based off the female character from the Gen 3 games, and Max was created strictly for the show. To sum them up, May wanted to be a Pokemon trainer, but then became a coordinator, basically someone involved in contests, and acts like a big sister to Max. Max is an annoying character who basically tells the group where to go. Yeah, I don't like this guy. I get the reason for his creation, but I was really happy to see him gone once Generation 3 came to an end. So does this film kick off the Gen 3 movie tetralogy with a bang? Let's find out. Our film begins with a World of Pokemon recap, except unlike last time, they don't recycle it from the previous film. No. Instead, they use new footage, while also showing clips that reference the films that came before it. There's Mewtwo, Lugia, Entei, Celebi in the terrible CGI, Latios and Latias, when aren't you dead? The film then goes on to say that Team Magma exists, but despite the potential of an entire team as the villains of this picture, the film decides to have the main villain be a guy who was kicked out of the team. Great. Speaking of, this guy is Butler, a magician, and the person next to him is his assistant/possible girlfriend, Diane. So, we've gone from jewel thieves to magicians. You know, I'm starting to see why a lot of the newer films said the bad guys be Pokemon, because, yeah, this is kinda stupid. I mean, what's next? A villain that's also a pirate? So Butler blows up a rock, and he finds a purple crystal inside it. Sweet! Now he can complete his rock collection. We then cut over to Ash's group, and it only took 2 minutes this time. And we get some vague foreshadowing about wishes. So over with Ash's group, they're looking for a festival. Because you see, this festival is supposed to celebrate the coming of the Millennium Comet, a celestial body that stays in the sky for 7 days and only appears every 1,000 years. Oh, so Ash won't miss much if he doesn't see it this time. He's just gotta wait till Gen 20. Yet it'll still be 10. But I guess the guys in charge of the festival knew Ash was coming and decided to stay home because when they arrive, there's no festival here. So they decide to get some sleep and say they will resume the search in the morning, when later that night...
This is karma for abusing your Trico, Ash, and you're trying to rest now, biatch.
So these guys set up the festival, and I gotta admit, this looks pretty cool. Also, something to note here, during the opening credits of this movie, there's no remix of the theme song that was in the anime at the time. Yeah, unlike the previous films, this one does something different. Nice. We also find out Butler and Diane are part of the festival, and then we cut to the next day, where the festival is now in full swing. And how do we begin? By having our main cast playing with the attractions. It may not be that important in terms of the story, but it's still harmless fun, and it does have some decent comedic scenes with Brock and even Team Rocket. But after that, we then cut to Butler's magic show, where his first act is making Swablu's pop out of the hat and fly into the audience. That's nothing. You should have seen his last act.
How about a warm welcome for Hamos?
So his next trick involves summoning a Curlia out of the hat, covering it in a sheet, setting it on fire, and then out pops... Diane? So wait, Pokemon can turn into humans?
Pokédex, you have lied to us all!
So while you adjust your snipers at me for that awful joke, a voice pops out of the CGI crystal and Max hears it. So Max decides to go up on stage because he's SMRT, and him and Ash get to be volunteers in Butler's next trick. After that, Team Rocket decides to capture Pikachu, Curlia, and Butler's Mightyena, yet don't capture the Dusclops for some reason. And shock of all shocks, they get blasted out of the sky. Wow, that totally wasn't a waste of time. So after the show, Max asks Butler and Diane about the crystal, and they say it's Jirachi. Somehow, they don't really explain how they know it, but whatever, moves the plot along. They also state it appears every 1,000 years, and that in order to free Jirachi, he needs a friend chosen by destiny and the Millennium Comet. Again, somehow. Was there like a scroll or cave drawing that stated the conditions of this or something? Because they seem to know a lot about Jirachi despite it only appearing every 1,000 years. So they decide to give the crystal to Max because he thinks he's the chosen friend, and they believe it's him because he heard a voice coming out of the crystal. Wow, these guys believe anything, don't they? My neighbor down the street who rambles about the apocalypse occurring could probably tell him that Jirachi said that, and they'd probably believe it based on this shit. We then cut to later that night, where Ash's group is walking through the festival grounds when May decides to purchase a wishing star, an item that can grant a wish when its panels are closed, but only when facing the comet, and only during the Millennium Comet. You know, there's a word out there for this kind of thing. It's called a scam, you dumb bitch. Seriously, would you trust this guy? He looks like the guy who'd hook you up with some China skitty rather than a legitimate product. Thankfully, May takes it without clearly paying this guy, and then we cut to the group chilling out next to a rock. We then get a scene where Max is clearly excited about becoming friends with Jirachi, before we finally get to see the comet for ourselves. And I gotta admit, this looks friggin' sweet. So May closes the first panel, and then Max falls asleep. Probably because the conversation before that point was about the future, and he was pretty much like, "Fuck this shit, I'm out." Speaking of singing though, May decides to sing him a lullaby. Oh, sorry, did I say sing? I mean say do 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 for the scene. So Jirachi spawns from the crystal, and Diane lets him sleep in their bus for the evening. Meanwhile, Butler, after Diane informs him about Jirachi's awakening, decides to bring up his machines from underneath the stage. Over with our heroes, Max decides his first wish is to summon Candy, and Jirachi does so, while also spawning crackers and potato chips. Was Max supposed to wish for junk food or something? Why would chips and crackers be in a candy wish? Also, we find out that Jirachi doesn't really create the candy, it just teleports it from the festival to here. Oh yeah, this is totally a powerful creature.
You fucking suck, bitch.
But joking aside, this is a cute scene. While I do have my complaints, I'd be lying if I said this scene didn't make me chuckle at points, and god damn it, Jirachi's expression makes it really hard for me to hate this scene. However, the result of this wish not only fills up the bus, but it also results in a weak joke. The one joke I do like is when after May chews on Max for that wish, Jirachi teleports her away. Don't get me wrong, I like May's character, but this is kind of funny. On to day 2. We get some scenes of Max and Jirachi having fun together, and I like it. It's cute fun that doesn't overstay its welcome, unlike the 4th movie, and it also helps build the friendship the two are starting to develop. This day doesn't end on a happy note, because an Absol appears and attacks Jirachi. For no reason. Sure, Absol can foretell upcoming disasters, but not only does it create destruction by attacking the area, but he doesn't attack the one who causes the disaster later on in the film, Butler, until after attacking Jirachi. So if he can sense where Jirachi is, why didn't he know where Butler was and attack him? Either way, it doesn't really matter, because he captures Absol in a cage and then has Curlia put it to sleep with hypnosis. Now I would complain that a psychic type attack shouldn't do anything to a dark type, but even in the games, hypnosis works on dark types even though it shouldn't, so screw it. If they don't care, why should I? So Butler kidnaps Jirachi late into the night, and we then get his backstory. Basically, this guy used to work for Team Magma, and he was trying to create a Groudon out of a fragment he claims to be from Groudon, and this results in it blowing up in his face, getting fired, and now he wants revenge. Well, at least we have a decent motivation for this guy, unlike the last movie. So back in the present day, he's still trying to create a Groudon, but this time he tries to use Jirachi's power to bring out Groudon from the fragment. Okay, question. Why can't Jirachi wish for a Groudon to appear? This film didn't give Jirachi much of a limit to its power, unlike other wish-granting creatures in fiction. So why can't Butler simply use his Dusclops to hypnotize Jirachi or something and have Butler's wish granted? Hey, this film failed to give this creature a limit, so why the hell not? Just saying, for a guy smart enough to make machines, this guy isn't using his noodle here. Speaking of which, he also didn't design his machines to be explosion-proof, because after his attempt to use Jirachi's power fails, the comet shoots back a beam at Jirachi, and Jirachi uses explosion. It's super effective. So Ash and the others find out that Jirachi was captured and arrive not too long after the explosion to save Jirachi. Then Diane decides to assist Ash's group after she realizes Butler is going too far, and they manage to get away, but Butler has his Mightyena put a tracking device on the bus to track their location. So where are they going? To Jirachi's former home of Farina. And during this ride, they decide to go down the Exposition Express because Diana exposits to May about a moment she had with Butler when they were children and when Butler first started using magic. And to be honest, I like this scene. It explains a bit more about Diana and Butler's relationship, and it gives us a bit more character to Diana. And while I could argue that if they get Jirachi back to its home before Butler completes his plan, he will still be obsessed with revenge and try other means of creating a Groudon, I can't fault her hopes here. So after that scene, we got to a montage of them trying to get to Farina, and I like it. It has its humorous moments, and it doesn't overstay its welcome. We then got to the evening of Night 5, where May points out that there are only 2 more nights, and Max gets pissy because he has to say goodbye to Jirachi soon. But after that, we get a nice scene with Ash and Max, where Ash talks about how Max and Jirachi will always be friends, and they'll always be in each other's heart, that kind of stuff. And then Ash talks about someone he was once friends with, and he admits he still misses her, which pretty much implies he's talking about Misty. And to be honest, that's really sweet that he still thinks of her even after all that time has passed. But unfortunately, we now cut to my least favorite part of this movie, the third act of this film. So after Ash and his group arrive in Farina, they stumble across the cave where Jirachi's crystal was and are about to wish Jirachi goodbye, but Butler shows up and captures our heroes and Jirachi. Our heroes are able to free Jirachi eventually, but it's too late. During their time to escape and trying to free Jirachi, Butler used Jirachi's power to summon Groudon.
Oh yes, this is gonna be awesome! This is gonna be a battle of epic proportion!
What? 57 minutes of movie. 3 acts. All the mentions. For this thing? A creature that doesn't even have any of the cool abilities that the original has, and instead just sucks everything up with its tentacles and kills the environment around it? This is seriously what they went with. You know what? Screw this. Just screw this. After a long chase, Butler decides to turn good after Diana gets absorbed. He helps Ash and Max reverse the polarity on the machine. They give Jirachi its power back, destroys the Groudon, and then Jirachi reverts back into a cocoon. Butler decides he and Diana are going to stay in Farina because they realize the only thing important to them now is each other, and the film ends.
God damn it, that last act is shit.
Anyways, as a story, it's not that bad. It didn't have that many problems in the first 2 acts, but my major issue is with the third act. All this build-up for Groudon, for Butler's plan, was seriously this. I'm sorry, I can't get over that. This is a massive disappointment for me. It's like having a Fantastic Four movie with Galactus as the main villain, and after building him up, they decide to show him as a gigantic space cloud. They had a good thing going, and then they blew it. As for Butler's plan itself, yeah, it's kinda dumb. There were so many other ways he could have gone with his plan to revive Groudon, but he decides to use this machine? Why didn't he just wish for Jirachi to summon or create a Groudon? Why didn't he just wish for a blue orb and then ask Jirachi to take him to Groudon so that he can summon it? I'm not even saying that he should be able to control Groudon. If you want him to turn good, then maybe have the real one go out of control and have his abilities hurt the Pokemon and Diane. Then he could learn his lesson while everyone else is trying to find a way to stop it, and then have him try to help Ash's group defeat/destroy the Groudon, and then you could still have the original ending. Does Butler's plan completely ruin the story? No, but it is a flaw I still have with this film. Another flaw would be May's subplot with the Wishmaker. That plot point didn't really go anywhere. Frankly, it just made me wonder what the point of it was. But aside from that, I did like the friendship between Max and Jirachi. This film actually made me care about these 2 characters as friends, and it actually made me feel bad that Jirachi has to say goodbye. Sure, I wish the 2 got to know each other a lot better, but still, their scenes were some of my favorites in this film because it provided a lot of the good comedy and a lot of good moments, like Ash's speech about friendship. As for the characters themselves, they were mixed. I liked Diane, I liked Jirachi, I liked Max. Butler was okay, even if his plan was dumb. Brock was forgettable, as was May for the most part. And once again, Team Rocket was wasted in this film. Sure, they made appearances throughout the film, but I hardly mentioned them because they didn't really do much in those appearances. As for Absol, I do not get this character. The movie tries to say he wants to help Jirachi make it back home, but he attacks Jirachi on their first encounter. He also hardly does much throughout this film after that, and I almost forgot this character even existed until I went back to summarize the plot. As for the music, it's good. Sure, a couple of songs aren't that good, but that's only a small part, and the rest of the soundtrack is solid, especially that ending song. As for the animation, aside from the Groudon, which looks like shit, it's also solid. Not really much to complain about on that one. But I think it's time to wrap this up. Overall, this film is okay. Frankly, my biggest problem with this film is the final act. If that was fixed, then maybe I would call it a good or great movie. It would still have problems, but an argument could be made that those problems are minor at best. But to be fair, I would rather watch this film again than Pokemon Forever. So that concludes this review. I'm the Mounty, and next time we meet, I will welcome our sky-splitting visitor in Destiny Deoxys. See you then. So, Destiny Deoxys. Out of all the films I've reviewed thus far, this is the only film that I never saw as a kid. Sure, it came out on Kids WB back in the day, but I didn't get a chance to see it, and I was too poor to buy a DVD/VHS tape of the movie, so I skipped it and moved on. A trend that continued until Victini's movie. Yeah, for about 6 years, I didn't see another Pokemon film. Then, in 2011 or 2012, my girlfriend introduced me to the missing films. So now that I have seen the film thanks to her, and saw it again for the sake of the review, it's time to find out if it was either a hidden gem, or a film that deserves to be forgotten. This is Destiny Deoxys. Our film begins with a World of Pokemon recap, with a meteor at the end of it. Nothing much to really note here in terms of plot, since it's just an introduction to the Pokemon world if you've never seen the prior film/anime. So after that, by the way, reusing clips from the previous movies is totally not worthless padding, we got to a polar region where we get introduced to a pair of researchers named London Yoko, who are observing the Sphere line. This sounds like a waste of money.
Oh, shut up. This is clearly a great idea. Just like bringing my kid along.
Speaking of, say hello to Tori. He'll do stuff more relevant to the film after this scene, but for now, here's some Sphere petting. I freaking love that Pokemon. But I guess Deoxys doesn't, because after Tori bears witness to an Aurora Borealis, Deoxys' meteor crashes into the polar region Tori and the researchers are in. Also, Rayquaza's in this movie. Moving on.
Hey, I'm important in this movie!
Not really. Anyways, after the impact, the area Tori was standing on collapses, and he lands in the area where members of the Sphere line are, and they go around him. And even as more and more of them try to run away, they go around Tori so he doesn't get hurt/injured, but Tori looks terrified, to the point where he even falls unconscious from it. Now, I would complain about how stupid this is, since it's the catalyst to his fear of Pokemon that'll be mentioned later on in the film, but I like to think of it as falling in the middle of traffic and the cars are moving around you to avoid a crash. In that scenario, odds are you'd probably be scared too. So after Tori's father rescues him, we get properly introduced to Deoxys. And what does he do? Creates a shockwave to get a rock a few feet away.
My precious.
But before we can find out what the hell this rock even is, Rayquaza shows up to fight Deoxys. And during this fight, we find out that Deoxys can regenerate from an injury really fast, as shown when Rayquaza blows off his right arm. So as the fight goes on, more things get destroyed, we get to see attack and defense Deoxys for a bit, and then the fight ends with Deoxys getting freaking obliterated by Rayquaza. Well, considering it took a few seconds to regrow an arm, this shouldn't take too much time. 4 years? Really? And it's taken them 4 years to do an experiment on that green rock. Christ almighty. So after that scene, we then cut to Ash and his group heading to the city where Tori is, named LaRue City, and we soon find out that it's a technologically advanced city, with passports, automatic check-ins, robotic trash cans, robots with advanced programming, that kind of reminds me of Cubics for some reason, etc. So why is Ash and the gang here? Because Ash wants to compete in the Battle Tower. So after a gag where Ash tries to run in the opposite direction of what looks like an automatic roadway, we get introduced to Rave, Rebecca, two kids that play no major part in this film, so I'm not going to say their names, and Sid. So Ash decides to go looking for the Battle Tower on his own, and he runs into Tori, who becomes terrified after seeing Ash's Pikachu, and runs into a nearby elevator. Ash manages to get inside just before it closes, and funnily enough, the elevator takes them to the Battle Tower, and they get through verification. Wait a minute. If Tori is clearly afraid of Pokemon, as shown with the Pikachu scene, why the hell would he have Pokeballs? Oh yeah, that's right, he doesn't. So you mean to tell me that in the Battle Tower, there is no program to check if you even have Pokemon? That seems like the first program you'd make for this tower, not the security check shit. Come on! But regardless of that, Ash gives Tori one of his Pokemon once he finds out Tori has none, and then we find out Rebecca was supposed to compete, but Ash, quote-unquote, cut in front of her. Yeah, bullshit. He never ran into you, you never appeared in the line. Hell, last time we saw you was on that road, so don't give me that shit. You were probably looking up Gen 4 shit and ended up getting distracted, so don't go blaming this on Ash when it was your own fault. So Ash and Tori get their asses kicked, and then we find out from Yuko that Tori has a fear of Pokemon. Yet in the next scene, he helps set a Plusle and mine in after one of them got stuck in the trash can. Yeah, I remember that one time I saw a beetle on someone's face, and I just swatted it off just fine despite my fear of bugs. That's how phobias work. Totally. So Tori runs off and talks to this holograph thingy about what happened, but then Deoxys shows up. By the way, I get used to this shot. They're using it like 3 times before the film is over.
After that, Tori goes for a walk, but is followed by Ash. And after an incident with a lot of Wingles, Tori falls on his ass. And after Ash tries to help him, he gets terrified of Pikachu again, and shoves Ash. Okay, look, I get it. You're scared of Pokemon. Sometimes, that is. But that guy tried to help you up. The least you could do is say thank you, not fucking shove him. Okay? Yes, he has a Pikachu. Guess what? That asshole tried to fucking help you up. You don't do that. And you know what? Ash agrees with me, as he calls him out on this shit. So after that shit, Brock and the others show up, and Brock decides to cook the gang a meal, and Tori decides to join in. And is also not terrified of the Pikachu literally a few feet away from him that he can plainly see. And yet in the scene after this, where he tries to touch Pikachu to deal with his fear a little bit, he runs off. But in a later scene, he gives Ash and the others Pokemon cookies, and isn't terrified of those despite having the Pokemon's faces on it. Okay. If I harp on this shit, we're not gonna get anywhere. But god damn it, this shit is fucking irritating! So after the cookie scene, we get a short bit where Ash and the others bring out their Pokemon, and we get a montage of them doing stuff set to an awful song that I hate. Once that is over with, we then see Deoxys doing shit. And because he is here, that must mean Rayquaza is coming. So the town officials order a mass evacuation, and they do so. Save Ash's gang and a few minor characters we saw earlier. Oh, yeah, and Deoxys can create clones. Sure, movie, let's just give Deoxys whatever powers you can think of, like allowing it to make a force field. So Rayquaza then shows up, and with just one Hyper Beam, while the force field manages to hold, the electricity in the entire city goes out, and even the Pokeballs stop working, even the ones not created in this town. Technologically advanced city, everyone! So after 55 minutes, we finally discover the true reason the scientists were researching that greenstone. They were researching Deoxys' regenerative abilities. Speaking of which, we eventually find out why Deoxys is attacking the city. Turns out this greenstone is actually another Deoxys, and he's attacking the city so he can find him. Would have liked to find that out earlier, but okay, whatever. So Ash and the others head to a dome in the city to return the electricity to the place, therefore allowing them to use the laser to revive the green Deoxys. And while that's going on, Rayquaza busts through the force field and fights Deoxys. Oh great, a fight between two characters I don't give a fuck about. Lovely. But eventually, they get the power going, and the green Deoxys, as I'll call it, is revived. It reunites with Deoxys, and everything is all good. Until Rayquaza comes in and tries to ruin it. Asshole. And then everything goes haywire after Rayquaza attacks the tower, causing all the electricity in the city to go haywire, which causes all the blocks to go haywire, and fuck this shit. David? Oh, sorry. I just took the DVD out. Why? Because this final part of the film where the blocks go haywire is frankly worthless. Seriously, in this advanced city, they don't have measures to prevent shit like the electricity short-circuiting and or going haywire? Screw that! Especially since it distracts from the fight, which could have easily ended after the two Deoxyses hit Rayquaza and causing him to crash into the ground. Besides, all you're really missing is Tori and Ash trying to use Tori's card to try and reset the system, and that's it. Nothing much is really accomplished here. And in my honest opinion, you're not missing a fucking thing by just sending the movie here. Oh, aside from Rayquaza being bestie buds with Deoxys, which I'll talk about later. So, screw it. Film's over. So, as a story, I feel it has a lot of problems to it. I already talked about my issues with the final part, so I won't focus too much on that. But I do have issues with the whole Deoxys motive. Mainly how long it took to find it. Because Deoxys doesn't speak, we had to get this motive from Yuko. Okay, fine. But why did it take until the third act to find out why? Especially since this motive isn't really that evil. Dude's just trying to find his friend, and hell, he's not killing the humans his clones captured as we see later in the movie. He's just moving them out of the way. Now some may argue that this is a nitpick, but if it takes an hour to get this motive and it's not all that big, then I feel it's kind of a major disappointment and it really could have been brought up sooner. Then you could spend the rest of the film getting the electricity and stuff, while also dealing with Rayquaza and Deoxys, if you absolutely must have a fight with them, that is. And then the film ends with Rayquaza defeated and Deoxys and his buddy going away. But then Rayquaza would hunt them down still. Who cares? These films hardly follow the story of the previous films anyways. Besides, Deoxys and his friend could kick his ass again anyways if Rayquaza tried that, as shown with this film once they teamed up. My next issue with this film is with Tori's fear. Okay. This is a tricky thing to talk about since not everyone handles fear the same way, but god damn it, this fear Tori has bugged me as a plot point. Not so much how he got the fear, because I already made the comparison to falling in the middle of the highway, but it's what happens afterwards that I take issue with. This dude is supposed to be scared of Pokemon because of the incident 4 years ago, but I found a lot of scenes before he gets over this fear where he isn't terrified of Pokemon and even helps them, as shown with the trash can scene. This film basically comes off as he's only scared when the plot needs him to be scared, otherwise he's normal. Or a dick. Now maybe it is possible that someone handles fear like this in the real world, but from a story perspective, it feels really off to me. I also feel that the colors in this film look so dry and bland to look at, especially in comparison to the previous films. I think I said in that top 15 it looked like Evangelion or something, but even Evangelion had better coloring than this. Now, some may say it's a nitpick, and it may end up being so, but animation is a major element in the film like this, so having, in my humble opinion, bad/bland animation is not a good thing when it comes to the film overall. Speaking of elements, how do the other elements fare? Well, the characters are meh. Ash and his gang are alright in this movie, the researchers are decent enough, the side characters are meh, just kinda there, same with Tori, and Team Rocket is wasted again. For this film, their screen time pretty much revolves around them looking for food and either running into security or a Munchlax. That's about it, and they repeat this joke a bunch of times in this film. And since Deoxys and Rayquaza don't speak, I don't need to cover their bland asses in this. As for the music, it's mediocre once again. Like the last movie, there is no remix of the opening song they use in the anime, but the opening song in this film is pretty weak sauce. Same goes for the soundtrack of this film. I was severely underwhelmed with it, and when it wasn't being weak or underwhelming, it was incredibly boring to listen to. Oh, and the song used in the montage is pretty awful too. And they use it as the ending song. Just lovely. And since I don't talk about the voice actors, aside for jokes, that's about it for this section. And I think that's about all I can say about this film. Overall, I think this film is pretty bad. The story is problematic, the animation is problematic, the characters are meh, the music is pretty bad. It just wasn't fun for me. I wouldn't say it's the worst Pokemon movie I've seen, because I still got like 15 more movies to cover in this thing. But when it comes to the Hoenn films, I think this is one of the weakest entries thus far. So that concludes this review. I'm the Mounty, and next time we meet, I'll be tackling what many fans consider as the best Pokemon movie, Lucario and the Mystery of Mew. See you then. Lucario and the Mystery of Mew. Odds are, if you're a Pokemon fan, you've likely either heard of this movie or watched it yourself, because whenever people talk about the Pokemon films, this film usually gets brought up when talking about good Pokemon movies.
This film is also special for another reason. This was the final film to be dubbed by 4Kids Entertainment, who dubbed the previous 7 films, as well as the anime series. After this film came out, 4Kids' license to the anime ran out, and TAJ Productions got the rights.
And for anyone wondering our thoughts on the change, we're neutral about it. I mean, sure, I did somewhat smile when Dodge Productions went out of business, but that was because the way they handled the dub was absolute shit, not because of the VAs. But yeah, final 4Kids Pokemon film, let's start covering it.
The film begins with a World of Pokemon recap. Similar to Destiny Deoxys though, there's not really anything to note here. So we'll transition into the prologue of the film, where we get introduced to our title character, Lucario.
After we get some parkour stunts from him, we quickly find out what this world was like hundreds/thousands of years ago. A literal Pokemon war is about to occur in a huge valley. No trainers, and no fun, just straight up violence.
Pokemon are meant to fight, not like this.
But before that occurs, Lucario touches a crystal and he telepathically talks to his master/friend, Sir Aaron, about the current situation. As for how he's able to do this, well, Lucario has a special ability he shares with Aaron called Aura. With it, he can pretty much sense anything, see the environment around him, even when his sight isn't working, and even utilize it to create objects.
So, basically the Force then?
I guess. So Sir Aaron leaves the castle and heads off to the valley. But the minute he finds Lucario, he tells him he is abandoning the kingdom and the queen, and seals Lucario in his staff.
Sir Aaron, why did you do this? Because
you're too slow!
So after that, we get our first glimpse of Mew in this movie. And then we see this giant tree, named the Tree of Beginnings, begin to glow green. And then shortly after that, everything is resolved. The war is over. Just like that.
We then cut to present day. where Ash and his group are going to the castle we saw in the prologue so Ash can participate in a tournament. On top of that, we also find out that the day the war ended is now celebrated every year in the town, which is named Rota.
But as it turns out, everyone else is wearing outfits from the Renaissance period. So in order to fit in, they find an area with costumes and pretty much take it.
Yeah, screw you, businesses.
We then cut to the tournament where, holy shit, they used the theme from the anime. Jeez, I didn't think they would bring it back. I thought they were going to keep using that unoriginal Blanchett, but nope. And it's Advanced Battles theme. Sweet!
So Ash ends up winning the tournament, and we get introduced to Kid Summers, who tells Ash that there will be a ball and a banquet in honor of the tournament winner.
We then cut to said banquet, and because Ash won the tournament, he gets to sit down and get an earful from this bitch. There's nothing much to really know here, not even from Team Rocket. Not because it's bad though, in fact quite the opposite. We think this is a pretty good scene. The comedy is good, as is the dialogue, and even the animation looks great. But while that's going on, Kit steps away from the ball while no one is noticing, and she decides to try and find Mew by using her Weaviles. After a fight scene with the Weaviles and our main heroes' Pokémon, Mew teleports away with Pikachu and Meowth before transforming into a Pidgeot and heading towards the Tree of Beginnings.
But after that scene, Lucario is freed from the staff and appears in modern times.
After hundreds of years I'm free. It's time to... Wait, what the hell?
Yep, Lucario is back. And what's the first thing he does? Rages at Ash because he mistook Ash's form with Aaron's. But after that mix-up, we get a few scenes of Lucario trying to figure out that he's now in the present, and then we get this face. Oh, the hundreds of jokes I can make with it. So once Lucario figures it out, Eileen pretty much shows Ash's group where the Tree of Beginnings is, and asks Lucario to help them, to which he accepts. Kid then says that she wants to go too, and we get an exposition dump from Brock detailing what Kid has done. I would complain about this, but you know what? It's at least giving Kid some sort of character, so I'll let it pass. Plus, I did like the gag where Mime Jr. copied what Brock was doing. That was pretty funny.
Now, throughout this film,
most of the scenes with just Ash and Lucario have the two not liking the other very much. Lucario doesn't like Ash because he doesn't think Ash and Pikachu could have a friendship and thinks Ash will abandon Pikachu, while Ash doesn't like Lucario as of now because he legit wants to save Pikachu, and Lucario's words pretty much comes off as an insult to that goal.
It's like Lucario doesn't understand the concept of friendship. Even though a former bond with Sir Aaron was similar to a friendship. Heck, back in that prologue, the narrator stated there was no Pokeballs back then, so he had to have made some form of a bond with this Lucario in order to get him to learn about Aura.
Exactly. Now some of you may be wondering why we're even bringing up those scenes. Well, the reason why is because throughout the journey to the Tree of Beginnings, we get numerous scenes of these two being at odds with one another, and aside from the explanation of Aura and the fact that Ash can also use it, that's the only major thing that happens up until the scene where they reach the spot where Lucario got sealed all those centuries ago. But while I could complain about that since it takes up a decent section of the film, I get the reason for the conflict, and it does give us character development for both characters. In terms of just this movie, that is.
True. Plus, by giving us these scenes, it allows us, the audience, to connect with Lucario, and to an extent, Ash, which will make sense later on in the film, much more effective. But we'll get to those scenes shortly. And hold up. What about the scene where Lucario and Ash fight?
Oh, you mean the scene where Lucario states that all humans are the same and then we get a worthless fight scene? Yeah, screw that shit. So we then cut to the scene where Lucario is sealed in the Scepter, and after activating a Time Flower, which can only be activated by Aura users, Ash's group gets to see Lucario getting sealed up. And also, this.
But after the event ends, Ash comes up to Lucario and apologizes to him earlier. But since we had an emotional moment, let's ruin it by having Regirock show up.
So why are the Reggies suddenly in this movie despite having no mention of them earlier in the film? Because we need guardians for the tree.
Even though they already have a defense system to deal with intruders.
Yeah, these guys are kinda wasted here. So as they go inside the tree, Kid tries to get information on the tree to send back to her company/boss, but the probes get absorbed by the tree's sort of defense system, and then starts absorbing the other characters while at the same time trying to deal with the three Reggies.
Actually, now that you bring up the defense system, I've noticed you haven't been talking much about Mew in this movie. Why is that?
Well, that's because, aside from the scene where Mew teleports Pikachu and Meowth away, and the scene near the end of the film where Mew frees Ash and the others, Mew doesn't really do much in this film. Now, some may argue that since Mew and the tree are connected, Mew is also controlling the blobs, but that's kinda hard to verify since the tree is also a living thing. But yeah, Mew doesn't really do much in this film aside from a couple of moments, that's why I'm not really mentioning it that much.
So Ash and Pikachu get reunited, and I gotta say, the scene where Pikachu and Lucario meet is pretty cute. So everything's all wrapped up, right? Lucario's not cool with humans, and Pikachu is safe, and a movie, right?
Nope, because the red blobs then absorb the remaining human characters.
So after all the Pokemon cry, Mew decides to free all the humans by using its powers, and after a heartwarming reunion, Mew begins to get sick.
Wait, Mew gets sick after that? That'd be like me contracting a deadly disease all because I opened a fresh jar of pickles. Also, couldn't this problem be fixed with something like Pokemon medicine? But whatever. They gotta save Mew now, or else the tree's also gonna die. So Mew leads them to what I can only guess is where the core of the tree is, and then we find out that Zoroark is trapped in crystal. Huh.
And after they activate a time flower that was placed nearby, we soon find out why. And it's pretty sad, actually. Zoroark went to the Tree of Beginnings because while that war was going on, the tree was heavily affected by it, and in order to save the tree, Zoroark put his aura into Mew, and the tree was restored. This came at a cost. Zoroark's life.
So, yeah, Zoroark didn't abandon the kingdom after all. How does Lucario take this? Yeah, I thought so.
So Ash and Lucario decided to do what Zoroark did all those centuries ago, and it works. But at the last minute, Lucario shoves Ash away from him, and Mew finishes the process.
Why did you do that?
Ash, let's face it. The riders are too scared to tell a story without you as the lead. There's no way they'll kill you off like this. Plus, character development and all that.
Character what?
I hope you lose to Eladios in the Sinnoh League.
So before Lucario dies, he activates one more time flower, and we find out that Sir Aaron sealed Lucario up because he knew that Lucario would follow him no matter what, and then he says that Lucario was not a servant, but a partner and friend. How does Lucario handle this?
That was so goddamn corny.
But jokes aside, this is a pretty sad scene. It's not only the third time a Pokemon has died and never came back, but unlike Latios' death, I feel like this death was much more effective because we got more time to understand / connect with Lucario. As such, seeing him go and how he ends up dying, I feel is a much more effective way to bring out tears than, say, earlier on when Ash was absorbed in those red blobs.
I agree. This scene always brings a tear to my eye because it's not only my favorite Pokemon dying, but it's a character that got development. A character that was pretty well written for a Pokemon film. And a character with layers to him. Heck, sometimes I could feel like I was right there when it all happened. That's how powerful this scene felt to me.
Do I need to reuse my cuckoo clock gag?
Do I need to hit you over the head?
Fair enough. So Lucario finally passes on, which also causes Aaron's crystal to disappear, and then they leave. Kit explains that she won't publish her findings since she doesn't want the tree to be ruined by tourists, even though the journey to the tree is not worth it, frankly. And then Ash states that he won't forget Lucario by stating that Lucario's aura will always be with him. Which is why in the next movie, he completely forgets about it. So yeah, the end, roll credits. Overall, I think the story is pretty solid. While it does have a couple nitpicks, like the fight with Lucario and Ash and the whole Reggie's being wasted thing, I do like the twists and turns this film takes, and I do like the character development for Lucario and Ash.
I agree, though I would have liked a happier ending. Sorry, but Lucario dying is pretty depressing.
Pretty depressing? Oh, you'd hate Wolf Children's ending then.
Says the guy who hates Spirited Away. Whatever. Speaking of characters, we think that they are also solid, with Lucario being my favorite character. He has an interesting personality, a pretty good character arc where he goes from hating humans to caring about them. He has great moments with the other characters, such as the whole chocolate scene with Max, and he has layers to his character, which is something you don't really see with these films. Heck, this movie is one of the reasons I love Lucario as a Pokemon. He's that good!
As for me, I think Ash was pretty decent in this film, and I do like his chemistry with Lucario. I think May, Max, and Brock were meh, just wish they could have done a lot more. I like Kid's character. Team Rocket was also pretty funny in this film, though they didn't really do much. Frankly, the only characters I didn't like in this film was Mew and the Reggies. The Reggies, because they're nothing more than a defense system against intruders, despite the fact that the tree already has a defense system, making their presence kind of worthless. And I don't like Mew because aside from it not doing much, it's pretty simple personality-wise. Now I understand why. It's basically a fetus Pokemon. But in the same film that has characters like Lucario, Ash, and Kid, I kinda expected more from Mew's character. I don't know, maybe I was expecting too much of this character, but I didn't really like Mew in this film. Now as for animation, holy crap, this looks friggin' good.
I know, right? The coloring is very warm and appealing to the eyes, the backgrounds are well detailed for the most part. The effects look good, the character's motive looks good, the lighting is well done, and even the CGI in this film looks good.
I agree. It looked like genuine time and effort was put into the CGI, and I can appreciate that. Now, it finally looks on par with the first Shrek movie.
Wait, that came out in 2001.
Yes, I know.
Well then. As for the music, oh man, this music is fantastic. The opening song, the background pieces are very fitting and great to listen to, and that ending song, We Will Meet Again, is such a great song.
As somebody who usually doesn't like the soundtracks in these films, I can safely say that this is probably one of my favorite soundtracks thus far. Well, with Pokemon Heroes as a close second. Much better than Destiny Deoxys, but I think it's time we wrap this up. Overall, this film is really good. With a great soundtrack, solid story, good characters, and great animation, I highly recommend this film to any Pokemon fan.
Absolutely, this film is very good, and if you want to see why some people like Lucario, you might want to give this film a shot.
So that concludes this review. Thank you all for watching, and next time we meet, I'll be dethroning the Prince of the Sea in Pokemon Ranger in the Temple of the Sea. See you then. Pokemon Ranger in the Temple of the Sea. Released a year after Lucario's film, this final installment of the Home and Tetralogy is a film that has an interesting place in my heart. For those who recall my top 15, I put this movie at number 2 on my list. When I rewatched it last year, I mentioned that I hated it. So now that I've seen it again, is my opinion similar to the one in that list? Or similar to the one from last year? Let's find out.
The film begins with the World of Pokemon recap, as usual. Since there's nothing interesting that happens in this recap, let's cut straight to the prologue, where we get introduced to our main villain of this picture, Captain Phantom.
So what does this captain want? Mysterious egg in the ocean. Why? Treasure reasons. Yes, it is that goddamn cliche.
But at least he has that hammy voice.
A shitty voice, but I digress. So he gets the egg and is about to grab it, but then one of the pirates steals it, revealing himself to be Jack, a Pokemon Ranger.
So after a few comedic bits, Jack uses his capture styler, which basically allows Jack to utilize a Pokemon for a short period of time on a Mantine to get away from the Phantom. Then we cut over to Ash's group traveling through a hot area with no water.
Yeah, so it's not like they have water types to use rain dance on their creative fountain to refill their thermos.
But David, there's a perfectly logical explanation as to why they don't just use their water types.
Oh, really? What is it?
Hey look! Balls of water!
Dick. Anyways, after that, we get introduced to Elizabeth and her family, who also perform a circus show with their water Pokemon. Oh, and Jack is there too. He's the clown. So after Ash and his group rehydrate themselves, we also see another Gen 4 Pokemon, Weasel, who then proceeds to go to the top of a bunk bed and activate a button on the canister, revealing the same egg as we saw in the prologue. But since we haven't gotten the montage intro yet, Elizabeth's father turns the canister off and treats our heroes to a free show. As for the music used in the intro, it's surprisingly not Battle Frontier's theme. Instead, it's tropical music. Really good tropical music, too.
I agree. This music is really well done and really fits this film well.
After the show, May notices Weasel leaving with the egg and walks over to his location while Team Rocket is on the rooftops before Jack takes the egg and gives it to Elizabeth. Oh, and the gang is given a free ride to the next town since the area has a mountain region. You know, why not just give them the egg while you're at it? Because holy crap, these guys are really generous to a bunch of people they just met.
After that, Team Rocket looks at a Team Rocket magazine. Wait, why is that a thing? And James locates the page with the egg on it. That's not the only thing on that page. Captain Phantom is also on that page. So Team Rocket decides to follow Ash's group so that they can get the egg for themselves. And then we cut to later that night.
So while everyone is asleep, Weasel decides to press the button on the container again, because that worked out so well last time, and bears witness to the egg once again. But this time, it's nighttime, so the moonlight comes through it and the egg begins to glow. One dream sequence with May swimming in there seeing Manphy as well as this large temple later, we got to the next day. As everyone eats their breakfast, May tells the others about the dream she had, and Elizabeth/Minamo admit to having the same dream, explaining that it's related to a legend. But while that's going on, Team Rocket sneaks into the trailer and tries to take the egg, but the egg glows and then uses Heart Swap on them.
But despite that, Team Rocket attempts to make a run for it once they are spotted by our heroes. But they are stopped by Jack, who then pulls out his capture styler, uses it on a Fearow, and gets the egg back. But this doesn't last long as Phantom and his crew show up in helicopters.
So Ash's group decides to split up to prevent Phantom from getting the egg, and after a few comedic gags, we see the egg beginning to hatch, while it's in May's arms. So after everyone tries to get the egg from May, the egg completely hatches, revealing the Gen 4 legendary Pokemon, Manaphy. But this moment of surprise and awesomeness is quickly interrupted because, you know, we still have a bad guy to deal with. So Ash and the others make it back to the trailer and drive off.
Some of Phantom's crew tries to stop the trailer using the tech on the helicopter, but they just move to the front of the vehicle and detach the back.
So we then cut over to some ruins, where Team Rocket ended up. They discuss what happened to them after the whole heart swap ordeal. However, this discussion doesn't last long, because once Ash's group pulls up to the ruins, they decide to try and work with the Phantom, so that they can steal the egg at a later point.
But speaking of the ruins, I should probably touch on why May could see Manaphy in her dreams, since it's relevant to what's coming up in this film. So, why can May see Manaphy in her dreams as well as the Sea Temple? She's a descendant of the people of the water, and so are Elizabeth's family. So, wait, wouldn't that also include Max, since May and him are siblings? That's one thing that bugs me about this concept. Max doesn't really do much in this film that's important. Most of the focus is on May and Manaphy, sort of. We'll get to that in a bit. But why not throw Max a bone too? Hell, you could have maybe developed the sibling bond between May and Max, since there wasn't really much development with that in the series. Hell, I don't even like Max in these films, but is this really the better alternative? Not really giving much to do?
Well then. So Ash and the group head deeper into the ruins, with Phantom not too far behind, until they arrive at a mural, where Elizabeth's grandfather, Ship, exposits about the Ocean Temple, or Sea Temple, as my literate partner said earlier.
Dick.
The Ocean Temple was named Samaya, and this was where water Pokemon and the people of the water resided, as well as the King of the Sea. But eventually evil spirits invaded. The king used his powers to protect the temple, and it hasn't been seen since. However, once a Manaphy is born, the moon will glow red, and the temple will be visible for a short period of time. Oh, and Manaphy will also have a short time to return. Because sure, why not? So that he can become the Prince of the Sea. Ship states that his family and Jack will be the ones to return Manaphy to the Ocean Temple.
We then cut over to the port town, where Ship comes in and his family gets on board as well as Jack, and they leave with Manaphy, leaving Ash's group behind. But since this isn't the end of the movie, and the movie is entitled Manaphy and the Temple of the Old People, Manaphy uses Heart Swap on Ash and Jack, and Ash's group is eventually led on board.
So for the next little bit, we get subjected to what is essentially a montage of May and Manaphy bonding, or doing things together, while the other characters have fun and not add much to the plot.
And to be honest, this is really good. It doesn't overstay its welcome, I find. It creates the bond that it needs. It's pretty harmless in all honesty. Now sure, Jack isn't too happy about the bonding, because if Manaphy gets too close to May, he may not go back to Samia, but that's not really a big issue in the grand scheme of things. Besides, he does scummier shit later.
Wait. Are you starting to like this movie?
Do not misunderstand me. Just because I said one scene was good, doesn't mean this one was great to me. We got a ways to go.
Well, okay then. We also find out during this little montage/bonding session, Jack's reason for becoming a Pokemon Ranger. To sum it up, when he was about Ash's age, he got caught in a blizzard in his homeland, and while he was freezing in a cave, the Pokemon inside warmed him up. After that, he grew interested in Pokemon life, and wanted to defend them. In all honesty, I like this backstory. It gives us more to Jack's character than just him doing cool things. And it's nice just to see a backstory for these films, because we don't really see that for some of the protagonists.
I agree. It's something that the films don't really do for some of the protagonists, mainly the later films, and I applaud the writers for giving it to Jack in this film. It certainly makes him more interesting than most of the other characters in this shit. Too bad after this scene, though, he acts like a massive dick when he tells Ash that Manaphy being all cuddly with May isn't good, since he's supposed to be the prince and is supposed to act like a leader, even though he was literally born a few days ago. You moron. And as a result of this dickishness, May snapped at him for a bit before going off to cry. I would have slapped him for that, but to each their own.
Okay, hold on. He has a point. How is Manaphy going to act like a leader if he acts similar to how he acts when around May?
Based on this scene, pretty well. Plus, you know, he's still a kid. So, yeah, Jack, you're a dick and you're proven wrong. So after that, we then cut over to Phantom, who has tracked down the location of Ship's boat. So what does he decide to do? Wait for Jackie and the others to reveal the location of the Ocean Temple. Speaking of, we finally find it after a pointless detour of Manaphy getting May's bandana back after the wind took it. But as they head inside, Phantom's group pursues them, and Jack notices this, diving into the water and capturing a Mantike to speed up the process of getting to the Sea Temple and stopping Phantom.
Back in the temple, however, the gang arrives at a dead end with a small obelisk nearby that has ancient text written into it, and they are pretty much stuck. So Phantom comes in, states that he can read it, and he does so, opening the gate, so everyone else follows Phantom for a bit until they arrive at what is assumed to be the throne room. and Phantom explains that he wants the crystals. So once Phantom takes one of the crystals, despite Manaphy's protests, the temple begins to fall apart as water fills the room, and the temple begins to destabilize. So because Phantom took one of the crystals, and because there's apparently no time, our heroes leave the room.
Yeah, we know that we came here to return Manaphy to its proper home, but screw that. That could take like 2 minutes to pin Phantom down and put the crystals back in. No, let's have Jack be the intelligent one to go stop Phantom. Admittedly badass, but still stupid on our hero's end. So Jack is able to put some of the crystals back in, but during the fight, one of the crystals falls into the water, and the two of them are sucked into different canals, but do manage to escape the temple, as well as Team Rocket.
Thankfully, though, Ash and May head back into the treasure room and are able to put all the crystals back in, except for one that's in the water. But by this point, it's too late. The water has reached the platform, and they have to leave.
But before they reach their means of escape,
and after Ash finds the last crystal, he decides to put May, Manaphy, and Pikachu into one of the escape pods and goes back to the throne room.
So, let me get this straight. Despite this movie being mostly focused on May and Manaphy, it's Ash who saves the day.
Yep. Oh my. I in particular like this scene because it's Ash being awesome, and there's still that tension of Ash potentially dying.
Potentially dying! The writers are too goddamn scared to kill this character off. They're also too goddamn scared, clearly, to have someone else save the day, because if that wasn't the case, then why not have May save the day? She did have a large focus in this film, so what the hell?
Okay, that's it. I'm wrapping this up. Ash puts the final crystal into its original spot, the temple is saved, Phantom tries to capture Manaphy but is stopped by Ash, imbued with the power of the Ocean Temple, and then later, May and Manaphy say goodbye. The end. Roll credits. You cool now?
Yeah, seriously, screw that last act. Anyways, as a story, it's incredibly meh, in my opinion. I already bitched about the whole People of the Sea bit earlier, so I won't repeat it, but there's not really many twists and turns in the story that makes the story interesting. It's literally just going from point A to point B with the villain fight at the end. There's not much character development in this film either, with the exception of Jack's backstory and the bonding with May and Manaphy.
I disagree. I think the story is pretty good. The writers did a good job making the viewer feel for May and Manaphy's relationship. The ending brought a tear to my eye because of how emotional it was, and it had heart to it. Heck, this film made me like Ash, who I usually never like. That must be good for something.
Another problem I have with this film is the villain, Captain Phantom. Oh my god, is this guy so cliché and bland. His literal goal is to get treasure. That's it. Why? Because he just wants money. No other reason. Just money. That is so goddamn cliche, even for a kid's film. Not really much to this character that I like and or find interesting and or unique. Not even his voice or personality, which I find incredibly annoying. Hell, the pirate aspect was already done before back in the Orange Islands, so he's not even unique in the concept department. Oh, and recall what I said back in the Heroes review about the next villain being a pirate? I was freaking kidding when I said that. Jesus Christ.
Once again, I disagree. I think Phantom, despite being absolutely ridiculous, really meshes well with the film's tropical and water themes. Plus, name one other pirate that's also similar to a cyborg. Ew. Well, can we at least agree that Jack and the whole Pokemon Ranger concept was cool?
Ranger concept? Yes. Jack? Not really. While I do like his backstory and actions in the first half of the film, his actions in the second half are where my positives towards this character go down the toilet. So no, I don't think Jack is great. He's not horrible, but I wouldn't call him great. As for the other characters, they're meh. Ash and May are okay, despite my rage earlier. Manaphy is decent, and I do admit that the bond between him and May was fine. I'm really glad Team Rocket actually got to do something in this film, and they were pretty funny. And the other characters were either bland, uninteresting, or hardly did anything. As for the animation, oh my god. I'm sorry, but I do not like the animation for most of this film. Sure, the coloring is fine at points, like the sunset and ocean scenes, but that's about it. Other times, it's pretty bland to look at, and it's not that appealing to the eye. But even though the coloring is fine, I can't say the same for the CGI. Remember how I said in my last review that I found the CGI quality in that film to be on par with the first Shrek? Well, this film's CGI at points looks on par with the original Final Fantasy VII from 1997. Even the CGI water looks bad. It looks more goddamn plastic than actual water at points. Yes, I know that these films are released yearly, but they've been using CGI for years now. There is no excuse for this shit, especially when they've shown they can do a good job with CGI.
Well then, can we at least agree that the music is good?
Yes, the film's soundtrack is great. It fits the tropical and/or ocean theme of the film very well, and has a nice variety of instruments and tones. It's very fitting for the scenes it's used in.
And it's the same soundtrack as the Japanese version, except for the opening and ending. Huh?
You're not supposed to be comparing the two versions.
Am I on medication or something? 'Cause I just heard you talk.
No, you're not seeing things.
Well then, and I assume the Greninja can talk too.
You act surprised.
Wow. Wow.
Yep. But I think we should wrap this up.
Indeed. Overall, I think this movie is fantastic. It's a great send-off to the Hoenn movies. It's very emotional, the soundtrack is great, and the characters are fantastic. Give this film a shot if you haven't already. Especially if you want to see a Bond as great as May and Manaphy.
I disagree with that opinion. While I do agree that the music is great and the Bond is also great at points, I find this film bogged down with a mediocre story, a terrible villain, terrible animation at multiple points in this film. It's just mediocre to me. Maybe I expected a little too much from the creators after seeing the Lucario film, but I didn't think this movie was that great. Not terrible, but not great. So that concludes this review. Thank you all for watching, and next time we meet, I'll be entering the Sinnoh Tetralogy with my review of the Rise of Darkrai. See you then.
So like the previous films, we get a World of Pokemon recap. Nothing of substance here, so let's move on. Wait, aren't you also dead, Lucario?
I guess we have the ability to reincarnate ourselves. Want to test that theory?
Both of you, corner now! So after that recap, we get introduced to two Gen 4 legendary Pokemon, Palkia and Dialga, engaging in the most serious of fights. A staring contest! You blink.
Damn it, die, Dialga!
So they fight for a bit, and then we cut over to the Pokemon world where a man named Tonio is reading a book about time and space before the effects of Dialga and Palkia's fight begin to kick in, causing his house to shake and an hourglass to shatter.
Oh, damn it! Now how am I going to play Pictionary?
And speaking of breaking, during the fight, one of Palkia's gems cracks after getting hit by a Dialga's Roar of Time. You know, for a deity of space, you have really fragile gems, Palkia. And no, this cracked gem doesn't really do much to Palkia's power. It can still use its powers and attacks just fine. The only reason I can guess as to why it's cracked is so that Palkia could try to escape to Alamos Town later? Maybe? Speaking of which, Ash, Brock, and Ash's Gen 4 companion Dawn arrive in Alamos Town after getting a ride from a character named Alice, and she decides to give him a tour of the place after the effects of Dialga and Palkia's fight got some nasty turbulence for them. So as they go on the tour, they run into three trainers who have the final evolutions of the starters Ash and Dawn have, Empoleon and Torterra, and we have our obligatory opening montage. Well, it's good they're fighting these guys and not me, because if that was the case, all I'd need to do is have Touch use Force Palm on Empoleon as well as Thunder Punch to finish the job, Ice Punch on Torterra, and then have Greninja finish off Infernape.
Well, if we had the Lucario now, it could end the fight quicker.
Yeah. So after the fight, Ash's group goes to a garden located somewhere in the city, and after some scenes with their Pokemon interacting with the ones in the garden, as well as a relevant scene where Alice plays a song on a leaf that'll be used a lot as the film goes on, a Gallade pops out and leads them to an area where a few pillars were destroyed by what looked like a Pokemon, but none of them know what it is. Then we get introduced to our sort of antagonist to this film, Baron Alberto, who blames this on Darkrai, another Gen 4 legendary Pokemon. So Baron releases his Licky Licky and uses Hyper Beam on some bushes, thinking it's Darkrai, but it's revealed to be Tonio in the bushes, and he's not too happy about it. So Tonio shows Alice the readings he recorded around the time of Dialga and Palkia's fight, and then proceeds to study the pillars carefully. That is, before a poorly animated piece of debris falls on his head. Baron then tries to show his love for Alice by calling her his future wife, but Alice rejects him, causing Brock and Tonio to show signs of relief. So Palkia and Dialga fight again, because sure, why not? But after it ends, we see Darkrai for the first time in this film. So what does he do for an introduction? Tell them to go away and then uses Dark Void on those who try to attack him, including Ash. So for those who don't know, Darkrai basically puts the target to sleep. Darkrai has an ability that gives the people he uses this move on nightmares. We don't see Licky Licky's nightmare in this scene, but we do see Ash's, and it's genuinely creepy at points. Hell, if I saw this in my dreams, I'd be screaming, man, that looks like shit. So after Ash wakes up, Tonio says the time and space are going to be destroyed, and then runs off. We then cut over to Tonio's place, where he reads his great-grandpa's diary, and we get a flashback to long ago, where Alice's grandmother, Alicia, first met Darkrai after he caused a scare in the garden, and plays a song on her leaf, allowing the Pokemon to recover for some reason. Oh, and the song that plays is basically the same as the one Alice played later. See, I told you it'd be used a lot in this film. So after this, Team Rocket, who up to this point hasn't really done much, decides to help Alberto go after Darkrai. Over with our heroes, they decide to go into this really tall building and are amazed by the architecture. But as it turns out, Tonio's office/place is inside this building, and they find him asleep on the floor. After waking him up, he gives Alice a photo of Alicia and his great-grandfather, and she explains that the back of the picture is the music score for that song she played earlier in the garden named Erase
Raytheon. Vibug says I butchered that pronunciation. So they go up the tower. We find out that the top contains a music player with a little disc that can be inserted into it, and then plays one of the tracks before heading back down the tower. But by this point, Palkia tries to retreat from the fight by opening a portal, but ends up showing up in the dimension our heroes are located in, but is unable to pass through because the portal closes before Palkia could enter. But after that, Darkrai pops out again and basically kicks the asses of her heroes before disappearing into the ground. During the scene, he puts a lot of Pokemon to sleep, and their spirits are now roaming the town? What the hell? Also, Alberto gets transformed into Licky Licky. Okay, so after the fight ends, the three trainers from earlier in the film reveal that the entire town is covered in a mysterious fog, and now they can't leave. Okay, what the hell? When did Pokemon become Silent Hill? Are we gonna start seeing zombie Pokemon or something? In all seriousness, I like this bit. Sure, it doesn't really go anywhere in the grand scheme of things, but it does a good job setting up tension and suspense for the audience, and it did get me interested in what was going on.
But why, can't they just run through the fog?
Ash actually does try that, but ends up back in the town. So it seems like it was the work of a dimensional being. But Alberto doesn't think so, as he blames Darkrai for these events, even though all he's done so far is give them nightmares, and rallies the town to fight Darkrai. 'Cause sure, why not? It's not like dark's not evil's a thing. Thankfully, Alice and Tonio aren't idiots and think it was something else responsible for what is going on right now. We then get a flashback from Tonio where he tells the group that when he was a kid, he was walking down the road one day before he ran into a younger Alice who was on top of a cliff. As she was walking on said cliff, the area where she stood on broke apart and she fell off. Tonio tried to save her, but Darkrai came in and saved her from crashing into the ground. He then disappeared after putting her on the ground, just as Tonio ran over to see if she was okay, and Alice wakes up, hugging Tonio since she thought he saved her life. So this story convinces them that Darkrai isn't responsible, and they run off to confront him, while the other characters are currently beating the shit out of him. So Tonio realizes that these disturbances were caused by Palkia, and Ash comes to the realization that Darkrai was trying to warn them about Dialga and Palkia, but it's too late. Palkia arrives in their dimension and teleports the town into the unknown dimension. So Dialga shows up and tries to fight Palkia, but this results in everything going to shit. So in the climax, we see most of the characters doing something important, thank God, as they arrive at the tall building and realize that if they play Erasion, it should stop the fighting. Brock stops the meteors with his Pokemon, the trainers we saw earlier try to slow down the destruction of the city, hell, even Dawn helps save the day as she creates the stairs for Ash after some of them dissipate as a result of the fighting, and helps charge up the machine later to get Erasion play. This is good. It's nice to see a Pokemon film where it's not just Ash who's solely responsible for saving the day, but Ash and his allies as well. Also helps make the other characters more important in this film, which I think is an improvement over, say, the last Pokemon movie. But the fighting between the deities of time and space isn't stopping. It's actually worsening the conditions of the city, in fact, as more and more of the city dissipates into nothingness. Darkrai tries to stop the two, but ends up getting killed in the process after saving Alice's life, since she reminded him of Alicia.
Pokemon aren't meant to fight. Not like this.
Wow, that's actually fitting in this case. Shit. The Darkrai sacrifice was not in vain, as Ash and Dawn put the song in and activate the machine, playing Erasion for all to hear, and holy shit, this animation when the building transforms is gorgeous. Like, holy shit, this looks amazing. The coloring, the effects, the way it's animated, this shit looks amazing. Holy crap. Oh, if I wanted to be hyperbolic, I'd say I'd hang this shit on my wall. So this song stops the fighting, heals Palkia's gem, somehow, and all is good. But wait. What about the town? Well, after Ash tells off Palkia, Palkia agrees to return the town to normal and return it to its original dimension. After all that, the characters give a solemn farewell to Darkrai, but then it's revealed Darkrai survived. Wait, what? How did he survive? You know what? Whatever. The film ends with Alice and Tonio having a touching moment, and then close-up of Darkrai. The end. Roll credits. So overall, the story is pretty good for the most part. There's not a lot of plot holes or problems with it, save for Darkrai returning at the end and the Pokemon Spirit Spin not going anywhere, as well as the cliche, blame the thing that's later revealed to be the good guy shit seen in a lot of films before this one came out. But even with those problems, they're not as major as I thought they would be when looking at the story as a whole, and there's a lot of good to this film that outweighs the bad. I like that the characters got to do something important in the climax. I like the development for Darkrai. I like the bond between Alice and Tonio. I think they utilized the song into the story pretty well. It was overall pretty good story-wise. I also think the characters are pretty good for the most part. Sure, Alberto can be annoying at points, but he gets his comeuppance as the film goes on, though I do think Team Rocket is wasted here. Again, as they don't really do much in this film aside from basically recording Alberto trying to beat Darkrai. But aside from that, Tonio is solid, Alice is likable, and even the three trainers are pretty decent in this film, and I do like that they are useful in the climax when they try to stop the area from dissolving into the dimension. Hell, even though I don't like Dawn, I do have to give the film credit for making her relevant in the climax by being a key factor in saving the day. So, good job, film. You made me like Dawn, even for just one scene. I also love the animation in this film, and I'm not just talking about that scene I fanboyed over earlier. The rest of this film looks really good. The lighting is well done, the effects are good, the character models are good, the backgrounds are nice to look at, and even the CGI is good at points, save for some scenes like the poorly rendered Palkia or that piece of debris. As for the music, I also think this is really well done. They are very fitting for the scenes they're used in, has a nice variety of tones and instruments that make the songs stand out from one another. I loved Reshiram, despite it being used a lot, and I felt that each version of the song, such as the leaf whistle version, the piano version, and even the version used in that machine, were really well done pieces, and I felt that each version was better than the one that came before it. It is that good in my opinion. So, overall, I think the music is really good. But I think it's time I wrap this up. Overall, I think The Rise of Darkrai is a good movie, and a good start to the Sinnoh tetralogy. But will this last as the films go on? Well, only time will tell. Thank you all for watching, and next time we meet, we'll be entering the Distortion world in Giratina and the Sky Warrior. See you then.
Giratina and the Sky Warrior. Oh boy. When it comes to this film, the reception seems to be split down the middle. Some people like it, others hate it. Hell, back in that top 15, I put that film pretty low on the list and didn't have nice things to say about it. But by this point, my opinions on those movies have drastically changed since doing this show, so I think it's time I gave an updated opinion of it. So without any further delay, let's begin. After our obligatory World of Pokemon recap, our film begins with Dialga from the last film arriving at a lake. But Dialga isn't the only legendary at that lake. A little hedgehog with a flower is also there. This is Shaman, one of the final 3 legendaries in the Sinnoh Pokedex. And also one of the forgettable ones, but I digress. So after we get introduced to them, we also get introduced to Giratina, another Gen 4 legendary, as he grabs onto Dialga and shoves him into the Distortion world. It's the reverse world. Guys, they're basically the same thing. Both are Giratina's domain, both serve as the balance of the real world. They're basically the same thing. As such, I'm going to call it Distortion World for the rest of the review because, honestly, that's what it is to me. But introductions aren't done yet, it seems, as we also get introduced to Zero, our antagonist for this film, observing Giratina's actions. As for Shaman, she gets dragged into Giratina's world accidentally and gets thrown around like a ragdoll while the two deities fight. While that's going on, we get introduced to another character, Newton Graceland and Shieldon, as they observe the fighting. Speaking of which, while that fight's going on, poisonous clouds appear in the world, and Shaman accidentally absorbs one using its abilities. But once that is done, it uses Seed Flare to open up a portal to the real world and escapes. Dialga notices this, and after a failed attempt, thanks to Giratina, it's able to escape through said portal and put Giratina in a time loop so that he can't follow him. So after all that shit, we get introduced to Ash's group eating their breakfast. Or rather, preparing to eat their breakfast, because before they could even sit down, Shaman, who after escaping the Distortion world was sent downstream thanks to River, shows up and eats their pancakes. Wow, I hate this character already, and we're not even 20 minutes into the film. Good job! Speaking of, Shaman decides to be an even bigger dick by shaking a sturdy body around Ash's group, biting Ash and some of their Pokemon, knocking over their barbecue, absorbing the fumes, and then using Seed Flare, hurting them in the process. Thankfully, they call Shaman out on this, except for Dom, but whatever. But Shaman still acts like a little shit and tells him to take her to that place. Yeah, this character loves to be vague as hell at points. Since this shit goes on for far longer than it needs to be, I'll address it now to save a lot of time. That place is at the top of the mountain near the area Ash's group is currently in. It has Gracidia flowers, the item transforms Shaman into its sky form, and Shaman needs to get there so that it can basically fly with the rest of its kind. That's the gist of it. So on their way to the mountain, they come across a garden with triangle-shaped statues. As they make their way through said garden, however, one of the statues creates a portal into the Distortion world, and all of them, except Brock, are sucked in. Oh, and so is Team Rocket, but they hardly do a lot in this film. Again. Seriously, movies, why are you even adding these guys into the film if you're not going to do much with them? Even comedy-wise, this film's source of comedy doesn't even come from them. It's mostly from Shaman, for better or worse. So again, what is the point of including them? So inside of the Distortion world, we get to see a lot of interesting elements this film has in animated form, such as the changing gravity, the different designs of the buildings when compared to the ones in the main world. The coloring is a lot different. It looks like a pretty interesting world to be in if you ignore that giant freaking dragon that may or may not eat you. But speaking of fascination, Newton shows back up and helps our heroes in finding a way out of this dimension. On the way to the portal, however, Newton reveals that he is a scientist, and even explains that the poisonous clouds we saw in the beginning are the after effects of Dialga and Palkia's battle in the last movie, causing time and space to be distorted. Oh, so basically Shaman was absorbing distortion? Huh.
Fascinating. Anyways, Ash's group manages to escape the distortion world, but as they explain what happened to Brock, Zero overhears this and heads over to their location, realizing that Giratina wants Shaman's power. So Ash's group gets on a train, and during the ride, they run into a group that has some of the flowers Shaman is looking for, and transforms into its sky form. So after the transformation, Zero's army of Magnemites attack the train, but Ash's group disperses them with ease. Once they get off the train, they get on a boat to finish the journey. Meanwhile with Zero, he is currently watching a video from when he and Newton were exploring the distortion world. Oh, right, I haven't talked about Zero's plan yet, have I? Well, basically, he wants to take over the distortion world. What? Not on the bitch about how cliche it is? As tempting as it is, no. This character left so little of an impression on me that I couldn't even care much about what his plans are. Which may actually be worse than bitching about how cliche it is, because he's the villain in all this. He's supposed to make an impression on the audience. So after all this goes down, Giratina shows up again and sucks them into the distortion world. Zero decides to follow them into the portal and eventually captures our heroes using his Magnemites. Also, Shaman reverted back to its original form because, as the film states, if Shaman touches ice or the sun is gone, it'll cancel out the sky form.
How convenient.
So Newton reveals that Zero used to be his colleague, and then Giratina charges at the group, trying to get Shaman. But then Shaman uses Seed Flare, allowing all of them to escape. Newton then explains to Shaman that he thinks the reason Giratina was after it was because its Seed Flare could return Giratina's ability to travel between the two worlds. So yeah, Giratina wasn't really evil after all. Why did that sound familiar? But after that scene, Zero captures Giratina using a weapon on his ship, and begins draining its energy in order for him to access the distortion world. It is then revealed that Newton created that machine, but eventually deleted the blueprints for it because he realized it could kill Giratina. So how is Zero using this machine, you may ask? Well, according to Newton, Zero never forgot about it. Huh, so he has a photographic memory then. Interesting. So after Zero hops onto his machine, while leaving his freaking hover device behind, Ash's group takes advantage of Zero's stupidity by using it to get up to his ship. So Ash's group battles Zero's Pokemon while Newton goes into the ship to shut down the capture program, and they eventually succeed in freeing Giratina. Though Newton had to shut down the power and the engines of the ship to do it. Whoops. But at this point, Giratina is almost dead. So what do? Well, Shaman decides to use aromatherapy on Giratina, and it worked, surprisingly. Giratina thanks Ash and his group for saving him. Shaman is no longer afraid of Giratina. All seems good, right? Well, Zero, deciding to not give up, opens a portal into the distortion world. Oh, for the love of... Are you serious right now? You just basically had the climax. Zero got defeated by the good guys. Giratina is free and doesn't hate our heroes. Shaman is at the location where it needs to be, and it isn't scared of Giratina. It's over! So I have the equivalent of another climax where they have to stop Zero again! Especially when all that's different here is that Giratina gets to beat Zero, and the rest of our heroes have to stop an iceberg with Regigigas' help. A legendary Pokemon, I might add, that wasn't even mentioned up until this point in the film. Hell, in both climaxes, Ash and his supporting characters helped out in saving the day, so it can't be to make them relevant. So because this part is a waste of time, I'm ending it here. Overall, as a story, it's okay. I like that they at least attempted to tie in the events of the last movie to this one, since, after all, this is supposed to be part of a trilogy. Now, granted, Dialga pretty much screws off after the first act, but still, nice to see them attempting to have the two films together. I like the connection between Newton and Zero. I like that the other characters got to be useful in the final act, similar to Rise of Darkrai. However, I did not like the final part of this film since it felt really pointless, and I didn't like how they essentially reused the whole dark menacing guy wasn't really the bad guy shtick from the last movie. Granted, it's not the worst story I've seen in these movies thus far. I'd gladly take this over Destiny Deoxys' shit story any day, but it's just okay. As for the characters, they're also just okay. Giratina was harmless, and he served his purpose when the plot needed to. Zero was really forgettable as a villain, so much to the point that I couldn't even care about his plans, largely because while watching this film, no matter what he did, whether it be his actions, his plans, or even his voice, I wasn't interested one bit. So if I'm not interested in this character, why should I care about him or his plans? Hell, before rewatching this film again, I completely forgot about this character's existence. Yet, I can still remember other villains from earlier in the films and later in these movies. That's how bad he is to me as a villain. I already bitched about Team Rocket earlier on, so I won't repeat myself when it comes to them. I thought Newton was okay, I thought Ash's group was okay at best, and I like that they at least did something in the finale. And then we have Shaman. When it comes to Shaman's landform, I hated her a lot. I hate her "I'm better than everyone else and they should do whatever I say" personality that comes out at points. She's annoying as all hell. I hate how she treats the other characters in this movie, especially especially with Ash. I did not like her landform one bit. I know some may throw out the defense that at least it's different than the other films where the legendaries are uber nice and cute, and to be fair, they're right. But here's the thing. If I find a legendary too cutesy and bland, like Mew, I will complain. If I find a legendary to be a gigantic dick, I will complain about that as well. Just because you swap out one extreme for another extreme, it does not make the problem go away. Because an extreme, regardless of if it's too nice or mean, is still there. The only thing I really liked about the landform of this character was when it got called out by the other characters. That's really about it. As for its sky form, it's a little better in terms of personality and the interactions with other characters, but that's about it. In terms of the sky form, it's fine. I'm okay with that character. But landform, not so much. So now that I've complained about the characters and story, is there anything in this film that I like? Well, yes. The animation for this film is really good, and I really do like the music in this film. When it comes to the animation, I think they did a decent job of the character models as well as the CG. Granted, it's not as great as the previous one, but that's a pretty high bar to reach in terms of these movies. I think the coloring and backgrounds look good. I think the effects look good, especially in the distortion world. I think it really helps sell how different it is in comparison to the main Pokemon world. And as for the music, I think it does a good job with being fitting for the scenes it's used for. I like the variety of tunes and instruments utilized, and they have a nice tempo and beat. So, good job, composers. But I think it's time I wrap this up. Overall, I think Giratina and the Sky Warrior is an okay movie. While I do take issue with the story at points as well as its characters, it still does a good job with the animation, the parts of the story that aren't a problem to me, the soundtrack, etc. I still prefer Rise of Darkrai over this because I feel that film does a better job with its story and characters, but this is still an okay movie, and it's a lot better than I initially said it was back in the top 15. So give it a shot. So that concludes this review. I'm the Mounty, and next time we meet, we'll be concluding the Diamond and Pearl trilogy with Arceus and the Jewel of Life. See you then. Arceus and the Jewel of Life. Final film in the quote-unquote Diamond and Pearl trilogy. This film was also split down the middle by the fans when it was first released in 2009. Some liked it, others hated it. As for me, well, this is another film that I never saw as a kid, and only saw thanks to my girlfriend when we watched it together for a movie night. So now that I've seen the film again, what do I think of it? Let's find out. After a World of Pokemon recap, we get introduced to the deity of Pokemon, Arceus, who is currently inside of his own dimension. Yes, folks, this is the deity of all Pokemon, the one who created everything. Needless to say, he's a pretty big deal, so there's no way they can screw him up. Anyways, inside of this dimension, Arceus is currently asleep. But after getting some flashbacks to events thousands of years ago where he was betrayed, he awakens from his slumber and goes apeshit.
After thousands of years of freedom by slumber, it's time to bring humanity to justice.
Kevin, Arceus has escaped. It's time to make our appearance known in these movies.
But speaking of humanity, we then cut over to Ash's group, who are on their way to Machina Town before deciding to take a break and relax in the river. After a weird watermelon scene, we get introduced to two characters to challenge them to a battle, and then cue opening montage. And to my surprise again, it's the theme from the current season of the anime. And to be honest, I like it. Lyrics are good, the melody's kind of fitting for the tone of the movie, it has that energy to keep the listener interested, it's a pretty good choice. So after the battle, Ash's group continues their journey towards Machina Town when Arceus decides to attack by opening up distortions all over the place and ruining the environment around them to try and kill the humans. So after that happens, two new characters show up and try and stop the distortion. Okay, I take that back. Only one of them tries to stop the distortion, the other guy does jack shit. This is Sheena, a descendant of Deimos. As for the other guy, well, he does nothing in this movie, so I'm not even going to bother saying his name. So Sheena shows up and uses some mysterious power to summon Dialga from his dimension to stop the distortion, and succeeds. But after that, Giratina shows up and tries to attack Dialga again, until Ash reminds him of the last movie, and he's like, okay. Sheena then uses her powers, which allows her to communicate with the Pokemon and connect with their heart, to make Giratina understand that Dialga has been misunderstood, and stop fighting him, and he returns to his dimension. Then Palkia shows up, and Sheena manages to stop the conflict between those two deities as well. Convenient. So after all that shit is resolved, Sheena explains to Ash's group that she saw the return of Alamos Town, the incident with Zero, etc., and then tells them that all the crap that happened in movie 10 where Dialga and Palkia met, which led to Darkrai's death, which led to near collapse of Alamos Town, which led to the distortion in the distortion world, which led to Zero's plan, which led to that movie, was all caused by Arceus, creating distortions which allowed Dialga and Palkia's dimensions to intersect with each other.
What an asshole!
Speaking of assholes, it's by this point that Arceus completely awakens and begins to head off to the human world. Back in the human world, however, Sheena explains the betrayal thousands of years ago, elaborating that the jewel was made up of Arceus' water, ground, grass, electric, and dragon plates at the cost of diminishing Arceus' life, and Arceus created it for Deimos because the land Deimos was in at the time was dying. How was it dying? Well, before Arceus met Deimos, an asteroid was heading for the planet. Arceus managed to destroy the asteroid, but the debris still hit the planet, and due to how much power it required, it caused Arceus to lose all its plates and crash into the ground. So Deimos managed to save its life by returning its place to him, but the area was still severely damaged. So Arceus creates the jewel to help Deimos save this area, but later says that he will need it back soon since the jewel is made up of his plates, which are a part of him, and for some reason he can't make new ones. So why did Deimos betray Arceus despite saving his village and or area? Well, according to Sheena, her ancestor believed that if it was returned to Arceus, the land Deimos lived in would revert back into a wasteland, and he didn't want that. So why didn't he just ask Arceus if this would revert the land to a wasteland if he gave him back the jewel? It's likely a simple answer given how the jewel is made by Arceus, and you don't have to kill Arceus for it. Well, at least Sheena didn't inherit Deimos' stupidity. Speaking of Sheena, though, her plan is to try and calm down Arceus by returning the Jewel of Life that she currently possesses. Too bad when Arceus shows up, though, it's revealed to be a fake, and he goes apeshit again. Thankfully, Dialga, and Giratina show up, but are no match for Arceus. So naturally, they send him to another time or dimension. Oh, who am I kidding? That would make sense for these guys. No, they just use attacks that Arceus easily nullifies. Deities of time, space, and distortion, everyone! So with the situation grim, Dialga sends Ash's group, as well as Sheena, back to the past to stop the betrayal. Yep, folks, we're doing the time travel shit again. Remember how well that worked in the 4th movie? Yeah, this isn't gonna be fun, is it? Nope! As we cut to the scene where Deimos betrays Arceus, something is clearly up with Deimos, as noted by its eyes and the request of Arceus coming inside, but Arceus still goes in anyway without questioning this. So as they walk towards the area, Deimos switches out the real jewel with a fake, then attacks Arceus and states it's a fake jewel. Arceus gets pissed naturally and destroys the shrine with judgment, and in the process, Deimos falls off, possibly to his death. Thankfully, though, Sheena and Ash's group is saved when Sheena tells Dialga to warp them further into the past, and does so, warping them a few hours before the betrayal. So after they get sent further in time, a red-haired man shows up. This man is known as Marcus, who's our antagonist for this film. So what does he do with his first real act on screen? Well, after Sheena attempts to warn him of the upcoming betrayal, he mind controls Ash's group with hypnosis from a Bronzong, and they can't move. Yeah, I would say this isn't how the movie's supposed to work, but even in the anime, they can't make up their minds on what hypnosis does, so yeah, screw it. So Ash's group is thrown in prison, where they meet Deimos, who is surprisingly not hypnotized yet. Then Ash decides to break a big rule of time travel by bringing in things from the future, in this case the Pokeball, and showing it to Deimos as he releases Monferno. Well, that should have altered the timeline. Or not, as we see nothing change in the timeline when we cut to present day. Gee, I sure hope this inconsistency doesn't become a problem in the movie. Over with Sheena, she's currently having a conversation with Marcus about the upcoming betrayal, and after he's made aware of the situation, he decides that it'll be Sheena who will deliver the jewel to Arceus. But before he gives her the scepter, he takes out the jewel, which should also alter the timeline since there'd be no fake jewel there, but okay, whatever. So Deimos tells a story about how he met Arceus, which I already covered, and we also see a spiky-eared Peachy doing stuff. His role's pretty minor in this film, so I won't talk about him much here, but all I will say about him is that he helps him escape from jail. So we cut to later that evening, where Arceus shows up, and we see Sheena getting ready to present the scepter and or jewel to Arceus. Naturally, since she was betrayed earlier in the film with a fake jewel, naturally she checks the scepter first, realizes that there is no jewel there, goes to Marcus and gets the jewel. You know what? I'm just going to chalk this up to Marcus being a good manipulator in that scene, because otherwise, I'm going to flip my lid that Sheena was dumb enough to fall for deception twice over a jewel, and you don't want to hear that. Besides, I have much bigger anger towards another problem in this movie, so let's just move on. Oh, and speaking of changes, another change that occurred in this timeline is that Marcus modified the plan to include silver water, or possibly concrete, it's hard to say, and now he is responsible for attacking Arceus this time instead of Deimos issuing the command. So Ash and his group arrives at the scene, including Deimos, and they reunite with Sheena for a bit before Ash goes off to fight Marcus. So they have a big action scene, while the silver water and Pokemon begins to take its toll on Arceus. Thankfully, Deimos and Sheena combine their powers to stop the Pokemon from attacking Arceus, and Marcus is stopped, but it's too late. Because of the missing plates, Arceus is dying from the constant bombardment. And as Marcus explains, if Arceus dies, the future that Ash and his friends came from will cease to exist, meaning that they will no longer exist. Hold up! Wait a freaking minute! If Arceus dies, erasing their future and or erasing the reason to go back into the past, wouldn't changing the events of the past, including the betrayal, also erase that future? Meaning that even if they succeeded, they would still be erased? Okay, this is my biggest problem with these time travel storylines in not only this movie, but most time travel stories that do not handle multiverse theories. Problem being, if they go back in time to change the past, the future where they exist, as well as the problem that caused them to go back in time in the first place, would no longer exist, giving them no reason to go back in time.
Now, the reason why I feel this time travel concept works better in a story with multiverse theory applied is because the person who's traveling back in time to change an event exists in another dimension, meaning that even if they make the change in one dimension, their own dimension is unaffected, meaning that the problem that caused them to go back in time in the first place would still be there. It wouldn't be erased. Yes, even X-Men Days of Future Past has multiverse theory applied to it, as the universe where that takes place that caused Wolverine, or Kitty, to travel back is in a different universe in comparison to the main universe X-Men takes place in. But when you take out the multiverse theory, once it's changed, the reason to cause that person to go back in time will also be changed, which would cause much more problems to the timeline than simply leaving it alone.
So if Marcus didn't kill Arceus here and the betrayal was stopped, Ash's group would have likely still been erased because the future where Arceus attacked them would not exist anymore since he wasn't betrayed, meaning that there would be no reason to be asleep for a long time, meaning that there wouldn't be any reason to attack humanity, meaning there wouldn't be any reason to go back in time. There's a reason why time travel is such a fragile concept. When you fail to establish rules or be careful with it, it is so easy to mess up. And we're not even done yet. So Deimos and Sheena try to help Arceus, but then Sheena gets blown back, and it's up to Deimos to save Arceus by opening up its heart. So Deimos manages to open up Arceus' heart before he dies. Ash gives Arceus the Jewel of Life, and Arceus is saved. Great! So now that everything's all wrapped up, and Ash's group is returned back to the main timeline, even though they should be erased, the film is over, right? Nope! Back in the present day, Arceus defeated the deities and is still pissed. Excuse me for a second.
Ahsoka, you're still there, right? Oh, right.
Ash reminds Arceus of the past, and then he somehow remembers the changed events, and the rest of the world catches up with the changed timeline. We then see that despite returning the jewel to Arceus, Machina Town flourished thanks to the efforts of Deimos and his tribe devoting their lives to keep Machina Town beautiful, further proving that Deimos should have just asked Arceus if it would revert to the land of normal if he gave it back! And everything is all good. The end. Roll credits. So what did I think of the story? Well, I think it was okay. I like how they tied the previous two films together, even if Palkia and Giratina are shut to the side once our heroes go back in time. I like the backstory with Arceus and Deimos before the betrayal. My biggest problem with the story, frankly, is the time travel elements. However, since most of the movie is set in the past and centered around the concept of past actions affecting the future, sometimes the film can't even make up its mind of what events in the past changed, but whatever the fuck. The story takes a massive hit because of that. It's still an okay story, and if you can ignore the time travel elements, you'll likely either enjoy the story or find it okay like I did. As for the characters, they're a mixed bag for me. Kevin, the person who was with Sheena earlier in the film, was a fucking waste in this movie. He didn't do much, and he was pretty much forgotten about it once they went back in time. Team Rocket was wasted again, as they didn't do much, and I didn't get a laugh at their antics. Sheena was okay, and despite not being successful a lot with it, I did like the power Sheena displayed. I thought it was a pretty neat concept for this film. As for Ash's group, they were passable in this movie, didn't really hate them that much in this movie, and I liked that they got to do something in the climax, and it wasn't just Ash who saved the day. As for the villain, I actually liked him a bit. His reason for doing all this shit was solid, since unlike prior films, he's just trying to keep the land he's living in from dying again, which would also leave devastating effects for the rest of his tribe/village, and he's able to manipulate others into doing what he wants pretty well, whether it be through charisma or by force, as evidenced with his Bronze Song. So yeah, I actually liked Marcus as an antagonist. But that's it for the characters. As for the music, I thought it was good and very fitting for the scenes it was used for, and for the period they were in once they traveled back in time. And I also felt that the animation was pretty good. But I think it's time I wrap this up. Overall, Arceus and the Jewel of Life is an okay film, but considering this was the end of the Diamond and Pearl trilogy, quote-unquote, I kind of wanted more, and I was kind of disappointed with what I got. But ignoring my own personal bias, I'd still recommend this film. Is it better than the last movie? No, but it is a lot better than some of the crap I previously covered. But, as it stands, this is probably the weakest in the Sinnoh tetralogy, in my opinion. So that concludes this review. I'm the Mounty. Next time we meet, I'll be covering the final Sinnoh film, Zoroark, Master of Illusions. It's been 3 years since I last talked about this movie, and now I have the chance to give it a proper review. Is it as bad as I originally stated? Is it worse? Well, I guess I'll find out soon enough. Thank you all for watching, and have a great day.
Zoroark, Master of Illusions. At long last, I finally get to talk about you. So for those who don't know, way back in 2012, I talked about this movie for a bit in my abysmal top 5 Pokemon generations list. Yeah, that was pretty bad. Then, in 2013, I did a top 15 Pokemon movies list, where I put this film at the bottom and proceeded to bitch up a storm about it. And much like that top 5, a lot of people hated that list, myself included. But it's been 3 years since I last talked about this movie. So have my opinions changed now that I'm older and have rewatched the previous 12 films? Well, let's find out. Our film opens up with the usual World of Pokemon recap that we've seen since movie 4 before cutting to a sport that only Pokemon play. This, my friends, is known as Soccer, and yes, that is seriously how they pronounce it in this film. Basically, think soccer, but only for Pokemon, a lot more complex than it needs to be, and the goal is a floating pyramid instead of a net.
Wow, that sounds pretty cool, actually. So is this film's plot going to revolve around this Boca thing? Will we see Ash's group compete in this?
Nope! It only exists as a reason to get Ash's group to Crown City, since that town will be the next location Bakra will be played at, and they really want to watch said match up close.
Well, that's disappointing.
So why do they want to see the match up close? Well, that's because one of the teams that will be competing at Crown City has the 3 legendary dogs on said team. And to demonstrate their threat level, they score a point pretty quickly with their excellent teamwork. So who's the man who's got these 3 dogs? Well, say hello to Kodai. We then cut over to a large aircraft carrier where we get introduced to 2 Generation 5 Pokemon, Zoroark and son Zoroark, who was in Zoroark's fur. But before we can see them interact any further, a door opens up, revealing the 3 legendary dogs, and then cue fight scene! While this is going on though, Kodai and his assistant, named Rowena, are in a chamber above the Pokemon, observing the fight. We also find out during the scene that the 3 dogs Kodai has are nothing more than projections, and we also get introduced to Zoroark's ability, which creates illusions, which Kodai and Rowena are able to see through thanks to special tech they wear. But before the fight can continue, Kodai's bodyguard, who's named Dagoon, subtle, tells him that they are arriving in Crown City, and Kodai decides to stop the fight. But after dispelling the projections, Kodai decides to be a dick and uses a Ninjas to capture the Zorua, which severely pisses off Zoroark, but Kodai paralyzes her so that she can't do shit to save her son. But as Zoro is being taken away to a prison-like area, he breaks free of Ninjask's grasp, but eventually falls out of the ship when trying to escape. But instead of becoming a Zorua pancake, he manages to transform into a Skiploom and land safely on the ground. But Kodai surprisingly isn't that bothered over losing Zorua. Why? Well, because Zoroark still thinks her son was captured, and he can use that as leverage to make Zoroark do what he wants. Speaking of Zorua, though, after landing on the ground, he bumps into a Vigoroth, and this causes the Vigoroth and the rest of his group to get pissed at him, and this leads into a chase scene. This eventually gets to a point where Zorua is about to fall off a cliff, but then Ash's group shows up and tells him to stop bullying the Zorua. By calling out Ash's Infernape and Don's Mamoswine, 2 Pokemon who are not only in their final stage, but are also much stronger than the Vigoroths. Okay. So after that scene, we find out that Zorua has telepathy and wants to head to Crown City so that it can save its Mima, and Ash's group decides to help him since they are also heading to Crown City. We then cut to the next day, where Kodai blackmails Zoroark into attacking the city, and she does so, creating a mass panic in the city.
But wait a minute, these are just illusions. Won't people figure it out pretty quickly, making Kodai's plan fall apart at the seams?
Well, Toucher, Kodai's one step ahead on this, as he edits the footage to show that certain things in the city were destroyed when they weren't, and airs this on television, creating a mass evacuation from the main area and allowing Kodai to have the city all to himself.
That's why.
Because it's all a part of his plan. You see, folks, Kodai's plan in this film is to find a ripple in time that is located somewhere in the city and then use his technology to steal his power for himself. Why? Well, Kodai has a special ability that he got 20 years ago that allows him to see into the future, and now it's beginning to degrade. So in order to fix that issue, he needs more time energy.
Okay. But this incident also got the attention of Crown City's guardians, and they head off to confront the threat. What are you, Zackrites? You'll see why shortly.
So with the city blocked off by authorities, Ash's group is unable to enter the city. That is, until a man by the name of Carl shows up to help them. So why does he want to help them? Well, he's currently investigating Kodai and wants to know his secrets, so having some help could help him find said secrets a lot easier than if he were to go it alone. So Carl leads them into the main city thanks to an underground shortcut, and they quickly discover that the damaged areas they saw earlier were completely unharmed.
Also, Zoroark's recaptured, but, that's not really important in the grand scheme of things. What is important, however, is that we find out from Carl about an incident 20 years ago that destroyed almost all the trees and flowers in Crown City, and that Crown City has the 3 legendary dogs as guardian protectors that helped out the city in ancient times. Okay, I think now is the time to talk about this incident. It's one of the more infamous moments from my top 15, and now it's time I address it. 20 years ago, Kodai came to Crown City looking for a time ripple, which was created by Celebi coming from the future, and this time ripple collects the energy necessary for Celebi to travel in time while it interacts in the past. One night, however, Kodai attacked Celebi and used a machine to take all the time energy in the ripple for himself, and he succeeded. But this resulted in almost all the trees and flowers in Crown City dying. So what do I think of this now? Does this still bug me as much as it did 3 years ago? Well, no. It's connected to Celebi, it gives Celebi the power to time travel, so fine. If it has this effect that it kills off only the trees, then fine. Whatever. That's all I gotta say about that whole thing. Doesn't bother me anymore. I'll accept it. Fine. Besides, the Guardians probably saved the city when it was affected anyway, so let's move on.
Hold the phone. Carl said there was an incident in Crown City that took place 20 years ago, and then mentions how the Guardians helped out the city in ancient time. Why not have Carl say they helped out 20 years ago as well? Why have it be a different periods of time?
Maybe they did help out 20 years ago, but the writers forgot to write that in?
No, David. They never say in this film that the Guardians came to this city and rescued it after the incident that nearly wiped out all the trees and flowers. You know, trees that contain carbon dioxide, aka air, aka something that living things need to survive. That freaking tells me that they didn't even try to rescue the city after almost all the trees and flowers were completely eradicated. An essential part of life and a part of nature itself almost got completely destroyed, and all this film says about it is that the people and Pokemon in the town worked together to restore it and not the Guardians. They didn't come to rescue the city and its people after it happened? Are you serious? The only defense I could see is that there was nothing they could do since none of them had the power to restore trees, but even then, Thought still paints a terrible picture of these three as Guardians because they didn't even try to help. As an example, they could have had Sweet use the rains and then to use Sunny Day to help speed up the process of repairing the trees or something. This is like having a bodyguard fail to protect the person they were supposed to protect, and then just leave them to repair their own injuries.
Toucher, the writers wouldn't do something like that. I'm sure the Guardians did try to help.
So why not state it then? This film says, clear as crystal, that they showed up in ancient times, and they make no mention of them helping out when it comes to events 20 years ago for the rest of the film. And as we're going to see later in this movie, they don't even try to stop the guy responsible for the event 20 years ago. They go after Zoroark and confront, not attack Kodai, long after Ash's group thwarts his plans. They failed as Guardians 20 years ago, they'll fail again in the present day since they didn't even stop Kodai. They suck at their jobs. The least they could have done is try to help the city during the event 20 years ago, but based on the dialogue from the film, they didn't even do that. Going back to the bodyguard example for a bit, if the bodyguard did try to help with patching up the injuries or getting the medical attention, yes, that bodyguard still failed to protect the person, but at least he tried to help them after the fact. These guys never stated, and that is disgusting.
Toucher, you're overreacting.
No, David, I am not. In fact, I'm surprised you're not complaining about this. You've seen heroes. You've seen Latios and Latians protect the city they're guarding. One of them even gave their lives to protect it. These guys didn't do shit, and you're not even pissed? Why?
Because I'm saving my opinions on these characters for after the story synopsis. It is not worth going in guns blazing now when I can talk about the roles and issues with their characters in much greater detail in the character section of this review. Calm your tits, save it for the fucking section, okay? Now then. So Kodai has a vision of Ash's group trying to stop him and orders his bodyguard to capture Ash's group while he continues searching for the time ripple. While this is going on, Celebi's just roaming around not doing much, and Rowena decides to look into Kodai's files. Yeah, Rowena's also investigating Kodai. Go figure. Eventually, Ash's group runs into two residents of the city, Joe and Tamara, who are Carl's grandparents, and they decide to chat for a bit, but then Zoroark chases after Zoroark again, and gets ambushed by a bunch of Pokemon who live in the city. Pikachu and Piplup try to defuse the situation, but fails miserably, and then Celebi shows up to fix it. Zoroark and Celebi, as well as Pikachu and Piplup, try to go find Zoroark, but despite Ash's group trying to find them, Ash's group gets captured and transported to the airship. That is, until Rowena frees them later on, and gives them the information she stole from Kodai, which includes information from the incident 20 years ago. Over with Zoroark's group, they're at the location where Kodai first stole Celebi's powers, still looking for Zoroark, but then Kodai shows up and tries to capture Celebi. Also, Zoroark gets his ass kicked. And with him calling out to his quote-unquote Mima, Zoroark breaks free of her prison and tries to save him. But then the three legendaries show up to fight Zoroark. Over with Zorua, it manages to regain consciousness while Kodai has its grips on Celebi and is able to free Celebi before Ash's group shows up with Rowena to try and stop Kodai. Over with Zoroark, we get a fight scene there and then gets resolved pretty quickly for both parties. But at this point in the film, neither Kodai or Ash's group know where the time ripple is, and Kodai has checked all the locations in the city that may or may not have them. So with the situation grim for Celebi, since it needs to find the time ripple, Joe reveals there is one more location that may have the ripple, and it's in the stadium. So we have a big action scene where Ash's group is trying to stop Kodai's group from reaching the stadium, and it all comes to a head when Ash arrives with Celebi at the stadium. Also, during the action scene, Zoroark charges at Kodai ready to bite, and Kodai extends his left hand to block the attack, but it's the hand that has his illusion canceller on it.
Grr, I'll stop this creature that can make illusions from hurting me by using my arm that has the device that can stop his illusions. Genius!
So they see the portal up ahead, they run towards it, and Kodai has his Magnus, you psychic on Ash, freezing them in place. God damn it! Zoroark then shows up, trying to stop Kodai, but then Kodai reveals Zoroark all captured, and she freezes in place. Kodai then has a Shuppet hit Zoroark with a bunch of attacks while he goes for the time ripple. Jeez, man, you already got her by the figurative balls. This is just overkill. So Kodai gets the power from the time ripple, all the greenery goes to shit, thanks again, Guardians of the City, and then it's revealed that it was an illusion by Zoroark. So let me get this straight. Zoroark, who survived an electric attack, several shocks, ghost attacks, and a fight by the three legendary dogs, is able to make an illusion that encompasses this big of an area and keep it going, despite getting it multiple times, and despite its weakened state, when even earlier in this film, a simple attack dispelled it. Yeah, that makes sense. Give me a fucking break. So Kodai is about to try and grab the time ripple again, despite no longer having the means to do so, and then the legendary dogs show up. So Kodai runs off. It's revealed that Joe recorded Kodai admitting he caused the disaster 20 years ago, resulting in Kodai's arrest, and Zoro and Zoroark go home. The end. Roll credits. So when it comes to this film's story, it's passable. I like the world building done for Crown City, as well as its history. I like that unlike the last movie, there wasn't a big focus on time travel or time-related issues, which they could have easily done with Celebi being in the movie. I really like the bond between Zoro and Zoroark, despite my opinions on Zoroark as a character, but that's about it. The rest of the story is either okay, or just really bad and pointless, like the Guardians. Speaking of the Guardians, now I'm finally going to talk about these characters. Okay. The three Guardians of Crown City were a goddamn waste of space in this movie. Their impact on the film was about as big as the amount of lines Zoroark had, as shown by the fact that their one major action in this film, their biggest contribution, was fighting Zoroark, and even that didn't really go anywhere. Which is kinda sad, since they were built up to be the Guardians of the City, and yet, as my friend said earlier, Latios and Latias were better Guardians. Sure, Latios got captured halfway through, but at least he saved his sister when Annie and Oakley tried to capture both of them. Meanwhile, Latias helped Ash and the group make their way to the museum, fight off the opposition, save her brother, stop the bad guys, and even stop the tsunami that was going to destroy the city they were meant to protect. That is a great example of a Guardian-like character. Hell, even the Entei the Unknown's made in movie 3 was a better Guardian than these guys, because he did everything he could to protect Molly. These Guardians, on the other hand, don't deserve build-up. In fact, they deserve to be shoved to the side, especially since the film states that the Pokemon in the city and the humans in the city were the ones to repair the city and rescue it after the incident 20 years ago, not the Guardians. The only reason I could see them existing is so that Zoroark can morph into them later and create the fear. Yeah, because it's not like there are other ways to scare the citizens out of the city, like, gee, I don't know, a friggin' Pokemon that looks like a goddamn demon that no one has seen before. Fear of the unknown is a thing, you guys. You could have easily just had Zoroark running around attacking things with its non-illusionary attack, and then caused the paranoia needed. Christ! As for the other characters, they're fine. Joe has a decent personality and he serves his purpose, same with Rowena. Ash's group is passable in this film. Team Rocket, once again, is wasted and doesn't even have many funny moments in this film. Zoroark is okay. Zoroark is pretty flat character-wise, hence why I hardly mention her in the story synopsis. And as for Kodai, he's actually a pretty decent villain. I think his plan is decent. He's pretty effective as a bad guy, as shown when he captures Ash's group to prevent them from interfering for a while, capturing Zoroark and using Sun as leverage, using his future sight to become big in the business world and control mainstream media, etc. Granted, I think Marcus is a better written bad guy when comparing this film to Arceus but for a standalone film, he's okay. As for the music, it's mostly mediocre and forgettable. I'm sorry, but a lot of the tracks weren't that great to listen to in my humble opinion, and while they certainly fit the scene they were used in, if you were to ask me to name the song used in the scene or hum it out, I couldn't, because it just didn't leave that big of an impression on me in comparison to songs like Erasion from Movie 10, We Will Meet Again from Lucario's film, or even Prince of the Sea from Movie 8. Hell, the only song I actually liked and remembered from this film is the ending song, I Believe in You by Aaron Bowman. But that's only because I like the beat of the song, the lyrics, the energy of the song, and because I think it really fits the tone it was going for when it comes to the bond with Zoro and Zoroark. Aside from that, the rest of the soundtrack is pretty forgettable in my opinion. Finally, we have animation. And honestly, I feel that the animation team did a pretty good job in this department. Effects look nice, the coloring is good as well as the lighting used in certain scenes, fight scenes are fluid as well as the action scenes, and even the character models are pretty good, though a couple of frames are either meme-worthy or really freaking weird. Seriously, what am I looking at? But that's it for animation. And now I think is the time I wrap this up. Overall, I think Zoroark Master of Illusions is a pretty mediocre film. Sure, most of the story is passable, as well as most of the characters, and the animation is handled really well, but the music is pretty forgettable and mediocre for the most part. The rest of the story is either okay or just poor, and the rest of the characters are either pointless or bland. But would I classify this as the worst Pokemon film I've seen? Hell no. Compared to the awful dub of the first Pokemon film and the terrible Destiny Deoxys, this shit is tame. Now granted, I probably wouldn't want to rewatch it again unless I was doing a marathon or a re-review, but this isn't even close to being the worst Pokemon film I've covered thus far. But that's just me. Pokemon the movie Black, Victini and Reshiram, or White, Victini and Zekrom? No folks, your eyes don't deceive you. For the first time in this movie series, the Pokemon Company decided to release two versions of a film in the exact same year, rather than one movie. Hell, it even got a theater run in a few states, which was likely a surprise for a lot of people, since after Pokemon Heroes, the rest of the films I covered up to this one were released on either DVD or Cartoon Network. But like I said earlier, this isn't two separate films, this is just two versions of the exact same film with incredibly minor differences, which I will address throughout the synopsis, so without wasting any more time, let's begin. After our World of Pokemon recap, with Ash fighting Sokka in the black version, Thor in the white version, we got over to a desert in the white version, or an Arctic region in the black version, where we see a man trying to talk to the native residents about reviving something known as the Kingdom of the Veil before getting rejected by their chief. This man is known as Damon, our antagonist for this film. Oh, and don't worry if you missed out on Damon's attempt in the other area if you picked one of the movies and not the other, because it ends up showing up as an abridged flashback later in the film anyways. Yep, totally needed two versions. So Damon saves them from an iceberg in white, using the legendary Pokemon Zekrom, or a Dust Storm in black, using the legendary Pokemon Reshiram, and then reconsider his offer and join him on his quest. We then cut over to Ash's group, who have just arrived in a place known as Eindhoven, and now is probably the time I quickly talk about Ash's new group of friends, since Brock and Dawn are no longer with Ash. Silent is a connoisseur who runs one of the gyms in Unova, and Iris is a girl who wants to be a Dragon Master, and merged with the Zip Striker or something. Seriously, what is up with these straps in her hair? So Ash sees a couple of nearlings in trouble and goes off to help, but while he gets into position to rescue them, we get introduced to another legendary Pokemon, Victini, who is hiding in a cave. That is, until Ash grabs the two deerlings, but is about to fall off the cliff. It is then that Victini decides to help them by grabbing Ash's foot and emitting something from their body that lets him jump really far. How? Well, folks, this is all thanks to Victini's ability in the film, which allows it to strengthen someone's power by a lot just by simply touching them. And to be honest, I actually like this concept and has some pretty creative uses, like enabling Ash to jump really far, owning a Hydreigon with a simple headbutt later on in the film, or even boosting a small Ember attack to a giant wave of fiery death. Fuck yeah! Too bad. After the scene where Ash fights these two Pokemon, this boost concept is never used again in the film. So Ash walks through a crystallized cave-like system that oddly reminds me of the one from Mystery of Mew, and hears a voice from somebody before exiting the system and entering the city. After he reunites with Iris and Silent, we find out that the castle is known as the Sword of the Veil, and they also run into Damon, who exposits that he is the caretaker of the castle, and then cue opening montage! After that opening montage, we find out more about Victini, such as how its role is as the guardian of the town, how it's rarely seen seen by people because of its ability to turn invisible, and the previously mentioned ability to increase someone's power through mere touch. So Ash tries to lure it out by using macarons, which in an earlier scene Victini liked eating, and succeeds. We get some innocent fun with the two for a bit, but when Ash tries to take Victini to an area outside of the castle area, it gets hit by a barrier and flies off. So why is there a barrier? Well, long ago there was a kingdom known as the Kingdom of the Vale that housed a tribe known as the People of the Vale that could use a power in the earth known as the Dragon Force to enrich the land around the kingdom. All was well for a period of time until the twin sons of the king, each controlling one of the legendary dragons Reshiram and Reshiram, began a war because one preferred truth over ideals and vice versa. This war caused the Dragon Force to go apeshit, ravaging the earth as a result. So without any other options, the king asked Victini to lend his power to him, and he created the Pillars of Protection as well as a barrier to control the flow of that chaotic power, and it worked, calming the force down, but also moving the kingdom to another area, leaving the old kingdom to rot. But this also came at a cost. King died, leaving behind the pillars and barrier, and confining Victini for over a millennia. Also, the princess hid the dragon stones within the cavern of the sword, but despite all this information, and despite knowing what might happen, Damon still wants to restore the original Kingdom of the Vale by borrowing Victini's power, just like the king, and returning it to its rightful place. Okay, Damon, I appreciate that you're doing this for your people, but did you just ignore the fact that it was placed here to stop the chaotic energy? If it's moved, it is going to go chaotic again if the story told in this film is correct. It's like putting a cork on a fizzing bottle or a gigantic boulder that covers the top of it. If it's removed, it's gonna go apeshit again. My God, you're an idiot! Is what I'd like to say, but as this film will later show, taking the sword out won't cause it to go chaotic at first. You know what? We'll get to that when we get there. So after Ash reunites with Victini, we get the exposition I just mentioned earlier, and then we cut to the next day, where Damon executes his plan on the observation deck and the sword begins to move up. Victini notices the barrier beginning to constrict as a result of this and flies up towards the castle, where they are greeted by Damon, who requests that it lends him his power. So naturally, he does so when the movie is over. Oh, am I kidding? That would make sense for this one. No, instead, let's throw this smaller barrier that drags Victini into a mechanism and drain its power. Because that totally doesn't sound like a forced conflict. What, were you worried he would end the movie too quickly? You do realize that you could have had something like, Victini cooperate, pull the sword out, and then have everything go apeshit immediately, which means our heroes and Damon have to stop it? Or hell, have Victini cooperate with Damon, Ash's group comes in and thinks that Damon forced this onto Victini, which causes the conflict between Damon and Ash, which causes the Dragon Force to go apeshit, mirroring the event from millennia ago, and then have them stop it? Seriously, why did you think this was the better alternative? And it gets even dumber than that, because after the sword is pulled out, guess what happens to the Dragon Force? It goes all chaotic, right? Nope! It's green and normal when first pulled out. I'm sorry, what? Didn't this movie state earlier that the barrier is made to calm down the Dragon Force? Well, the barrier is gone from that area now, and it's green, so what the hell, movie? What the actual hell? Whatever. It begins to restore the area. We get a fight scene where Damon kicks our heroes' asses with his Gothitelle and or Uniclus, and Reshiram. Ash gets knocked unconscious. We see Victini getting injured, and then cutting to the Dragon Force getting chaotic, and then we get a dream sequence stating that if it was moved, it would go chaotic again, and stop. Just stop. When the sword was first pulled in this act, barrier was gone and it was green. So it's clearly not the act of it getting pulled that caused it to go chaotic. Hell, it wasn't even until we saw them fighting and or Victini getting tortured that it started to turn purple again. Now it's saying that if it's ever moved, it'll go chaotic. What the hell is going on here? If that was true, then why the hell did it take so long to turn chaotic? Hell, we saw the green stuff in it restoring the former kingdom. If it was chaotic, odds are that shit wouldn't be happening. Wouldn't it make more sense that the fighting itself caused the Dragon Force to go chaotic? You know, to mirror the events from millennia ago, instead of pulling it out, have the Dragon Force be green, and then just randomly make it purple? Jesus Christ, this is terrible writing. But whatever. Ash gets the other dragon that Damon doesn't have in the movie. We get a fight scene between the two dragons. Victini gets freed by Damon's dragon, and Damon and Ash work together to put the sword back in. They succeed. Damon feels guilt over what happened. His friends and family tell him they can rebuild the kingdom together, and all is good. The end roll credit. Jesus Christ, what the hell was this shit? No, seriously. They had a decent concept for the story, and they screwed it up big time. They bring up the concept of powering up Pokemon via Victini, and then abandon it. They bring up a decent dilemma with possibly sacrificing Victini for the greater good and screwing that up, and they even botched the Dragon Force concept heavily. Speaking of what the hell is with the characters in this one? A lot of the new characters are flat personality-wise and don't contribute much to the overall film. Silent and Iris hardly do much either, which is a big contrast to the last couple movies where Ash's group helped Ash in saving the day. Victini is flat personality-wise and just serves to do cute shit and save the day at the end of the film. Zekrom and Reshiram hardly have much character to them, and Team Rocket is wasted again. Hell, the only character I liked in this one was Damon, and that's because his plan doesn't involve taking over the world and destroying it, but rather to save his people. And another reason I liked him was because he actually feels guilt over what happened, which most villains in this series don't feel after their plans fail. That's it though. That's the only character I fucking liked in this movie. What the fuck? Outside of that, the only other thing I liked about this film was the music and animation. I thought the music was very fitting given the kingdom-like setting of the film, and the animation is good for the standards of the time, but that's really all I can say about this. Now, before I conclude this review, I want to say one more thing. Why did this get split into two versions? Seriously. With the games, I can understand splitting them up because they'll usually make version-exclusive antagonists, Pokemon, and even legendaries that you can't get in the other version. But that's not the case here. You see both legendaries getting used. The Psycho Pokemon Damon uses doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. Same with the Shiny since they fulfill the same role. And you even see Damon travel to both areas regardless of the film you chose. So why even bother splitting this film into two versions when the differences are incredibly minor at best? This feels like a waste of time and money. Actually, that's probably the best way I can describe this film. The story is shit, the characters are mostly shit, the writing is shit, and I felt like I just wasted my time and money watching this film. So that concludes this review. Thank you all for watching and have a happy holidays. Because next month, I'm going to take a look at Keldeo's movie. Take care, everyone.
Gyurem versus the Sword of Justice. The 15th film in the Pokemon series, this film is an interesting one for me. Not only because of it being the 15th movie, but also because it was the final film I saw before making that abysmal top 15 list.
So wait, that means after today.
Yep, I can finally put that list behind me.
Well, I guess in that case, we should probably get started with the story synopsis.
Sounds good. So is this film better than the Victini movie? Is it worse? Will I make a billion jokes about Vic Mignogna because he voices a character in this movie? Let's find out.
So after the World of Pokemon recap, we get introduced to our main lead for this picture, Keldeo, who is currently engaged in the training sessions with one of the Swords of Justice, Reshiram.
What's a Sword of Justice, you might be asking? Well, simply put, the Swords of Justice are a group of legendary Pokemon that can use the move Sacred Sword, and it is composed of the previously mentioned Virizion, Jirachi, and its leader, Cobalion. So after the training sessions with all three members of the Swords of Justice, Keldeo asks to go and fight Kyurem, which is the final step in becoming a Sword of Justice, but is told no, with Cobalion stating that he doesn't understand the weight of the sword yet.
So later that night, Keldeo runs off and heads towards Kyurem's location.
Well, crap. Looks like we gotta go after him. Virizion, activate our hyperspeed.
Sorry, can't do that.
Why not?
We ran out of minutes we can use it for. So Keldeo arrives at Kyurem's location, and the two begin to fight. The Swords of Justice eventually show up, but by the time they arrive, they see Keldeo getting dominated by Kyurem to the point where Keldeo loses his horn with one Shadow Claw. Damn!
So because of this, Keldeo gets scared and is unable to fight. Jirachi and the others try to stop the match, but then get frozen in place by Kyurem, turning into White Kyurem.
You know, for Swords of Justice, they really do suck at dodging, don't they?
Well, whatever. It gets them out of the film for now. So with his allies frozen, Keldeo decides to run away, but Kyurem isn't happy with that and leaves the area to pursue Keldeo.
We then get over to Ash's group, heading to Rushan City for what reason? Seriously, I don't think they say why in this movie. What the hell? And we get to listen to the full version of Rival Destiny's theme, and to be honest, it's not that bad. Sure, some of the lyrics are kinda odd. You're my right hand, you're my left. What? But outside of that, it's fine.
After that scene, the three of them reach a train station and get these Darumaka boxes before heading back onto the train.
Without paying for them.
Yeah, screw your business. I'm the main character, bitch.
So after a scene where they get Scraggy back on the train, Keldeo slides down a nearby hill and lands on top of one of the cars. Ash and the others try to go to help him, but he gets antsy at first when Ash tries to touch him and nearly kicks them off the train.
So after that scene, Keldeo warns him about Kyurem coming here, and sure enough, he shows up. With Keldeo still weakened from the fight, he is unable to fight Kyurem and collapses.
Thankfully, however, our heroes have a stroke of luck hit them as the train goes through a tunnel, and Kyurem is unable to chase them for the time being. We then get an exposition dump from Iris, where she explains that Kyurem is able to combine the powers of Reshiram and Zekrom to become Black or White Kyurem, and then states that it is the strongest dragon type in the world, according to the Dragon Elder. So after they get away, Keldeo gets healed up, and we get another exposition dump, this time by Nurse Joy, about the Swords of Justice. Basically, a long time ago, there was a war between human factions, and it ended up resulting in a forest catching fire. Cobalion, Jirachi, and Virizion escorted the Pokemon to safety, thankfully. And as for Keldeo, he's being trained by them to become a Sword of Justice.
So after that explosion dump, Ash's group introduces themselves to Keldeo and then asks Keldeo about what happened. After doing so, and after a moment where he feels guilt over his allies getting frozen, Ash is able to convince Keldeo to go back to the place where Keldeo first challenged Kyurem and rescue them from their icy prison.
And of course, since the they were the heroes and all, they decide to help Keldeo reach his destination. So we get a chase scene where they try to head towards said location, with Kyurem and his minions pursuing him at every point, and to be honest, I actually really like this scene. Not only because, unlike the last movie, it's not just Ash saving the day, since Iris and Silent play a big part as well, but also because it was genuinely exciting to watch. No joke. I liked the scene where Keldeo was using Aqua Jet to maneuver through that building. I liked the scene where Silent and Iris stooped Kyurem into having Keldeo with them. Yeah, it certainly does have its issues, like showing Iris's blimp get frozen and looking like it was about to crash, and then in a later scene still in the air with no issues. But outside of that, I genuinely enjoyed the chase scene in this movie, so good job, film.
So over with Ash and Keldeo, they are heading over to Kyurem's location, and we get a flashback of Keldeo training with his fellow Swords of Justice, while also talking about what he thinks of them individually. And to be honest, this is a pretty good scene. It not only reveals more about Keldeo's history of the group, but it also gives us a chance to find out more about the Swords of Justice in terms of their personality and relationship to Keldeo.
I agree, this was a pretty good scene. Hell, one of my favorites was with Virizion. I don't know why, but the lines, "Fear is your greatest enemy, you must conquer the fear that lives in your heart," and "once your fear is gone, you are free," really resonated with me for some reason. So yeah, kudos. So eventually, Ash and Keldeo arrive at Kyurem's mountain, and Keldeo is frozen in fear and can't continue. So what does Ash do? Heads inside without Keldeo to free the Swords of Justice.
Yeah, don't worry, Keldeo. I know you're terrified and all that, but don't worry. I, a normal human, will head in there and rescue your friends from a giant dragon. I'll be fine.
Yeah, cause that'll help ease Keldeo's worries. And apparently it does, because after Kyurem tries to attack Ash, Keldeo comes in to save them and fights Kyurem once again. What the fuck?
Well, to be fair, David, there are multiple ways one can get over a fear. Sometimes being forced to confront your fear directly works. Besides, this whole journey did teach Keldeo something. He came back to save his friends. He's not running away anymore. He's going to fight Kyurem even with his broken horn. And once he realizes that he was never alone, he unlocks something deep inside him. His resolution.
Holy crap! That looks
amazing!
Hell yeah! And with this form, he's actually able to dodge some of Kyurem's attacks, and as the battle rages on, the other Swords of Justice get freed, and he finally lands a hit on Kyurem! Hell, despite Kyurem's attempt to freeze Keldeo, Keldeo breaks free of the ice, and finally unlocks Sacred Sword, before proceeding to use to slam Kyurem into one of the pillars! Hell yeah!
Eventually though, one of Kyurem's attacks gets redirected towards Ash's group, but instead of attacking Kyurem, Keldeo cuts the attack in two, and gets caught in the explosion.
But despite this sacrifice, Keldeo is defeated. However, instead of killing Keldeo, Kyurem congratulates Keldeo on saving them instead of pursuing victory. But he's not the only one giving praise today. Cobalion also praises Keldeo for finally understanding the weight of the sword. But before this can continue, the area around them begins to collapse, and our heroes as well as the Swords of Justice escape the area, and then Kyurem uses his White Kyurem mode to refreeze the area.
So Keldeo becomes a Sword of Justice, expanding the group to 4, and the 4 of them given out. The end. Roll credits.
So as a story, it's honestly just okay. I like the character arc Keldeo goes through, I like the interactions with him and the other members of the Swords of Justice, and I thought the dialogue was written pretty well for the most part. But alongside the other flaws I presented, one other thing that bugged me about this film was the lack of development when it came to the bond between Ash's group and Keldeo. I'm sorry, but it didn't really change as the film went on, so when I saw the scene where Ash called Keldeo a friend, it felt kind of odd for me because the two met less than an hour ago and they barely know each other. Hell, even Manaphy's film, despite my thoughts on it, at least developed the bond between May and Manaphy as the film went on, so to see a lack of development here was kind of disappointing for me.
As for me, I personally like the story. I loved Keldeo's character arc. I loved the interactions with him and Ash's group, and that transformation into his resolution form was amazing.
As for the characters themselves, they were so-so for me. Keldeo and the other Swords of Justice were pretty good. Kyurem was an okay antagonist. But as for Ash and his group, there's not really much to them. Sure, I did like that Ash and his friends got to play a big help in getting Keldeo to his destination, but that's really all they had going for them as characters in this film.
Well, hey, it's better than Ash is saving the day again, because I do recall you complaining about that in the Manaphy review. As for me, I thought the characters were pretty good this time around.
As for the animation, I think it was pretty decent. The lighting was pretty good, the character models were fine, the backgrounds were pretty good to look at, the CGI was decent, but the fight scenes were really well done.
I agree. This is probably some of the best fight scenes in the movie series thus far. The camera angles, the fluent animation, the effects during the attacks, that scene where Keldeo cuts the attack in two, it was pretty good. But outside of that, the animation for me was also pretty decent, so I guess that leaves music.
Yes, it does. But honestly, the soundtrack this time around is just okay for me. It certainly fits the tone and scene it was going for, but a lot of the tracks didn't come off as memorable to me, even after listening to the tracks individually, save for the ending and opening songs yet again.
I see. As for me, it's not the worst soundtrack I have heard, but compared to other installments in this series like Lucario or Manaphy's movie, it's not that great to listen to.
Fair enough. Well, I think it's time we wrap this up.
I agree. Overall, while it's not as great as the Lucario movie, I still thought that Kirin vs. the Sword of Justice is a good movie to watch. It has a good story, decent characters, and some of the best fight scenes in the movie series.
As for me, I sort of disagree with that opinion. The characters are just so-so, the music is forgettable, and even the story itself is just okay. While it's certainly better than the Victini movie, I don't agree with placing it at number 5 on my old top 15 list. It's an okay film to me. Not a great film, but not a shitty one either. So that concludes this review. I'm the Mounty, and next time we meet, I will conclude the Unova trilogy with my review of Genesect and the Legend Awakened.
Take care, everyone.
Genesect and the Legend Awakened. The final film in the Unova trilogy. This film is an interesting one for me to review because unlike the other Pokemon films I've covered thus far, this is my first time seeing it. No joke. When I first saw the poster for Genesect's film back in 2013, I was like, the hell's a Genesect? That happened to Mewtwo! And wait, why is Mewtwo from the first film back? Needless to say, I hated it. And if the poster sucks, what does that say about the movie itself then? Well, let's find out. The story of this film revolves around the conflict between Red Genesect, who has an army of Genesects, and a Mewtwo. Mewtwo wants the Red Genesect and his group to follow it so that they can find a home, but Red Genesect doesn't want to take orders and mind controls the Genesects to attack Mewtwo. This eventually leads into New Torque City, subtle, and Ash and his group of friends get involved in the skirmish after meeting one of the Genesects and forming a decent bond with it. The battle ends up escalating when the Genesects take control of the National Park in New Torque City to make it its new home because it has some flowers that they like, but this has the unfortunate side effect of the threads they were using to make said nests getting wrapped around the city's generators, causing a massive discharge and threatening to not only black out the city, but also cause chaos if they blow. But in the end, Mewtwo eventually manages to convince Genesect to come with it to find their place in the world after taking it into space. And as for the Genesects finding a place to call home, well, Ash tells them the location of a place the people in charge of the National Park went to in order to transplant some of the flowers the Genesects like, and they decide to make that their new home. With all that said and done, the film ends, roll credits. So, where do I start with this film? Well, how about the story as a whole? When it comes to the overall story, it's okay. Sure, I do like some of the character interactions and developments, but that's more related to the character element of this film, not so much the story element. But speaking of story, my biggest problem with it was that the conflict between the Genesects and Mewtwo was goddamn stupid, and it shows how stupid it is from the very first scene the two groups meet each other. How does it go? Well, Mewtwo gets a cry for help from one of the Genesects, it saves the Red Genesect's cronies from the avalanche, and then after calming them down, Mewtwo makes an offer to the Red Genesect after he gets out of the avalanche to help them find their home. What happens next? The Red Genesect gets pissy and attacks in response, saying it doesn't take orders. Yeah, instead of being thankful to the Mewtwo for saving his comrades' lives and potentially being helpful in finding a place to call home, he attacks the Mewtwo instead and forces, not tells, his comrades to do the same. Yeah, I know that if he sided with Mewtwo, it would end the movie quicker, but there had to be a better reason than, ugh, I hate orders. Because this actually plays into another problem with this conflict. Red Genesect is a terrible character and antagonist. Seriously, this Genesect is stubborn, treats his comrades like shit, as shown when he not only mind controls the Genesects to do what he wants, even when they don't want to, and despite his goal of getting his kind to their home, what happens when one of them deactivates/dies? He doesn't care. He still keeps his target on the other Pokemon, like nothing happened. What the fuck? And as for his refusal to accept Mewtwo's offer, what happens at the end of the film again? Well, after just looking at the planet, he is easily swayed and joins Mewtwo. Just like that. It's almost like his motivation to hate Mewtwo was stupid or something.
Oh yeah? Well, what would you have done then, David? I asked this because that seems to be a common argument when attacking/responding to critics.
Alright, you want to play that game? I'm in. I will give a couple ideas on what I would have done to try and give this character a better motive to hate Mewtwo than, ugh, I hate orders. Number 1, and this is an easy one, requires barely any edits.
Have the Red Genesect hate Mewtwo because Mewtwo failed to rescue it during the avalanche scene. That way, he actually has a reason since he was the only one not safe from the avalanche, and it could potentially create some tension between the two. Yeah, I know that still raises the problem that he didn't seem to protect his comrades when the avalanche was coming down, but hey, I never said I was trying to make the character better, I was saying I was trying to make the motive better. And number 2, have the Genesects hate all Pokemon except their own kind, and that's why they refuse Mewtwo's offer. Not only could that potentially serve as a decent reason for the conflict, since Mewtwo wants to protect Pokemon and Genesects hate them, but it could also potentially show us more of the Genesect's backstory and why Red Genesect is the leader. Hell, instead of forcing the Genesects to attack, maybe have them attack willingly because they respect their leader. I know, what an absurd concept! And as for the ending, well, as predictable as this may be, maybe have the Red Genesect see the Pokemon as well as humans helping out his comrades before Mewtwo goes into space, and then have Genesect realize he was wrong and side with Mewtwo. No, these aren't perfect ideas, and I'm sure someone could see the flaws with them, but at least I tried to come up with a reason that wasn't,
I don't want to side with Mewtwo because I don't take orders.
I'm sorry, I still can't get over that. That's fucking stupid! I could go on, but I think you get the idea by now. The villain sucks, and the reason for this conflict sucks. And given how the conflict plays a major part in this film, having a shitty reason for it ends up hurting the movie more than helping it. As for the characters, there's not much to say about them aside from Ash's group of Mewtwo/Genesect's army, so let's start with Mewtwo because I'm sure some of you who haven't seen this film might have some questions. Such as, why is Mewtwo acting like this? Wasn't he kind of a dick in the first film? Well, yes, but here's the thing. This Mewtwo is not the same Mewtwo from the first movie, which apparently confused a lot of people when this film was first announced. As for me, well, when I finally got the chance to see this film and not the poster, I figured it wouldn't be the same Mewtwo from the first film, because after all, these films are barely connected to each other in the first place, save for the Diamond and Pearl trilogy, so why would they start connecting them now? But I digress. Now, despite the two Mewtwo sharing a similar origin, these two are completely different characters when you look at their powers and personality. For instance, this Mewtwo is not set on killing all humans. Instead, it basically ignores them and focuses on helping Pokemon. Because to this Mewtwo, it views humans as distrustful and cruel and would rather avoid them than try to form bonds with them. Hell, as the film goes on, we get to see more to this character, such as how it felt that it had no place in the world at first, then after some local Pokemon saved its life, it felt like it had a purpose. And hell, despite all the shit the Red Genesect does to Mewtwo in this film, it is still able to sympathize with the Red Genesect and his cronies because they also want to find a place in this world and is still willing to help them find it. I like that. Not only because it showcases more layers to this character, but it also showcases how determined this character is to accomplish this goal it set out for the Genesects. And hell, despite its distrust with humans, Mewtwo does in fact show signs of anger at points when they are affected, such as during the climax when the Red Genesect attacks and damages some buildings that may or may not house humans. A few scenes later, it teleports away from an attack and lets a building get hit, but hey, it gets development eventually, and by the end of the film, it begins to like humans again, so that's good. So yeah, I actually do like Mewtwo's character in this one. It has a decent personality, I like the use of its powers, and I liked its character arc. I know some may argue that it shouldn't be able to Mega Evolve since it doesn't have a stone, but to be fair guys, this was released before Gen 6, so the method of Mega Evolution wasn't established yet. Plus, the games and anime didn't always mesh well together, so I could buy the transformation working here, especially since Mewtwo in this film was pretty damn strong. As for Genesect's army, well, you already heard my opinion of Red Genesect, so I will not repeat it here, but as for his cronies, I will be bitching about them here. Well, at least 3 of them, because the Darkrai Genesect is actually pretty decent character-wise, and I do like his bond with Ash as the film goes on. But back to these 3. Look, I'm gonna say it flat out. These 3 have no character in them. At least the Darkrai Genesect has that bond with Ash and has a voice to express his worries and homesickness to the others. These 3 have barely anything. They have no personality, they barely have a voice, they just serve to be Red Genesect's armory in all honesty. As for Team Rocket, okay, quick side note here, I know I didn't mention them in the last movie, but that was because they were in the background in the opening credits. As such, I didn't see a need to mention them since that was pretty much their only appearance. This film, on the other hand, reversed them to being wasted and unfunny once again. They do shit that doesn't affect the plot in any way, and then get blasted off by Durance. That's it. What a waste! Oh, and speaking of waste, let's talk about Ash's group for a bit. Yeah, I know I praised this film for the bond between Ash and Genesect earlier, but outside of that, and Ash helping the Genesects thus Mewtwo find their new home at the end, Ash and his group's contributions were really small this time around. And to be honest, it's kinda a double-edged sword for me, because on the one hand, I do like Mewtwo as a character, and it does mean that Ash isn't saving the day this time around, but on the other hand, Ash is the main character of the anime series, as well as most of these movies. He is usually the one who saves the day in these movies, save for the last film. So when I see Ash's group not contribute much to the climax of this film, save for the scenes with him in Dallas Drive Genesect, as well as supplying the location of their home, it's kinda odd for me to take in, because I'm so used to seeing Ash be the one to save the day in these films. And yeah, I know that he also tries to get Mewtwo and the Red Genesect to stop fighting, but aside from maybe changing Mewtwo's mind about humans, it doesn't really mean much when you consider the fact that it was Mewtwo bringing Red Genesect into space and showing off the planet that made Genesect change his mind. So in the end, it wasn't Ash who stopped the conflict, it was Mewtwo. And what I described was all that Ash did. Silent and Iris were pretty much useless in the climax of this film, and don't have much character to them either. So that's not a good sign. So yeah. When it comes to the cast this time around, Mewtwo and Dallas Drive Genesect were my favorites, and the rest were either shit or just meh. Moving on to animation, it looks pretty good to me. Character models are pretty good, the backgrounds look nice, the coloring and lighting is pretty good, the effects and camera angles during the flight as well as fight scenes look pretty good, and even the CGI is decent again. Music-wise, on the other hand, it takes a hit. I'm sorry, but while a lot of the tunes certainly fit the tone and atmosphere of the scene, it's not that memorable to me, even when listening to it on its own. Except for, once again, the opening and ending. I felt that the opening had a catchy tune and rhythm and decent lyrics, and I felt like the ending was a really well done piece to listen to. The soft guitar, the rhythm, the lyrics, and even on the visual side, I feel it works as a decent farewell to those watching the Unova anime as they showcase all the Unova rivals, the gym leaders, and even former allies like N. But I think it's time I wrap this up. Overall, I did not really like this movie. Sure, Mewtwo and Dallas Drive Genesect were great to watch, and the animation was pretty good, but two characters in animation cannot make up for a mess story, a shitty villain, a shitty cast outside of those two characters, and mediocre music. If you're a Pokemon fan and you haven't seen it yet, I would suggest giving this film a shot, but for everyone else, I would suggest skipping this one. I'm the Mounty, and next time we meet, I'll be reviewing Diancie and the Cocoon of Destruction. See you then. Diancie and the Cocoon of Destruction. The first installment in the Kalos trilogy of films, this movie is also the first film to use the cast from the Kalos anime. So, who's joining Ash in his adventure this time? Well, we have Serena, a girl who met Ash at a summer camp when they were kids, who also has a crush on him, Clemont, the leader of Lumiose Gym, who also loves to make gadgets, and Bonnie, Clemont's sister, who tries to help her brother find a wife every time they run into a female on their journey. And to be honest, I actually like these three characters. They have interesting personalities to them, some of them get character development in the anime, and they have some pretty good chemistry with Ash, which actually made it kind of sad for me when they went their separate ways after Kalos came to an end. David. I mean, sure, a lot of people complain about the ending, but David. That Team Flare arc was a lot of fun, and
David, you're stalling.
Fine, let's begin. Our film begins in Pokemon's version of the Crystal Caves? Actually, no. This is the Diamond Domain, home to hundreds of Carbinks that live in peace with one another and serve one ruler, Princess Diancie. Yes, despite living in peace, and despite the fact that these Pokemon seem to spend most of their days mining this in some of these scenes, they apparently need a monarchy. Go figure. We then cut to the princess, who is playing with some of the other Carbinks for a bit before one of the older Carbinks shows up and tells her that she has a job to do. And what is this job? Well, you see, this domain is powered by a giant diamond known as the Heart Diamond, and it is currently dying. So Diancie's job is to make a new one, and fast. However, she doesn't have the power to do so. So she is sent out to look for Xerneas, one of Kalos' legendary Pokemon who has an ability that will supposedly give Diancie the power she needs to save her kingdom. Now when I first saw this scene, I was thinking, sweet, this can make for an interesting adventure movie. Diancie and her crew going around the world, getting into shenanigans or something, and maybe developing Diancie as a character. I was genuinely interested in this concept. But then I remembered, this is a Pokemon movie. They can't tell a story without Ash as the lead. But speaking of story, we also get a flashback of the eldest Carbink nearly dying long ago because of another legendary Pokemon, Yveltal, going apeshit, but we're saved thanks to Xerneas showing up. After that, we get our World of Pokemon recap and then an opening montage, and during said montage, we also get introduced to two of our antagonists for this film, Marilyn and Riot, who are chasing after Diancie. Why, you ask? Because they want Diancie to make jewels for them. That's it. But hey, this one's about an hour long. Maybe they'll delve deeper into their characters. I mean, it's not like they'll cram in two more villains and barely develop them. The writing writers are better than that. So after the montage, Ash and his group runs into Diancie, who's still on the run from the bad guys, and they help Diancie escape. Once that's cleared up, Diancie thanks Ash and his group for the help, and Ash's group proceeds to introduce themselves to her before heading out to dinner. Now for the next few scenes, Diancie's actions are pulled right out of a fish out of water story. She doesn't know what a thief is, she doesn't know a lot about the food outside of her own domain, and she acts a little strange to Ash's group. And while I could complain about how generic this is, I won't, because despite it being a generic concept, I think they executed it pretty well. I like seeing how Diancie responded to this new environment for her. I liked her interactions with Ash's group. Sure, I didn't laugh during some of these moments, but it had a charm to it that made me like these scenes, and also Diancie as a character. Or maybe I'm looking too deeply into this. So after that, Team Rocket kidnaps Diancie, and she makes them some diamonds. But there is a catch. Diancie doesn't have the power to make her diamonds permanent, so those diamonds will eventually dissipate, as we see here. Diancie then tries to leave, but is met by a lock on the door. Thankfully, however, What's-Her-Face rescues Diancie and reunites her with Ash's group. So Diancie informs her heroes of her quest, and they decide to help her find Xerneas. Over with this girl, who is now referred to as Milesteel, she is talking to her dad, and we find out that they are observing the bad guys as well as Diancie. Sorry. Zane just put me to sleep. So we cut to later that night, where Ash is talking to Diancie about wishing stars for a bit before the two spot one and make a wish. There's also a bit of foreshadowing in this scene, as shown by Diancie's hands glowing, but what that builds up to will be explained later. So they get on a boat, and Diancie proceeds to make a diamond for Bonnie. After that, however, they go on a journey to find Xerneas, and on the way, they run into Diancie's bodyguards, aka the carbing she played with in the prologue. They eventually encounter the villains again, who are trying to steal Diancie, but Millis comes in with her chestnut and helps Ash's group and Diancie escape. They then come across the diamond domain, and that is not a pretty sight. Hey Ash, think you can muster up those aura abilities of yours from movie 8? I think these guys might need it. So as it turns out, before Diancie met Ash's group in the beginning, she spent months trying to find Xerneas, but to no avail, and as a result of taking so long, the diamond died out. Well, that's sad. So with the situation grim, and after a scene of Diancie crying, Diancie and the others leave the domain and come across the forest that the Elder Carbing died in, and the Elder Carbing states that it is home to Yveltal, or rather, the Cocoon of Yveltal, since after destroying that forest a long time ago, it reverted back into a cocoon and hasn't popped out yet. That's gonna be the villain of the final act, isn't it? They mention in the first and second act, so they're going to use it, aren't they? If yes, will this film at least give our bad guys some dignity before Yveltal curb stops them? They won't.
God damn it.
But before we get to that point, Diancie encounters Xerneas, and Xerneas uses its fairy aura to give Diancie the power it needs to save its kingdom. But although Diancie's quest is complete, the movie just couldn't decide to have a final battle here and end this shit. So instead, let's reveal What's-Her-Face and her dad as bad guys who want to capture Diancie for the exact same goddamn reason as Marilyn and Riot, and then have all the characters awaken Yveltal by stepping in his water. So, after Yveltal breaks free, he terrorizes the forest, destroying everything in his path, including that's not even destroying! That's petrification! 2 different words, 2 different meanings! So Riot and Marlin lose their starters and then embrace before getting petrified? Yeah, I refuse to call it destruction because that's not what's happening with the humans of Pokemon here, but more to the point, where did this romance come from? The two were literally arguing and insulting each other throughout the film. If you want to call that romance, go right ahead, but for me, when I first saw this scene, I was more like, huh? Then, oh, and they barely even tried to stop Yveltal. They just stood there and got stoned. Also, Millis and her dad get stoned later on, but at least they tried to fight back against Yveltal. Still kind of shit how they got curb stomped, but still, at least they fought back. And it's probably one of the only 2 memorable things they had going for them as characters. Go figure. So over with Ash, his group are trying to fight off Yveltal, but with no success. That is, until a miracle happens. Almost like a wish came true. So do you recall that bit of foreshadowing from earlier in the film? Well, that actually ties into not only the scene where Diancie gives Bonnie the diamond, but also here, because that diamond is actually Diancie's Megastone. And since this is an important moment in the film, I think it's only best that I dignify it with some music. So when Mega evolves into Mega Diancie, it manages to create a big diamond to block the attack, and then demorphs. Oh, And it gets even better. What stops Yveltal? Xerneas shows up and uses its fairy aura to calm him down. And it's not through a fight or anything, it just stands there and has a staring contest with it. Okay, I'm not going to say that doesn't make any sense because we never did see Yveltal's eyes in the flashback, so it's very much possible it only destroys things in the state it was in during the climax. But what I will say is that this conclusion is really dumb. Instead of a fight or anything between the beings of life and death, it's basically just Xerneas using its ability, and then that's it. What a load. Oh, and it gets even worse. So after Yveltal leaves, Pikachu gets stoned, and they try to make it all weepy and crap, but here's the problem. Xerneas is right there. It didn't leave. And it's seen the destruction. Ergo, the tension and feels of the scene is lost because we saw that Xerneas was still there and it was touted as the life Pokemon who also saved the eldest Carbank's life in the past. And sure enough, Xerneas does revive everything who was petrified and even the forest a second later. So all that sadness they were trying to get, completely unnecessary. Just to pad out the movie a little bit more when it doesn't need to. So Diancie makes a new heart diamond and everything is all good. The end. Roll credits. So, as a story, I didn't really like it that much. I hated how the final act of this film treated the villains that were around for the first two acts. I hated Melissa's reveal as a villain because her plan was the exact same as the other two villains, which made me wonder the point of making her in the first place. I hated the conclusion to the Yveltal fight, and even the ending itself was kind of weak sauce. In fact, the only things I liked about the story was the build-up to Diancie's Megastone, the execution of the fish out of water scenes, and maybe the tension of the heart diamond dying near the end of the second act. Outside of that, there wasn't a whole lot for me to like in terms of the story this time around, and that is depressing. Character-wise, on the other hand, I think it's a much bigger improvement in comparison to the Genesect movie. Now granted, characters like Serena, Clement, and Bonnie don't contribute much in the climax, but they still have a decent chemistry with Diancie as the film goes on, and I thought their personalities were decent here. Hell, I also like that Ash got to contribute in the climax instead of standing in the background barely doing a damn thing like he did in the last movie. Hell, speaking of Diancie, I also think she was handled pretty well. They could have easily made her a spoiled brat since she's the princess of a kingdom and adored by most of the Carvings, but the writers didn't do that. She's nice, polite to those around her, and even shows some guilt over her failure to find Xerneas when she sees the heart diamond die out. Again, they could have easily screwed this character up, but to me, they didn't, and I gotta give this one credit for that. As for Team Rocket, they were okay this time around, not much I could really complain about here, but as for the actual villains, I can't say the same for them. I'm sorry, but I honestly feel that these three characters really should have just been one villain, because not only do they all share the same motive, but they barely have much else to their character. Like I said in the story synopsis, the embrace between Riot and Marilyn felt odd to me, and outside of their motives, I didn't really notice much else of their characters. Maybe it's because I missed something, it certainly wouldn't be the first time, but if I can barely remember these villains, and that is not a good sign. Hell, even Millicent and her father weren't that memorable to me as villains, which is why I kept calling her What's-Her-Face throughout the story synopsis. Despite the fact that Millis saved Diancie, and despite the two trying to fight off Yveltal in the climax, they were still really forgettable characters to me. And Yveltal is just being destruction with no voice, so that's another forgettable one out of the pile. Same with Xerneas. As for the music, I despise it. Plays during every scene, even during scenes where it's unneeded, such as the scene where Pikachu dies. It's incredibly generic to listen to. It just wasn't a great score this time around, even for the opening and ending. Finally, we have animation, and in all honesty, it's just fine. Not much to complain about. But now I think it's time I wrap this up. Overall, I really did not like this movie. While its characters are a lot better than the previous film and the animation was just fine, I hated the villains and I hated the story and music. Like the last film, if you're a Pokemon fan, give this film a shot, but for everyone else, I would suggest skipping this one. In fact, if there was one film I would recommend skipping from this series the most, I would choose this film. At least for right now. When the only things I liked about it were a couple of small scenes in the story, the animation, the characters, that is not a good sign for me. And to think, I'm only just getting started on this trilogy. But until we meet again, I'm the Mounty, and my next review will be on Hoopa and the Clash of Ages. See you then. Hoopa and the Clash of Ages. It's taken me 2 years, but now it's time to finally review this thing. So after the disaster that was Diancie and the Cocoon destruction, can this film redeem the Kalos trilogy? Let's find out. Our film begins with a flashback, 100 years to be exact, and we get introduced to our Gen 6 legendary of this picture, Hoopa. Well, to be more specific, this is Hoopa's Unbound form, which gives Hoopa access to his full powers. And to showcase showcase these powers, he demonstrates them to a small village by using these rings of his to bring legendary Pokemon from one part of the world to this area and have a fight with them. He ends up winning the fight and the people adore him, but as time goes on, he gets cocky and attacks the village for a bit before a man appears with a bottle and seals him away. Sort of. As we'll later see in this film, well, that bottle pretty much did was seal away most of Hoopa's powers in the form, reducing him to a small little genie imp thing. We then cut to present day, where the great-grandson of the man who sealed most of Hoopa away, named Baraz, arrives at the area this bottle is housed in and decides to take it. But as soon as he touches it, he gets infected by the Hoopa inside the bottle, and it ends up controlling him. We then cut to Ash's group relaxing at a villa for a bit before a ring pops up next to Ash and drags him through it. And now we meet the restrained Hoopa, who can still use his rings to bring objects from one part of the world to his area, but now he has a childish personality after over 100 years and can't travel through his own rings. The two introduce themselves for a bit before Hoopa has some fun with Ash by bringing in Pikachus from other parts of the world. After that, we get introduced to one of Hoopa's guardians and the great-granddaughter of the man who sealed most of Hoopa away, Murray, who tells Hoopa to stop this game, and he does so, with help from Ash. Eventually, Hoopa brings in the rest of Ash's group, and they make their way to the city, which is actually the village from 100 years ago that Hoopa nearly destroyed. But speaking of destruction, Baraz shows up and opens the bottle, freeing the unbound Hoopa form and giving Hoopa its power back, but then proceeds to go on a rampage because conflict. Not that it really matters anyway, because they somehow manage to seal the unbound form back in the bottle, and Clemont then proceeds to use an invention of his to carry the bottle without letting it infect him. You know, for a bottle that's supposed to contain the power, it really sucks at containing it if it's able to infect people with these. Just saying. Now here's where we get the conflict of this film. Hoopa Unbound wants to return to Hoopa, but Hoopa is terrified of it. Okay, fair enough. It did nearly destroy the village long ago with that kind of power, so I can understand why Hoopa is afraid of it. Sure, I think the idea of a 100-year-old fear is really dumb, but everyone handles fear differently, and at least he's consistently scared of it, unlike a certain someone from Pokemon Movie 6. Anyways, after that scene, we get an exposition done from the two great-grandchildren about how their family is linked to Arceus' power, how their great-grandfather controlled Hoopa when it had its tantrums over not being allowed to get its powers back, their past with Hoopa, etc. And to be honest, I actually like this scene. It gives us more information on what went down in between the 100-year flashback and now. It does a decent job showcasing the bond and/or chemistry between Hoopa and the two great-grandchildren as well as the great-grandfather, and it expands a bit more on their characters. Sure, it's not really character development, and an argument could be made that it goes on for too long, but expanding on a character isn't really a bad thing for me if it helps the character element of the film, and to be honest, I think it does help in this film's case. Speaking of character expansion, it's at this point in the film that we also find out why they went looking for the bottle in the first place. To return Hoopa's powers to it. But after one failed attempt, Baraz is going to return the bottle back to the valley. Well, it doesn't seem to matter anyways, because Team Rocket shows up and steals the bottle before proceeding to open it up again and infect Hoopa. But this time around, Baraz and Murray use their powers on it and is able to resist the unbound form, causing said form to manifest into an actual Pokemon at the cost of shattering the prison bottle. So for the climax, Ash's friends and the two grandkids are assigned to create another bottle while Ash distracts the unbound Hoopa by any means necessary. Hell, even Hoopa assists Ash in this distraction as he summons a bunch of legendaries via his rings. But unbound Hoopa isn't going to fight them alone. Copying his restrained self strategy, he summons 6 legendaries and mind controls them, and the clash of ages that was touted on the cover of this film begins! Which would actually mean something if this film gave me a reason to care about this fight. Seriously, these legendaries have no motive to fight each other, so they had to use something as contrived as mind control in order to get this fight to happen. Most of the characters we know or care about are nowhere near the area of the fight, so there's no real threat of consequence here, especially since we know they won't kill Ash off. Really, the only consequence here is a few unnamed characters getting killed in those buildings that get destroyed, but even then, we don't know if those homes are even populated to begin with, so it's just a couple empty buildings destroyed in this whole thing. Oh, such a loss! On top of that, we know next to nothing about these legendaries the Hoopa summoned in terms of their personality or character, so why should I care if they fight each other? The answer is, there is none, just to waste time. Oh, and serve as the reason for a really dumb plot point near the end. So they fight, Ash's friends and the two grandkids successfully make the new bottle, but appears to have made the same mistake as their great-grandfather, because as soon as they seal up Unbound Hoopa again, and after Baraz drops it like a dumbass, Ash catches it and gets infected by the creature. Yeah, good job containing the Unbound Hoopa's power, guys. Real bang-up job here. So it's up to Hoopa to fix this mess as he shares his memories of the last 100 years of the Unbound form and succeeds, purging the evil from Ash's body. So, movie's over, right? I mean, the evil's gone. Well, no. The writers decided to shove in a whole new conflict in the form of a distortion in the space-time continuum showing up and sucking in everything around the tower. So what caused this? Well, it was caused by all the legendaries Hoopa summoned being in the same area. You know what? Screw it. Let's move on. So the legendaries attack the void, and it does a whopping 0 damage to it. The literal deities of space and time are here, and not even their powers can do anything against it. Wow, movie. Just wow. So what can Ash and the gang do? Well, they give Hoopa its power back and is able to transform into Unbound Hoopa again. He then proceeds to use his rings to open up a portal away from the void and gets everyone out, except himself. So he gets a flashback and is able to pass through his own ring successfully now before Arceus shows up and deals with the void himself. So the deities of space and time couldn't destroy it, but the god of all Pokémon could? Screw off, movie. Just screw off. Oh, and real nice of you, Arceus, to show up literally seconds before a legendary Pokemon and human were about to die. Would have been real nice if you showed up earlier, jackass. Oh, eat a dick. So the conflict is now over, the legendaries leave, and the film ends. The end. Roll credits. Bloody hell, that last act was shit. So yeah, as a story, it was honestly meh to me. While I did like the first 2 acts as well as the bond between Hoopa and the group, and the fact that Ash's group got to contribute in the climax, the final act was where things really fell apart in my humble opinion. I already bitched about the fight in enough detail, so I won't repeat what I said about that here, but that final conflict with the Void was absolutely idiotic. Arceus showing up felt like a waste, and even the legendaries were wasted here. Oh, and by the way, how does Ash know what attacks these legendaries can use? If these movies aren't connected to each other, say for the Diamond and Pearl trilogy, then Ash should not remember these legendaries at all. So again, how does he know what moves these legendaries can use? This is never explained. Unless they are the same ones from the earlier movies. But then, how come Latios is here when he died in Pokemon Heroes? And how come Ash doesn't remember most of them? And how did Hoopa summon Dialga and Palkia when in movie 12 it says that they are in different dimensions? And now my head hurts. Point is, this final act was absolute dog shit for me. As for the characters, they're okay. I do like that Ash's group got to contribute in the climax. I thought Hoopa, Baraz, and Moray were okay characters, and I liked the backstory with Hoopa. And I thought Team Rocket was also okay in this one. However, I did not like Unbound Hoopa since it came off as a pretty bland character here, and the legendaries were also pretty flat in the character department. As for the animation department, I think the film did a good job in this department once again. The character models are really good, the lighting and coloring is done really well, the best example I can think of is during the villa scene near the beginning of the film, and hell, despite my issues with the fight scene in the climax, even that fight scene had some really good animation to it. But as for the music, once again, I think it fails here. I'm sorry, but a lot of the soundtrack in this film doesn't really stick out to me and sounded really generic in my humble opinion, save for the opening and ending. But now I think it's time I wrap this up. Overall, Hoopa and the Clash of Ages is not that great. Well, I thought the story was just okay, and the animation was really good. The final act of the story, as well as the terrible soundtrack and okay cast of characters, really soured the whole experience for me. It's certainly better than the Diancie movie, but only by a bit. So that concludes this review. I'm the Mounty, and next time we meet, I'll be looking at the Volcanion. You know what? No, let's not do that next time. I still have 3 specials I promised a year ago that are tied to the series, and I'm going to cover those first before finishing up the Pokemon movie marathon. So today, we got Mewtwo Returns, Mastermind Mirage Pokemon, and Pokemon Origins. So are these films anything special? Do they pale in comparison to the main movies? Let's find out with Mewtwo Returns. Released in 2001, this film takes place sometime after the events of Pokemon, the first movie.
But wait a minute. Mewtwo erased everyone's memories at the end of that film and seemed to be happy. So what plot threads from that film are left for the sequel to wrap up?
Well, Toucher, while it is true that those in the island got their memories erased, Giovanni of Team Rocket didn't, and now he wants to recapture Mewtwo so that he can use him as his weapon once again. As for Mewtwo, he found a place to call home in the Johto region. Said home is a giant mountain by the name of Mount Quina that's almost impossible to reach the top of, and that is where him and the cloned Pokemon are living at the moment. But despite living in a peaceful place, and despite having his heart softened thanks to Ash's actions in the first movie, he's still mopey about him and his clones not belonging to this world. But speaking of Ash, him and his group are passing through Purity Valley, which is an area around the previously mentioned mountain, and they eventually get involved in the conflict between Team Rocket and Mewtwo when Jessie, James, and Meowth try to capture Pikachu and their attempts lead them to the top of the mountain. But in the end, with help from Ash and his group, Mewtwo wipes the memories of his existence from Team Rocket and then decides to leave the mountain to live elsewhere as natural Pokemon in the wild. There's also a subplot about this magic water, but aside from healing Mewtwo near the end, I really didn't care about this little subplot. And that's about it for the story. It's basically just stop Giovanni. But despite that basic premise, and despite my issue with the little subplot, I thought the story wasn't that bad this time around. I like that Giovanni gets to have some time in the spotlight. I like the idea of Mewtwo showing some character growth since the last movie. Sure, it's not the greatest plot, especially when compared to the main Pokemon films, but in terms of a continuation to the first movie, I think they did a decent job here. And hey, at least they didn't contradict Mewtwo's plans every 20 minutes. No, instead, this film has confusing moments like the baby Nidoqueen. Seriously, did this film forget that Nidoran males and females exist? Oh, wait, that's right. For some stupid reason, Nidoqueens can't breed with Nidokings.
Well, it could also be because they're clowns.
But wouldn't they still have some form of memory, even a genetic one of them being Nidorans? Unless Mewtwo's cloning really sucks, those memories should still be there. Oh, and speaking of great ideas, who thought it was a good idea to not only put in really generic music as a soundtrack, but to also have it play during every scene? Yeah, because it's not like this film has moments in it that would normally require no music, like a character nearly dying or a regular conversation. Seriously, what the hell, movie? But on a lighter note, the animation for this movie looks really damn good. Sure, it's on a reduced budget, which makes it resemble the art style used in the later Johto saga, but it still looks pretty damn good. Hell, even the characters this time around were handled a little better than the first movie. I liked how Ash and his group got to contribute in the climax. I like Mewtwo a little more this time around as a character. And hell, the main trio of Team Rocket was really damn good in this one, having some genuinely funny moments and serving as a decent contrast to the rest of the team. But not all the characters are great. I could easily point out how bland Domino is, and I could barely remember Luna and Cullen's characters, but in comparison to the first movie, the character element of this film is a lot better in Mewtwo Returns. But I think it's time to wrap it up for this film. Overall, Mewtwo Returns is a decent follow-up to the first movie, and I do recommend it if you like the first movie. It has its flaws, but I still had a good time watching the special. The same cannot be said for the next special, though. Mastermind of Mirage Pokémon was released in 2006 to celebrate the franchise's 10th anniversary and was also the first film to incorporate the new voice cast. Now, as tempting as it is for me to bitch about the voice acting, because it's really shit here, I won't. Why? Well, because this is their first time doing these voices. So because of that, I can cut them a bit of slack on this one. Besides, I think they did improve after this film came out, so bitching about it here is kind of redundant, to be honest. Now then, how about that plot? So, for a 10th anniversary film, what did they give us? Ash and his group of Hoenn friends, as well as Misty and Professor Oak, show up to a castle to bear witness to a new creation known as Mirage Pokemon, and have to stop a bad guy from creating the perfect Pokemon with no flaws. That's it. Now, for what it's worth, the concept of Mirage Pokemon does sound like an interesting idea. A Pokemon that could fix the flaws of its real-life counterpart? That could make for an interesting film. Now, the very idea of technological Pokemon versus natural Pokemon could raise a decent debate amongst our characters, and it could make our antagonist of this film, Dr. Young, more of a morally gray villain since he has a decent reason to do this, but his execution spits in the face of nature itself and also defies morality and ethics. But instead, this film decides to make Dr. Young an insane psychopath, and the very idea of Mirage Pokemon is labeled as completely bad and must be stopped. Happy 10th anniversary, Pokemon fans! Now, to be fair for a minute, the story element of this film isn't complete shit. There are some good moments here. For example, the dialogue between Oak and Young / Mirage Master is pretty good, and I do like the flashbacks to the other films when Mirage Master prides information out of Pikachu. I like the concepts presented in this film, even though I'm not a fan of how this film executes said concepts. And I do like the chemistry between Missy and Ash's group. However, those are only a few good moments this film has going for it. The rest of the story is either meh or just plain bad. As for the characters, there's not really much to them aside from what I just mentioned earlier. Dr. Young is a pretty weak villain despite having some good concepts to him. Professor Oak is just okay in this one, same with Ash, Misty, and May. And Brock was pretty much forgettable, same with Max. As for the music, it's actually pretty good. A lot of the music doesn't sound generic or stock, the ending was pretty good, and unlike, say, Mewtwo Returns, this film understands that, gasp, not every scene needs freaking background music in it! However, I cannot give the same praise to the animation. You can argue that it was done by a different studio, but I still take issue with the animation element of this film. The CGI looks like shit. Again, happy 10th anniversary, Pokemon fans! Enjoy some CGI that looks like a bootleg PS1 game. Hell, at least with a PS1 they could render effects properly. Oh, hi, non-holographic Aggron! How are you doing on this fine day? Well, hey, at least it only happens once. Oops! For God's sakes, this is supposed to celebrate the 10th anniversary of Pokemon. This is where they should be putting their best foot forward. And yet, what did they give their fans? A mediocre story, a terrible villain, and mediocre characters. So yeah, even without the voice acting, this film still doesn't work. It's not good as a regular special episode, and it sucks ass as an anniversary special. Finally, we have Pokemon Origins. Now, unlike the last two films, this one has nothing to do with the Pokemon anime. Instead, Pokemon Origins is an adaptation of the first generation of Pokemon, telling the story of how a young boy named Red went on a journey through Kanto to accomplish Professor Oak's mission of filling up all the entries of the Pokedex, while also getting the 8 gym badges and fighting Team Rocket and his rival Blue along the way. But it's not an exact retelling of the original story, because Pokemon Origins does take a few creative liberties with the story. For instance, Red actually talks in this movie, and his dialogue is actually pretty good for a character originally written to be a silent protagonist. Hell, I also like how Red was written in this movie. Much like someone playing Pokemon for the first time, Red starts his journey not knowing much about Pokemon, as evident by him not knowing about type coverage, but as time goes on, Red, much like that player, becomes more experienced with Pokemon and becomes a stronger trainer as a result, as shown when he defeats Blue in the Indigo Plateau, and defeats Mewtwo with Mega Charizard X. I like that, and it's a good example of character development for this kind of film. Speaking of Mega Charizard, though, this special not only added a scene where Dr. Fuji gives Red the Mega Stones, but also introduced the world to Mega Charizard X, which likely surprised a lot of people at the time, since prior to this film coming out, a lot of people thought Charizard Y was Charizard's Mega Evolution, since that was the only form revealed to us, but nope, it had 2 ways to Mega Evolve, and this form looks freaking beastly. Speaking of beastly, the animation for this special looks amazing. The lighting looks great, the backgrounds look fantastic, the character models look great, and also does a good job standing out from the character models of the anime. The effects look great, and the animation during the fight scenes are very fluent and action-packed. I just love it. And speaking of love, holy shit, that soundtrack! I'm a sucker for remixes, so when I heard these fantastic remixes of the Gen 1 tunes, it made me want to scream because they're so good, and very catchy to boot. Whether it be the title screen music, the Lavender Town music with that slow piano in the beginning, or the adrenaline pumping beat of the champion theme, this special does a fantastic job recreating the tracks of the original games and making them still catchy to listen to, even after nearly 20 years since they first came out on the Game Boy. As for the characters, I think they were handled pretty well here. I like the rivalry between Red and Blue, I like Professor Oak and some of the side characters in this one, and even the antagonist of the games, Giovanni, was handled pretty well in this one. He certainly had a threat level to him, but I also liked his backstory and when he first started his journey as a trainer and how his fight with Red began to change him. Hell, in a way, I kinda like the reason he disbanded Team Rocket in this version more than the games, because in the games, he disbanded because he didn't want to face his followers after losing to Red, even though we beat him at an earlier point in the game, and he still didn't disband it. In this, however, he disbanded it because during his battle with Red, he remembered his former love for Pokemon, and it made him realize that he should stop using Pokemon for business. Sure, it's a bit contrived, but at least it makes a bit more sense in comparison to him not being able to face his followers after losing to a kid. Though speaking of the Silph Coast scene, can I just say that I love the fight between Charizard and Nidoqueen? And no, it's not just because Nidoqueen is one of my favorite Pokemon, though it does help, but also because it showcases another difference between the games and the special. In the games, Red beats Giovanni here, but in the special, well, Nidoqueen and Charizard's ass back to it on a wall-sized plate. See? There's another thing about the special to like. If you hate Charizard, here's a scene where he gets its ass kicked. Granted, this film is not perfect. The pacing is a little janky at points since this is adapting a multiple-hour story and condensing it into about an hour-and-a-half special. And the first part is a little slow in its pacing, but outside of that, this is still a really damn good special, and I highly recommend giving it a watch if you haven't already. And that's all the special Pokemon films thus far.
It's fine. I'll treat him like any pet should be treated.
Volcanion and the Mechanical Marvel. So our film begins with an airship shop. For our Gen 6 legendary of this film, Volcanion shows up and attacks. So why is he attacking an airship? Well, it's because that airship contains his friend, Megarna, who is stuck in a container.
Hold up, isn't Megarna a Gen 7 Pokemon?
Yep, much like the Zoroark and Lucario movies, this film is meant to advertise the next generation, in this case, Generation 7.
Sweet! I can't wait for her big character arc like Lucario's movie.
Yeah, character arc. So back on the airship, our two pilots pilots send out their Pokemon to combat Volcanion, and we get introduced to a new concept for this film series, the Mega Wave, which is basically forced Mega evolutions. Volcanion fights the two Megas for a bit before one of the pilots attaches a band around one of Volcanion's legs and proceeds to freeze Volcanion before launching it off the ship. Well, that guy's dead.
Nope. Despite being frozen and despite falling from thousands of feet, Volcanion crashes into the Ash and his group of rat, and is perfectly fine.
Huh. Well, in that case, this guy could survive anything. Oh, and Ash gets hit by one of the bands, which basically forces Ash and Volcanion to be near each other at all times. Otherwise, the magnets in the band will force them to crash into each other. Great. Oh, and don't worry if you didn't laugh the first time Ash collided with Volcanion. They only do it like a gajillion more times, so you'll have plenty more chances to laugh. Speaking of the band, it also somehow has the ability to expand because Ash is able to change clothes without any difficulty. I mean, that has to be the explanation, otherwise this makes no freaking sense. So what's Volcanion's reaction to meeting Ash's group? He doesn't like humans. I know, what a new concept for these movies. But hey, maybe his reason is different. So what is his reason for hating humans? Because in the area he protects, which is the Nebel Plateau, all the Pokemon there were harmed by humans and now fear them. Okay. That's actually a pretty good reason. Especially since as shown with the anime, there are a lot of cases where humans either abandon or abuse Pokemon. So, good job, movie. You did something different with this concept. Speaking of concepts, though, we then cut to the Azoth Kingdom, which is basically a steampunk kingdom, where our two pilots from the prologue are delivering Megarna to our antagonist for this film, Alva. Oh, and there's also this prince, but his importance to this film is so big that it can't be mentioned in a single story synopsis.
Your sarcasm is still shit.
And so is this character! Anyways, we get an explanation of what Megarna is. Basically, it's an artificial Pokemon created by a scientist by the name of Nicola 500 years ago before Volcanion, and forcibly Ash, show up to try to rescue Megarna, and Volcanion succeeds. Volcanion bitches about humans again, because the movie thinks we forgot he hates them, and Ash's group introduces himself to Megarna for a bit, but while that's going on, Alva recruits Team Rocket to help him get Megarna back. Later on, Ash and his group make their way to the Nebel Plateau, but are ambushed by Team Rocket possessing Mega Wave bracelets and a Heracross and Pinsir. But that basically goes about as well as you expect. Volcanion basically nukes the two bugs with a steam explosion. Oh, and the princess, who's actually named Kimia, shows up to deal with Team Rocket. That was the thing. So why is she helping Ash's group? Well, it's because she doesn't trust Alva and believes he has an ulterior motive to his plan of getting Megarna. You mean the guy who forces Pokemon to Mega Evolve against their will and looks suspicious might have an ulterior motive? Thanks, Kimia! I never would have realized that if it wasn't for your superb observation skills! So after that scene, Ash's group arrives at the plateau and with the help of a Gulpin, finally destroys the two bracelets connecting Ash and Volcanion. Thank God. But Volcanion gets pissy with humans. Again. Yes, movie, we get it. He hates humans. You made that clear 3 times now. Stop repeating yourself. Thankfully, however, Alva, who's probably sick of that as much as me, shows up after this scene and attacks the plateau, dropping a lot of Pokemon, including Volcanion, in the process. So what does Megarna do? Surrenders. Makes sense, especially since if she didn't, a lot of Pokemon would have gotten hurt, but hey, maybe she'll break free of her restraints and lead Church to protect the plateau later in the movie. Or you could have Alva remove her core, leaving her useless husk for pretty much the rest of the movie. Yeah, movie, that was clearly the better option. But wait! It gets stupider! Why did Alva want the core? So that he could take over the kingdom. So, let me get this straight. This man right here, who has 14 Pokemon, all of which he can Mega Evolve at once thanks to that staff, wants the core of Megarna to take over the kingdom. Why not just use your Megas to take over the kingdom, you stupid fuck? That's like having control of all the nukes in the world, but you want to steal the blueprints of the original Atom Bomb so that you can use that to destroy all resistance. What the fuck? Well, here's why. Because without that core and or the relationship with Volcanion, Megarna has nothing else to it. You see, folks, Megarna barely has a character in this movie. It doesn't speak, which by the way makes no sense since it was made by humans. It barely emotes or shows any feelings. The only role Megarna has in this movie is not the role of a character, but the role of a plot device. And even then that's a stretch because its role is basically to serve as a fucking battery. Joyous! Hell, it's not even a character and plot device like with Manaphy. Megarna is just a plot device with barely a character to its name. Hell, despite the fact that it's supposed to promote the 7th generation, Volcanion has more of a character in this movie than Megarna ever does. You know, the Gen 6 Pokemon, and yet this film still expects me to care about Megarna dying when the core is removed. Sorry, movie, but this isn't Latios, or Lucario, or hell, even Zoroark since she nearly died. You want me to feel something for this character potentially dying? Make me care about them as characters, and not as just plot devices. So Volcanion tells us the story of how he met Magarna, and all we really find out about Magarna here is that the two became friends basically because Magarna was able to protect itself when Volcanion exploded. Over with Alva, he inserts Magarna's core into a mechanism inside the kingdom, and out pops the Flying Fortress with the cannon. So for the climax, Ash's group and Kimia invade the fortress, and we get a big action scene where Ash's friends and Bonnie Zygarde named Squishy take on the 14 Mega Evolutions. And unlike the last movie, I actually like this big ass battle scene. All our characters are in the area, including the non-main characters, so there is a bit of tension and suspense there. There's actual consequences in the form of Magarna's core not getting freed if they lose, and everyone gets to participate. Even Squishy, who activates his 10% form. Ash and Volcanion then make it to Alva's location, but he restrains them, so Alva fires a big shot at the plateau, and this causes Magarna, who still has a conscience somehow, to shut down after seeing its home destroyed. So Alva fires a big shot at the plateau again, but this time, the Pokemon defend it, but it's not enough. So Squishy absorbs all the Zygarde cores and reaches its complete form. Hell yeah! So what does it do? Blocks the attack and then demorphs. That's it. Could have attacked the base or destroyed the cannon, but no. He just blocks one shot. So Volcanion dispels the traps, Ash destroys the Mega Wave and frees Magarna's core, but Alva sends the fortress on a collision course to the plateau before escaping the fortress, or rather try to escape the fortress since Ash Greninja destroys his jetpack. Oh, and despite putting the core back in, Magarna lost its memory and personality, or lack thereof, but I already bitched about that earlier, so let's just end this. Volcanion destroys the fortress with Steam Explosion after Ash's group retreats, and everyone thinks it's dead, even though it survived a long drop already and was also frozen. And surprise, surprise, it's alive. Magarna then regains her memories and mental personality, and all is good. The end. Roll credits. So as a story, it's actually really good. Yeah, I couldn't hold back my laughter there. This story sucks! Sure, it does have some decent bits, like Volcanion's reason for hating humans and the battle scene in the climax, but unfortunately, it's weighed down by a shitty plot device, weak chemistry between the other characters, with the sole exception of Volcanion and Magarna's chemistry, and terrible writing. Again, for the first half of the movie, they hammer in Volcanion's hatred of humans ad nauseum when they really didn't need to. They could have easily established that hatred, explain why later, and then get the development. Hell, the fact that it was repeated so many times would kind of imply that Volcanion really despises humans to the point of not changing his mind, and yet as the film goes on, he drops that hatred in no time flat. What the fuck? Now, yes, Ash and his group did attempt to show that they care for Pokemon in front of Volcanion, but again, given how many times he repeated his lines about hating humans, it sounds like he isn't going to change his mind ever, and yet he does in no time flat. What the hell, movie? On top of that, the magnetic bracelets felt really worthless to the overall film. Given these movies, it's very likely Ash and the group would have followed Volcanion anyways, so why even make these things? Hell, it never pops up again outside of the credits when it's used on Alva, so again, what was the point of these things? I already bitched about how stupid it was to make Magarna just a plot device, so I won't repeat it here, but as for Alva's plan, I will repeat it here. His plan is goddamn idiotic! You have a goddamn army of Mega Evolutions at your disposal, yet you want a useless goddamn core to take over the kingdom? That is freaking dumb! But then again, that would give Alva a motive to do the things he does, and as I will later explain in the character section, giving this guy more of a character seemed to be low on the writer's list of priorities. Then again, I could say the same thing for the prince, but again, I will get to that later. So yeah, as a story, it really was not that good. As for the characters, this was also handled poorly. But before I bitch about that, let me get the positives out of the way. Despite my issues with the dialogue and no writing at points, Volcanion was a good character. And before I remember that Volcanion survived a long drop already, I was legit concerned he was going to die when he used that explosion on the castle. If a character can make me feel something like that when they are quote-unquote about to die, then I think the writers did a good job with this character. Oh, and he's voiced by Mike Pollock. Nice. I also like that Ashton's group got to contribute in the climax, and despite the writing at points, I did like that Team Rocket had something to do this time around instead of being wasted for the umpteenth time in these movies. Hell, Kimia herself was also decently written. But that's where the positives end. The rest of the characters are shit. Magarna is shit, the two pilots from the beginning of the film are flat as a doorknob. Riley, the prince, had so much potential as a character, but it was wasted after Alva put him to sleep for pretty much the rest of the movie, severing any real chance for character development development aside from one small scene near the end and the credits scene. On top of that, I didn't really like his chemistry with Alva all that much. It came off as a little flat in my opinion, and they could have done a lot more with it. But again, they decided to knock him out for pretty much the rest of the movie, so I guess the chemistry between the two wasn't really all that important to the writers. Speaking of Alva, this is one of the worst villains I have seen in a while for these movies. Not only does his plan make no sense, but he is so bland! Seriously, all this character is going from outside of his chemistry with the prince, and even then that was flat, is his Mega Wave concept and his plan. He has no real personality, no backstory, no real motive aside from controlling the kingdom. Hell, he's not even threatening! There's nothing here for me to like about this character outside of the concept and plan, and even then his plan is problematic, so I can't even love to hate this villain! Christ! Going back to the specials for a minute, at least Giovanni from both Origins and Returns had a decently written personality and threat level, and Pokemon Origins gave him a decent backstory. Hell, even Mirage Master had a decent reason to do the things he does. This guy is so bad, it makes the Mirage Master look like a good villain in comparison, and I hated his ass in Mastermind Mirage Pokemon. They could have easily made him a good antagonist, especially since the last few antagonists have been pretty weak sauce. But they didn't, and this film suffers because of that. Thankfully, however, the animation and music make up for this film's various shortcomings. The animation for this film looks really good, the highlight being the big action scene near the end. I love the character models in this one, the effects and coloring are pretty good too, and I absolutely love the design of the kingdom. Sure, it's not seen that often in the film, but the use of steamwork technology and design really helps this stand out from cities and kingdoms seen in previous installments, so good job, animators. And as for the soundtrack, while it's not as great as previous films, it's still pretty good to listen to, especially with the ending piece Soul Heart. I friggin' love that song, even if it is mainly about that plot device of a character. The lyrics, the tempo, the choice of instruments, I just love it. You know, it's actually kind of funny. Even with the mediocre and or bad Pokemon films I reviewed throughout this marathon, I've still found most of their ending pieces to be pretty good. Genesect and the Legend Awakened, Pokemon Ranger and the Temple of the Sea, Zoroark's movie. I guess what I'm saying is, even if a Pokemon film is really bad, there's still something positive about it, no matter how big or small it is. It's kind of sad though, I didn't realize that back when I made that list. But now I'm getting sentimental, so let's end this. Overall, Volcanion and the Mechanical Marvel is a pretty bad movie. Well, the animation and music do help this film a bit. The story is bad, the characters are mediocre at best, the writing is bad, and the villain absolutely sucked. So would I classify this as the best of the Kalos trilogy? I really don't know. Because really, I didn't like any of these movies in the trilogy. Which is a damn shame, because the Kalos anime was really damn good. It had a heart, it had characters developing, it had great battles and stories to tell. It made Team Flare look like a threat to me when it came to that arc. Hell, it even made me like Ash more as a character. In fact, you know what? I would honestly recommend watching the Kalos anime over these three movies. Yeah, it takes longer, but I feel that it honestly has better writing, characters, and music, well, depending on the version you're watching, of course, than these three movies ever had. Though, speaking of movies, the next installment is set to be a retelling of the anime's very first season. Only time will tell if that film will be good, but after watching Origins, I have a little bit more hope that this film will do well. And hey, if it does, that might give the company making these films a push in the right direction to make these films great again.
20 years. It's been 20 years since the first Pokemon movie was released. And since I've spent the last couple of years reviewing these movies, I think it's only fair I review the newest one that came out this year. Pokemon the Movie, I Choose You. Yes, they seriously reused the title from the very first episode of the series to tie into the anniversary. Now, since the movie isn't out on DVD yet, the version I'm reviewing is the TV version, and is also dubbed, but yeah, it's kind of a thing with this channel. Thankfully, though, there doesn't seem to be that many cuts to this version, save for the credits getting skimmed, so I shouldn't have to worry too much about something important getting cut from this version. But yeah, I just wanted to get that disclaimer out of the way. So is this better than the last Pokemon movie? Let's find out. Our film begins with a World of Pokemon that's a stadium. Kinda weird to see one of these movies open up without a World of Pokemon recap nowadays, especially since the last dozen or so mostly had them. Anyways, we get these two trainers fighting, just like in the intro to the anime and or games. We have our Gengar and Blastoise? 0 out of 10, worst adaptation ever. That should have been an Nidorino. But yeah, you may have noticed something about the animation. Mainly that it's not the silly/weird animations in the Sun and Moon anime. Yeah, I was kind of surprised about that too. I thought this movie would have kept that art style, but no, we're back to the animation from the Kalos anime. Which means the lighting and art style are crisp, the backgrounds are good. Hell, they even have the great camera angles and 3D backgrounds that the battles in the Kalos saga had, and it looks really damn good. So, yeah, on an animation front, this is a really good looking movie. Good job, animators. After this scene, we pretty much get the same action scene from the first episode of the series. Ash wakes up late, the 3 trainers claim their shards before Ash can get his Pokemon, Ash gets the Pikachu, which for some reason is just roaming around the lab this time. We cut to Gary and his cheerleaders. Wait, what? There's no scene of that? What the hell? That's like Gary's big introduction. Now how are they going to introduce him? Well, folks, they don't. Aside from a tiny little scene where he picks up the Squirtle, Gary doesn't appear in this movie. Yes, one of the better rivals from the anime who had an interesting arc and personality throughout the Indigo League and our show is nowhere to be seen in this movie. What the hell? Oh, but don't worry, this movie still has a rival for Ash to fight. Too bad they fuck him up, but we'll get to that when we get there. For now, we get more stuff from the first episode, such as Ash failing to catch a Pidgey, throwing a rock at a Spearow and not catching it, despite it being statistically better than the Pidgey line. They run from a horde of Spearow/Fearow, they encounter Misty. Misty's not in this either? Yep, and just like Gary, replaced with someone worse. Same with Brock. Great. Oh, but don't worry, Team Rocket is in this. And they fuck them up, too. This is starting up on a high note, isn't it? Whatever, we cut to Pikachu saving Ash's Ash from the Spearow, and then the two are suddenly friends? Yeah, fuck that noise. I excused it a little when the anime did it because of runtime, but this is an hour and 38-minute film, and they basically have them as friends within the first 10 minutes, less than half the runtime of the first episode. Yeah, fuck off. This is shitty pacing. And get used to that, folks, because after Ho shows up to give Ash a Rainbow Wing, we get our opening montage where Ash gets his Caterpie, we get a couple small scenes with it, then we see Ash win the Rainbow Badge. Wow, we're already at 4 badges? Jesus Christ. Nope, this is actually his 3rd. Yeah, the Pewter City and Cerulean gym leaders were sent to the Shadow Realm or something, so I just stole their badges. So after that scene, we cut to a Pokemon Center where Ash is talking to Delia, and while this is going on, we get introduced to Team Rocket snooping around with the old hole in the newspaper trick. Oh, don't worry though, the page they cut out was a predictable fake news joke a reviewer can make. Good thing I'm not that guy. So some guy comes in with a Vaporeon and reports that an Entei is in the area, even though it should be in fucking Johto, and Ash goes off to find it. But as he does so, he runs into a girl with a Piplup chasing after the same legendary, and the two have a race. This girl is named Verity, and just to get this out of the way, I hate her character. I hate her personality, I hate her chemistry with Ash and the other companion we'll see later. Basically, she's an annoying character that I was glad to see leave when the movie was over. Oh sure, she has mommy issues or some crap, but it doesn't excuse how much of a terrible replacement for Misty she is. Then again, due to the bad pacing, they probably would have fucked up Brock and Misty too if they were in this movie, so it's like, either way, the character element's gonna take a hit. So after Verity and Ash get their asses kicked by the Entei, this guy pops in with his Lucario. And it goes about as well as you'd expect, with Lucario getting its ass kicked. This guy is named Sorrel, and like Verity, he's also not that good. His chemistry with Ash and Verity is flat, his personality isn't all that interesting, and like Verity, he's not all that memorable either. Oh sure, he has a tragic backstory, which I'll talk about in a bit, but he's ultimately not a good companion character. So Verity and Ash have a battle, Verity uses Hydro Pump, Pikachu dodges, sort of, the camera makes it look like it was going to hit Pikachu's side if it didn't dodge, and it hits an Onix trying to sleep, waking it up and causing it to go apeshit. Great work, Verity! Also, Team Rocket gets blown away by the Onix. Yeah, get used to that, folks, because that's pretty much all they do in this fucking movie. Yeah, they totally need to be here. It's not like they're wasting fucking screen time or anything. Whatever, Ash manages to calm down the Onix, but as it begins to rain, and as our two try and find shelter, they come across a Charmander with its flame getting weaker. But then Charmander runs towards its original trainer, and the trainer kicks it aside. Let's get this out of the way. This is Cross, Ash's rival for the movie. Yeah, we could have had Gary, or any of Ash's other rivals from the Kanto or Johto region, but no, let's make up a new rival instead and also advertise Gen 7 while we're at it. We couldn't have simply done that with Gary or anyone else. Not that it matters anyways, because Cross is basically an asshole with no redeemable qualities, barely anything that makes me love to hate him, and even his personality isn't all that unique. They basically tried to make another Paul, which, may I remind you, failed the trip, and barely did anything new with it. With Paul, he had respect for people stronger than him, and even Ash as time went on. His attitude brought out the best in Ash during their battles. His method of training Pokemon he felt were strong was effective, since a lot of his Pokemon were legitimately strong, and because of Paul's training, made it harder for Ash to take them down, especially as Drapion in the Sinnoh League, and what a surprise, this was the first time they had a rival as brutal/mean as Paul in the anime, and make the rivalry between the two genuinely effective. With Cross, however, we have a guy who only cares about being the strongest, will treat his Pokemon like shit if they're weak, and only cares about being the best. Wow, what an interesting and unique character that has never been done before in this fucking series. But even if we take out Paul from this equation, say he never existed before this point, Cross still doesn't work as a good rival because his personality is shit, his chemistry with Ash's rival is incredibly weak sauce, and yet again, he doesn't even have any traits of a love-to-hate character. Even when he loses near the end of the movie, I wasn't cheering because Ash defeated a powerful rival. I was shrugging my shoulders because I was hoping this guy would finally get the fuck out of the movie, which didn't happen, but we'll get to that. Point is, Cross is a terrible rival, and while I would normally argue that if I hate him, it means the writer did their job making me care about them, that doesn't work here because he doesn't suck because he's a douchebag. He sucks because he's poorly written. So Ash and What's-Her-Face take the Charmander into a cave, and they encounter Sorrel again, who tends to the Charmander quickly. The three of them talk for a bit and give their reasons for being in the region, before we get some exposition on the three legendary dogs, who are basically only in this movie for the sake of the quest Ash has to go on in order to put the rainbow wing on a glowing rock. So yeah, basically we have another story with Ash as the chosen one. Well, sort of. Near the end of the movie, Ho goes to other regions to give rainbow wings to people it likes, so it's not a case of Ash being the only one who could save the world or something. Thank God. But this scene does give us something stupid! Marshadow's in this movie! And all it really does is hang around our group for a bit and then do one thing before the climax. But we'll get to that. Needless to say though, like the rivals and companions in this movie, they fuck up the mythical Pokemon too. Great! Oh, and Ash gets the Charmander. Whoop-de-fucking-do. So the three of them go after Ho-Oh, we get Caterpie evolving into Metapod, and then we cut to a few nights later, where Verity is looking at pics of her, Sorrel, and Ash doing things off screen before she stumbles across a picture of her mother. Bootleg Cynthia. She also encounters a Suicune during the scene, and that's about it. Not much else really happens with her and the Suicune, so we cut to the next day, where Ash's Charmander evolves into a Charmeleon, and the bit from the show, where Charmeleon's a disobedient dick, is cut from the movie. I would get pissy about this, but the arc they instead go with, where it gets stronger to be up the trainer they abandoned, is fine, so I won't complain too much about it. Speaking of getting pissy though, Cross shows back up and the two fight. We also find out that abilities are a thing in this movie, as shown with Incineroar intentionally taking damage so that its Blaze ability can activate. And yet when Charmeleon takes a lot of damage in the same fight, this ability does not kick in for it, even though it's Charmeleon's primary ability. Oh, and the thing with abilities that could make the battles more interesting? Never brought up again in the movie after this scene. Great! I just love wasted potential! Speaking of wasted potential, after Ash gets pissy over his loss and runs off, the rainbow wing turns dark and Ash dreams about a world without Pokemon. It's actually a pretty interesting scene, seeing how Ash interacts with this world that doesn't have any Pokemon and is pretty much our world in animated form, as well as how he handles it. And this is the only scene with it, and it doesn't even amount to much in terms of the overall plot. Great! Fantastic! An interesting premise that could have been its own special in its own right, completely wasted! Lovely! And sadly, this isn't the only thing wasted. After Sorrel and Verity find him, we get Sorrel's backstory. Basically, his parents worked all the time, so his only companion was a Luxray, but one night while he was snowboarding or something, he hit the ground hard and couldn't get up. He almost froze to death, but then Luxray showed up and saved his life, at the cost of his own, freezing to death in the snow the next day. And while I do have problems with his death, namely why the hell didn't Luxray simply carry the young Sorrel on his back home since we don't know how far it is and he seemed to be dead in the morning anyways, I will let it slide because in the grand scheme of things, it makes me feel something towards this movie that's not hatred at the writing or other crap. It may also be because Luxray is one of my favorite Pokemon, but whatever. Besides, there is a bigger issue with the backstory. After Luxray's death, Sorrel says he had a hard time making friends with Pokemon for a long time, until he met Lucario. We're not shown his struggles in making friends with Pokemon, or trying to form a bond with Lucario. We're merely told this, and even in present day, this bond isn't really present either. In fact, Lucario doesn't really do much in this movie to begin with, so not only does this break the show don't tell rule, but the Pokemon he makes friends with is barely doing much to begin with. And wait a minute, why even have Luxray in the flashback? Sorrel himself explained that his parents were always working, so he didn't have many friends except for Luxray. Why not just take out the Luxray and have him struggle to try to make friends with Pokemon as a means to fill in that hole of not having a companion slash friend until he meets Riolu slash Lucario, and then have them become friends? That way, we see his struggles firsthand, we see the bond between him and Lucario, and not merely told, and it would explain why he's not all that social in comparison to Verity and Ash, since he didn't have many friends growing up to talk to. I know an argument can be made that it would drag out the runtime, but this is the 20th anniversary movie. I don't think people are going to care that the movie is a couple minutes longer than the past movies, especially if it means the character slash pacing are improved upon. Hell, it kinda says something that a non-anniversary film like Disney's Moana, released last year mind you, is only a few minutes longer than this, and it's able to use that runtime more effectively, especially in terms of its character arcs and pacing, than a film meant to celebrate 20 years of a long-running series.
but I digress. Marshadow pops in again to waste the viewer's time before Pikachu attacks it, and its attack sends out a bunch of Primeapes, and what do? Throw them a few inches up into the air! Those fiends! Yeah, Metapod just string shots them and then evolves. And then Ash uses the sleep powder to get away. We cut to the next day where Butterfree meets the pink Butterfree, and then Ash lets it go. And to be honest, I'm okay with this. It still portrays Butterfree in a good light, and it manages to convey the emotions of saying goodbye to a friend tier pretty well. So let's ruin that by introducing this guy, who also exists just to give exposition. This is Bonji, who's been trying to find Hoa for years, and basically points them in the direction of the mountain, while also expositing that Marshadow is a guy from the shadows, and basically seals up faded colors, or some crap like that. Really, this is just padding for the big action scene, so let's just cut to it. Cross and Ash fight, Charmeleon evolves, and Ash wins. But before he can put the Rainbow Wing in the rock and end this movie, Cross gets whiny and takes the Rainbow Wing for himself, causing the Rainbow Wing to lose all of its colors and Marshadow to go insane and attack everything. Yes! Marshadow is the villain now. I would express more surprise over this, but given how Marshadow barely did anything this entire movie, I'd be more surprised, frankly, if it turned out he did nothing during this bit. So yeah, we lose a human villain, admittedly not much of a personality, over a character that basically has no personality and just wants to destroy everything. I hate these kinds of villains. They're not all that memorable, and they're basically just minor fucking annoyances in comparison to villains with actual personality and depth to them. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'd rather have a fucking scumbag like the villain from the last movie over this. Because at least he had a fucking character. This kind of villain also doesn't give me much to work with either. So, yeah, not a fan of Marshadow being the bad guy. And really, all he does is mind control some Pokemon and fight Pikachu for a bit. Whoop-de-fucking-do. Oh, and Charizard saves Cross, the guy that abused it and left it out in the rain to potentially die. Yeah, sure, movie. Sure, I can totally fucking buy that. Blow me. Oh, sure, the action is still good, and I do like that Ash's companions get to contribute in the climax, but those are the closest things this scene is getting in terms of positivity. So Ash and his group get their asses kicked, Ash dies after a couple of attacks from all the Pokemon and fades away, because shut up, and Pikachu loses it and breaks the Pokemon free of their mind control with a giant electric attack, because sure, why not? I can expect a ground type to be severely weakened by thunder attacks. Oh, and there was also the talking Pikachu scene, but honestly, given how Ash was near death, I can buy being a hallucination. Even then, compared to all the other stupid fucking shit from this climax, this is tame by comparison. So Ash comes back to life, the Rainbow Wing is back in Ash's hands, Marshadow fucks off, and good riddance! And Hoa appears. The two fight it, and then Ash and his friends go their separate ways. The end. Roll credits. As a story, I hate it. The pacing is terrible, the character arcs are shit, the writing is terrible, and while there isn't that many plot holes in comparison to older films, that's probably the best thing I can say about the story as a whole. And for a 20th anniversary film, I expected a lot better. Especially since, as shown with Lucario's film, they've been able to nail down a story very well. Hell, even the 10th movie was able to pull that off. So what's this film's excuse? The characters aren't much better. I already went over my issues with the replacement arrival / companions, but Team Rocket was wasted here. Only being used to get blasted into the fucking sky. Bonji was flat as all hell. Marshadow was also a shitty character / villain, and didn't really do all that much until the end. Really, the only characters I thought were okay were Ash and Pikachu. Despite the rushed pacing for their friendship in the first 10 minutes, I liked their chemistry after that point. To the point where I fell for Pikachu and Ash died. Ash's personality was tolerable as well. Really, if Ash's companions didn't exist and it was just these two, I'd say the film would be slightly better, because unlike Sorrel and Lucario, I can see the bond these two share, unlike Sorrel, where it's told, and that's it. Animation's pretty good, like I said earlier, so let's wrap this up with audio. The opening and ending pieces are good. I really do like seeing the first Pokemon theme remix, so that kind of helps as well. Unfortunately, though, the background music is just there. Not terrible, not fantastic, it just exists. Oh, and allegedly, the dub changed a lot of the soundtrack, but it shouldn't be too hard to find the soundtrack of the original online. As for the voices, they're okay. So, yeah, audio is mediocre at best. Overall, Pokemon the movie I Choose You is a mess. The story is terrible, the characters are not that good, the music is mediocre at best. The only saving grace of this film is probably a couple of scenes and the animation. Again, maybe it's because I expected more out of the 20th movie, but even as a regular film, it's not that good. And that's probably the biggest disappointment of all this. And despite my issues with this film, maybe with the film being a success at the box office, this might get the studio making these films back on track towards making good movies. Because hey, maybe it was a low budget that crippled the other ones. Only time will tell. But yeah, in terms of ranking, this is probably the second worst Pokemon movie I have ever seen. So, number 19. But still, I'd say give it a look, especially if you're a fan of Generation 1. As for everyone else who isn't that big on Pokemon, I'd skip this one. There are much better Pokemon films out there. So that concludes this review. The 20th Pokemon movie was not a good way to celebrate the 20th anniversary of the anime series. It had a terrible story that tried to combine a summary of the anime and an original plot and failed miserably, flat and underdeveloped characters all around, and the rivals/antagonists were incredibly flat or uninspired. And for a 20th anniversary film, that is inexcusable. After that point, we got the trailer for the next Pokemon movie, and it looked okay, but as more and more material came out for it, the more agitated and negative I became towards it, thinking it would be just as bad as the last film. So this week, I got the chance to see it thanks to Disney XD, which means I'm looking at the TV version for this, and for the second time in a row, I'm eating crow. Yeah, folks, I actually kind of like this movie. It's not perfect, but I had a much better experience with this than I did with I Choose You. It felt like, well, an actual movie, and not a crappy amalgamation like I said a moment ago with I Choose You. Now, since this movie just came out in English, there are spoilers aplenty in this video. Even if I'm not doing the full summary, you'll see why in a moment. And while I won't be spoiling everything in this movie, I'll still put it up regardless. So yeah, let's begin. So in a move that legit surprised me, this film actually takes place in the same continuity as I Choose You. Funny, I thought they would have moved into the Sun and Moon anime territory, but no, here we are. And I can appreciate that, since it's something that hasn't been seen in these films since the Diamond and Pearl trilogy almost a decade ago. But legit, I really do like the story of Ash going to the Wind Festival and meeting up with the characters who later become the main cast, and then having to save the city when disaster strikes. It was pretty well written, pretty well paced, and had some really good emotional moments as well when the other main leads had their moments to shine, which I'll touch on later. And for those wondering why I'm not doing a giant plot summary of the film like I did with the other movies, Chopra's kind of a dick with copyright/content ID for the videos with the giant plot summaries in them, so I'm going to make it harder for them in the appeal process, if this does get claimed by them, by doing a non-plot summary video. But I digress. So, what's Ash and Pikachu been up to since the last movie? Well, not much, outside of potentially releasing his Charizard since we don't see it in the movie. Seriously, what the hell?
Oh, god damn it!
Not sure why they don't mention it since it's in the same continuity, but hey, that may take time away from clearly more important things, like giving these poachers screen time, or giving Margot screen time, despite her being about as important to the plot as a plank of wood at numerous points, especially in the climax. If anything, she makes the situation worse instead of better, like taking the flame away despite her reasoning, and protecting a Pokemon that tries to kill her later despite her being nice to it at points in present and past events in the film, save for one moment, which I'll touch on later. Hell, the other main cast contributes in saving the day during the climax. What does she do in the climax? She convinces Aurora to help them put out a single blaze, which frankly could have been done by Ash, especially early when you protect a Pokemon, so it's not even a unique trait she has, or a major thing she has in saving the day, since, again, Zoroark tries to kill her in the climax, so there's not much of a bond there to begin with, since, spoiler alert, those with good bonds wouldn't try to murder each other. Plus, well, it's a small area compared to the effect spore/poison surrounding the entire city, and that small area would have been put out by Lugia regardless thanks to the rain and wind it provides near the end. So yeah, great, fantastic. She was really necessary to the climax movie. But thankfully, the other main characters are a lot better and a lot more useful than Ms. Hindrance. Legit, these characters have a lot more depth, personality, and, well, a character arc to them that makes them far more interesting as characters and has way more of a payoff to them than the last couple of films, especially I Choose You, where the Brock and Misty replacements were about as interesting as plywood. As the film went on, I genuinely liked their time and chemistry with the other main characters on screen, as well as other side characters, and I ended up liking these mains by the end. Riza started off as someone only going to Full City to get a Pokemon, but as time goes on, we get her backstory about her injuring her leg when she was younger, and now she's concerned about running in present day because of that injury. We see her chemistry with Ash and the others, as well as trying to be a good friend/trainer to the Eevee she catches, and that's handled pretty well, coming off as really natural and nice to see on screen. And by the end, she's able to overcome her fear and was the main reason Lugia came to the town to put out the flames due to her running fast enough to get to the platform where the flame is stored and bringing the Pokemon to her brother in the ending bit, though, yeah, he is kind of a dick for basically not telling her that he was that guy. Callahan started off as a guy telling tall tales to make his niece happy, but even before his high and mighty facade is revealed, we see him as a good person helping out the Sudowoodo from a Golduck, attacking it, and giving it advice, as well as trying to help out Torin with presenting his research due to Torin's immense anxiety/fear when speaking, and even when the facade is found out and he was lying about pretty much everything, we still see his issues and chemistry with other characters on display, and it's executed pretty well. especially with Sudowoodo, which, side note, his capture of it was really sweet, because even after all that went down with Callahan, Sudowoodo was still there for him and wanted to help him, because he could tell that deep down, despite all the lies, he knew Callahan had a good heart. And by the end, both of them help in not only getting the power plant running again, but also getting the cure for the effect spore distributed by throwing the item, which was a nice conclusion for the guy. Going from a guy telling tall tales of being a good guy / hero to actually being a good guy and hero who helped save the town. Torrance started off being incredibly anxious, shy around people, but as the film went on, he developed more confidence in himself, and by the time he started to speak up in front of his colleagues, that was a great scene, especially after all that crap he went through prior with him getting terrified and nervous talking to people, especially during his presentation. So yeah, this was really good to see, and by the end, he's able to develop the cure for his effect spore and help save the town, which was great to see, not only because of said action, but also because of his character arc of going from a shy to a more confident person, and it had a good payoff by the end. Which leaves Harriet, and clearly her backstory can't be worse than the others. Holy shit! They just killed the Snubbull on screen! A Pokemon that clearly showed through its actions in that moment that it cared for its trainer, and as we saw through Harriet's actions earlier in the film for shooing away the Pokemon attracted to her scent because of another experiment Torrance did earlier, that this death impacted her a lot to the point of her hating Pokemon. Wow, movie, wow, you actually did it. You actually did it. You actually did it! You finally made a good and effective backstory in this new series of movies! Yes! Thank you! Seriously, thank you! This is what I was wanting from the last movie. This! Showing their actions and not telling it! We see in the beginning of this film that she's not a fan of Pokemon. We continue to see that she's not a fan and wants to be alone. And then we finally get the payoff for all that build-up with the backstory, and it explains the previous actions really well. Based on that backstory, yes, it does make sense that she would hate Pokemon because she lost one so close to her at a young age, especially when, again, they showed it and not told us it, which made it more effective to me, and she doesn't want to get close to another Pokemon because she doesn't want her heart broken again. This is something that, again, the last movie failed to do, and is why I'm happy that this film is doing it. Again, thank you! Oh, and this version also has the spirit of the Snubbull next to her in her old age after that moment, which, yeah, it's sad to see as well as touching. So yeah, big points this movie over I Choose You in regards to that. Eat shit, I choose you. Fuck your backstory. Also, I liked her character arc of her eventually moving on from Snubbull's death and loving Pokemon again by the end, as well as helping the others save the town. Really nice touch and really great to see. And while Ash isn't as developed, he's still a decent character regardless, and showcases through actions like him saving Tyranitar and protecting the Pokemon from Zoroark's attacks that he's a good person. And yeah, outside of Margo, he's probably the least developed out of the others, but his character was still okay nonetheless. Margo, as I stated, was pretty much worthless, so let's move on to the mythical Pokemon hyped up in the material as well as the film itself, Zeraora. And oh boy. Despite this guy being hyped up as a big thing along with Lugia, this guy makes more appearances than Lugia, but ultimately makes so little of an impact on screen that it makes me wonder the point of it being included at all outside of marketing because lol, mythical Pokemon! Its hatred of humans, while recycled from other films, is fine because it does a decent job in terms of execution, but even when it decides to help our heroes, it still doesn't really do much outside of help stop that one fire and protect Pokemon. Oh, and while I'm focusing on this scene, while this is one of the few moments where Zoroark actually decides to be useful and it's all good and all, it's kind of negated by the fact that in an earlier scene he wasn't there to help get the sprinklers working, which helped put out the fire. Could have saved a lot of Pokemon too by doing that, and he wasn't there for it, even though that probably did a lot more than chopping down some trees, since it put out the fire in the area, including some of the trees. Oh, no, it's okay. Zoroark saved those guys from that one tower. It's perfectly okay. Pathetic.
You suck!
And to go back to earlier, no! Marketing or promotion is not an excuse. Lucario and Volcanion have more of an impact / importance on the plot in their movies, and were made to promote an event or next generation. Great, now I'm getting flashbacks to Majourna from Volcanion and the Mechanical Marvel and how useless she was. Great! Fantastic. That being said, Zeraora and Margo aren't the only characters I have issues with. Most of the supporting cast, save for a couple of the scientists and Callahan's niece, are either really bland or forgettable. Especially Team Rocket, who feel like they were shoehorned into the plot because nostalgia, despite not giving them a lot to do ultimately outside of stealing the effect spore and having the Lumberries. But the former could have been done by literally anyone else, and the latter could have been easily written off as just being in the lab at the time for experimentation. Especially since Torrance states earlier in the film he was working on formulas based on moves like Sweet Scent, so it's possible him making a formula off of the berries might have been a thing at one point based on these examples. And outside of that, that's pretty much all Team Rocket did in this movie. So yeah, the supporting cast in this isn't all that great, but the main leads are good for the most part, so at least there's that. You may have also noticed by now that the animation is different this time around when compared to the previous films. And that is because, well, it's animated by a different studio this time. Yep, this film is animated by Wit Studio, the same studio that made Attack on Titan and Ancient Magus Bride. And it looks really good. The backgrounds and lighting are really well done, the battles are fast and fluid, the character models look really nice, and even the effects are pretty good. Sorry, I must have put in footage from Gale of Darkness. Let me fix that. There we go, much better. So yeah, Wit Studio did a good job. Sorry about that auto switching quality. I don't know what that was about. Frankly, it was about as subpar as the audio, frankly. So I think I'm going to end it here. Overall, Pokemon the movie, The Power of Us, was a big improvement over its predecessor. It had a much better story, much better pacing, better main characters for the most part with their own character arcs to it as well, and while the legendary / mythical Pokemon are still poor, same with the music and the supporting cast, this is still a film that did a decent job telling a good story about people coming together and making a difference, no matter how big or small it is, and despite their past mistakes / hardships in life. It's not perfect, but it's not terrible either. It's a 6 or 7 to me. Now in terms of ranking, this would probably rank 5th or 4th on my favorite Pokemon films list, taking Wishmaker's spot in the end for having better characters and writing than in Jirachi's film. So yeah, I finally found a film in the series that I liked after so long, and I'm really happy to say that. Anyways, thank you all for watching, and take care.
Evolution. Noun. The gradual development of something, especially from a simple to a more complex form. I chose this definition over the others because I feel this one represents the Pokemon movie franchise the most, starting off as a continuation of an anime episode, to eventually creating its own timeline of movies with continuity to each one, starting with I Choose You, and continuing this trend with the upcoming Pokemon movie, Coco, after a 10-year delay. Multiverse theory aside, there is also the increase in quality when it comes to animation and writing as these films have gone on, for the most part. So you can imagine my concern when at the end of the Pokemon the movie Everyone's Story, they announced that the next film would not be a continuation of this timeline, but instead a CGI remake of the very first Pokemon movie. Not an I Choose You version of it, a remake of the anime timeline version of it. And as time went on and more of the movie got revealed through trailers, my concern only increased when it became more and more apparent this remake was going in a direction I didn't agree with. Now, first off, let me get the elephant in the room and chuck it the fuck out the window. I don't like the art style at all. Sure, it looks fine in terms of fluidity, but what good is that when the thing being animated is fucking ugly to look at? It looks glossy as hell, the pupils are way larger than before, and it frankly makes them look more like dolls instead of an actual person. The proportions are wonky as hell at points in this film. It's not good. Even the lighting and colors aren't that great here, so instead of making these scenes pop out on the screen, it makes me want to turn my head away from the screen instead. Look, I get that they wanted to differentiate it from the original, but the attempt wasn't handled that well, and oddly enough, it makes the film look even more dated than the original was, and that came out 2 decades prior. And the sad thing about this film is that the art style is the only major update this film has. This is basically a shot-for-shot remake of the original, save for a few really minor changes, like Mewtwo's armor where they decided, let's put up a giant spikes on it and throw color theory out the window. Also, they cut Mewtwo's origin with I2 for the remake, which honestly was another minor change since at the end of the origin, their memories of I2 were erased anyways, but it is really inconsistent considering they were willing to make changes like that, but not fix the issues with the story or do much of an update of said story. And yes, technically the origin wasn't added until after the movie was put on TV and home media, but the point still stands about them not doing much in terms of major updates / fixes for the remake. Especially because, well, this movie hasn't aged well in terms of story quality and could have really benefited from an updated script. Mewtwo's character arc is poorly written since it feels like it goes nowhere until the end, where he realizes that clones and Pokemon are basically the same and can coexist together because Ash dies, and he sees a bunch of Pokemon crying and restoring him back to life. His plan is all over the place and makes no goddamn sense, making him feel like he's being dragged through the plot by the hand as if he were a child, and even if that was supposed to be the reason for the inconsistency, doesn't mean I have to like it. And I don't, because this is supposed to be the antagonist of the movie. Why should I care about him or take him seriously when his plan is all over the place, he's far from interesting in terms of personality, and he's not really consistent as a character? Not to mention the fact that, well, they treated his character arc so fucking poorly. If they could even call it a character arc. So why should I take him seriously? Because he's strong? Well, power means nothing if you don't have a goal to fight for, and Mewtwo clearly doesn't have one. Is it to destroy the world, create a clone army, rule it, prove he is superior even though he could find out in 2 seconds by beating up Mew? No matter which one it is, the movie doesn't do a great job with it, because the movie can't seem to make up its mind on what Mewtwo's plan actually is. Hell, this lack of updating the script also hurts this point about Mewtwo being taken seriously due to its strength, because this movie came out in a time where Mega Evolutions and Z-moves exist. Oops! So if this was meant for newer fans, why would you give them a movie about a different Ash and friends set in a vastly older generation than the one they're watching at the time, which would be Gen 6 and 7, and not updated, of course? And if this was meant for older fans, well, most of them would also remember that Z-moves and Mega Evolutions are a thing and just frickin' laugh off Mewtwo's talk about being the strongest when the former two aspects exist. Especially if Mewtwo isn't aware of Megas. So no matter which way you slice it, it doesn't work, or come off as threatening for mostly anyone watching this in 2019. Yet another reason they shouldn't have adapted the original writer's script point for point and instead use it as a base to make for an updated version, because Gen 6 and 7 came out after the original writer's passing, and the team behind the movie knew this. And sure, you could argue, well, couldn't you argue this is an issue for the first film? Yes. But the first film came out before this. The remake came out after these generations came out. So a lot more people are aware of Mega Evolutions and Z-moves, and will be watching it with that mindset most likely, especially if they're newer fans. On top of that, this movie is also not paced that well. There are several scenes that go on for far longer than they should, and could have been trimmed, or frankly that time could have been used for literally anything else important to the movie. Any scene with Team Rocket, the ride to Mewtwo's Island, especially when they have to use their mons to ride the rough seas anyways, making the boat ride pointless. Mew, hell, the 3 trainers that make it to the island were a complete waste of time and energy. They hardly contribute much of anything to the story outside of getting their asses kicked and standing around in the background during the climax. Oh, and despite Misty and Brock being main characters, they're also fodder in the climax, not even helping Ash deal with the fight against Mewtwo and the clones, and instead proceeding to whine about what's going on, instead of actually doing something about it. Now, are these issues present with the original? Of course. But the reason I'm more willing to give that a pass over this was because the original was the crew's very first attempt at making a Pokemon movie. They didn't know it would work that well as a movie or tie into the anime, but they still gave it their best shot despite the flaws it ultimately had looking back on it. However, as time has gone on, a lot of the people involved in the remake and original have done some of the later Pokemon movies. They know how to make a movie in this series/anime work really damn well by now. So to see them repeat the same mistakes as before, and not even try to add much new to the story in terms of major stuff, or to fix the issues of said story, that's frustrating to me. Because I know they've improved massively since the first film came out back in '98, and could make a film like this work in modern day. And even if the changes they implemented weren't great, I would at least still applaud them for trying to do something unique and new with this film, even if it wasn't executed well. Basically, I'd rather take an attempt than none at all. But hey, maybe they did the shot-for-shot remake to try and mimic the results the first movie had on younger audiences back then, but for the modern age. Well, ignoring that the modern age would likely be more familiar with newer generations than the first, they would also be ignoring why it became such a hit back then. Because when the first movie hit the States in '99, that was during the highest point of Pokemon's popularity. Even when it came out in Japan, that would be at the highest point. This is also why that when they tried to cash in on the success of Gen 1 years later in the form of movies and shows, it wasn't as successful as it was back in the 90s. Not to say Pokemon is no longer popular, it certainly is, but compared to its status in the 90s, it's definitely nowhere near that anymore. So here's the thing. If the series is no longer as popular as it was back then, even to the point where the Gen 1 throwbacks don't make as much as the first movie, and their attempt at another Mewtwo movie didn't work that well financially and critically, why even remake this movie shot for shot? They know this isn't going to be as successful, they know it's not going to be as profitable as the first, so why bother? And, spoiler alert, the movie made way less than the original did when you adjust the original's box office amount with inflation. It's not even close. Oh, and speaking of how, let's deal with audio, because while the soundtrack of both versions is fine, the dub is what I want to address. This film's dub is more accurate to the original Japanese version for the most part. There are some changes, mainly near the end, but it's still more accurate to the source script than the 4Kids dub. That's great. Fantastic. But why did it take this long to get a faithful dub of the first movie?
Duart Media Services, the dubbing company for most of modern Pokemon prior to Journey's coming out, has had the rights to dub this property since at least 2008. 12 years. They had numerous opportunities to do a redub of the original movie. Hell, any of the 4Kids dubbed films for that matter, since those are still getting put on store shelves, and I have to imagine 4Kids is still getting at least some royalties off of them, despite the company changing hands and names over the years. This remake did not need to exist for us Westerners to get a faithful dub of the first film. And even then, some of the voice work in this remake, it's not that good. Mainly because of direction. A lot of the performances feel either under-delivered or tone-deaf, and that's really depressing, because these actors are very talented, and I know they can deliver a far better performance than this. Sarah Natacheni, Michelle Knotts, Dan Green, for fuck's sake. And that's just a few examples of talented VAs wasted by bad direction here. It's not because these voice actors are garbage, they're fantastic, they're good. It's just bad direction. That happens with a lot of projects, unfortunately. And just for clarification, just in case, this dub was released before the pandemic became big enough in the US for them to start locking things down. So it's not a situation where the studio was strapped for time and are not having many people around to direct the vocal performances due to risk of getting COVID. Those weren't a factor at the time. Alright, this is getting depressing, so I'm just gonna end it here. This movie didn't need a shot-for-shot remake, and releasing it in modern day with hardly any innovations or improvements only shows the cracks in the original more and more. Cracks that were excusable for the time because it was the first attempt at a Pokemon movie, but now aren't excusable in modern day when you remake it, because most of the crew that worked on the first worked on the later Pokemon movies and honed their craft. They know how to make these Pokemon movies work, and work really damn well. Hell, the idea of going back to the first movie isn't a bad idea conceptually, especially when, like I said, the people behind the first did a lot of the later movies and honed their skills since '98. They could have fixed up a lot of the dialogue, story, pacing, and characters to not only make it a true evolution of the film, like the title says, but also please newer viewers of Pokemon and old, which I imagine was the initial point to remake this movie in the first place. But when you do it nearly shot for shot, and hardly update or fix the problems, or at the very least redo the story, then what's the point in remaking it? Especially when all you're going to change is a few minor things, and the art style, which, like I said earlier, isn't that great anyways. And like I said earlier, their attempts to redo Gen 1 in the form of movies and animes, they weren't as successful as the first time they did it. And they knew this. They knew it wouldn't be as popular. I'm not going to be hyperbolic and say this movie ruins childhoods or that it ruins the original movie, because that's ridiculous. But at the same time, you lose nothing skipping this movie. There are far better Pokemon movies out there like Lucario's film, Entei's movie, the previously released Power of Us, and so many others. I'd only recommend seeing the first Pokemon movie if you're either marathoning it or want to see its humble beginnings, and even then, I'd suggest the original over the remake, because its art style has aged slightly well after 20 years, while the remake is going to look very, very, very dated in a few years as technology continues to evolve and improve. However, if there is one positive I could find from this movie, is that it made me appreciate the I Choose You timeline a lot more. They remade elements of the original series and films, but expanded upon it, updated it for modern day. And while I Choose You was a movie I didn't execute it well personally, the one that came after did execute it well, and became one of my favorite films in the Pokemon movie franchise. If Evolution was more like this and was executed well, I'm sure I would rank it pretty high up on my list too. I would have happily put it high up if they did something like this and it was executed well. But since it isn't, here we are. A worthless remake with a terrible art style, and only makes me see the cracks in the original more than the original ever did. Sure, it has a fine dub, but like I said earlier, this movie didn't need to exist to make that happen. I'm not even going to bother ranking this film on my list. If they hardly tried to do much new with this movie, why should I try to think of a rating/number for it? Oh nee, my salt shaker is finally full. Anyways, until we meet again, I'm David Grimm, and thank you for watching.
So, it's been a long time since the last Pokemon movie came out. After a combination of a deadly disease and a man-made one messed up this planet for nearly a decade, things are slowly going back to normal. Or at least the best definition of normal nowadays. Naturally, this has meant a delay on several things, including media. So, it was kind of surprising to see them release the 23rd Pokemon movie after keeping it in storage for nearly a decade. I mean, what else could they have done in that time? Remake the first movie in a terrible looking art style that looks like it would barely pass their PS3 graphics? I mean, that would be silly.
E. So here we have Pokemon the Movie, Secrets of the Jungle. Another continuation of the I Choose You timeline. To my surprise, this now ties with the Diamond and Pearl trilogy for Pokemon films that follow up from the events of the last film. Now, unlike everyone's story, I didn't go into this with negative emotions based off the trailer. It looked fine to me, and I thought it was going to be a decent Pokemon movie, and to my surprise, this film met my expectations, and then some. No, it's not as good as the previous movie in the I Choose You timeline, but it is better written than I Choose You. Why is that? Well, let's dive in. Also, spoiler warning. So sometime after the events of everyone's story, Ash and Pikachu travel to Millifit Town to do some more Pokemon catching, yet again forgetting his fucking Charizard. I don't know, maybe it's on strike or something, or looking for those Pokemon Oreos. As he makes his way through the nearby forest, he encounters a child around his age named Coco, and the two become tangled up in a plot by the Biotope Company's president, who wants to take the nearby forest's mythical water at the cost of destroying the forest and the tree that houses this mythical water. He's then stopped by Ash and friends, and gets arrested for his crimes.
Listen, it was all for a gender reveal party.
Now, as a story, it's fine. It has decent pacing throughout, the twists were well executed, including the truth about Coco's parentage, and there weren't any plot holes that I noticed, so that is a plus. Sure, the message about saving the environment and accepting others is a bit ham-fisted in terms of execution, but it didn't ruin my enjoyment of the movie, and it was more so an inconvenience at best. Really, my only issue with the story is Zed's plan, and even that's not a major issue in the grand scheme of things. The dude wants the mythical water that heals people, but as I was watching this movie with my family, I was wondering why he would want it in a world that has creatures with magical abilities already, including Pokemon that can revive dead plants and filter out polluted water, like Meganium and Suicune. Really, with the exception of lost limbs, even a Pokemon like Blissey or similar could do what this water does, and potentially in less time too. So, okay, Zed's plan is kinda stupid, even to the point of killing Coco's parents over them not giving up the research to him, but how is Zed himself? Well, pretty bad character-wise. He's crazy, sure, but not in a memorable way, or even in a way that would allow us to analyze him further and potentially sympathize with, like with the Joker movie. Zed's just an unlikable douchebag that goes crazy and constantly blabs and bitches about everything, and I'm sorry, pal, there can only be one unlikable prick that constantly blabs and bitches about everything here, and this one has better color coordination than your Modern Warfare palette-inspired ass. He's far from threatening, he chews the scenery at points, and only got to where he is in the story because either people were too stupid to kick him out, and or see through his easily broken facade, or had a mech that was super-de-duper powerful and could only be stopped by a battery on its back being destroyed. Oh, wait a minute. Now that could have stopped him earlier when he yeeted the pilot from his seat, but I guess they were just so surprised that the guy who put a tracker on a child that they followed to find the tree, and also was the only one to return the night Coco's parents died, was a bad person all along.
You guys fucking suck.
But I digress. Like I said, that was my only major issue with the film's story, so let's move into the characters Sans said, since I just talked about him. Ash is the same as he normally is in these movies, a nice kid with a heart of gold, has good chemistry with Pikachu and Pokemon, has a good friendship with Coco in this movie, though this movie also delves into his bond with his dad a bit, and it's not anything special, just the whole never give up on your dreams. A good moral, and certainly one I taught Diane when she was growing up. I just kinda wish we had a bit more of Ash and his dad on screen. Still though, nice to see a mention of his dad in the series. Probably won't stop the theories of who his dad is though, but it was a nice gesture at least. So, speaking of Coco, let's talk about him next. I actually liked his character. He had good chemistry with Ash and his Pokemon dad. I liked his character arc, especially at the end where he goes off on his own journey to be the bridge between humans and Pokemon since he's both so rude and human. Okay, no, literally, but you know, nature versus nurture shit. Although, considering Coco uses jungle healing to save his dad later in the movie, that may not be too far off after all. Speaking of, I'm cool with the idea of Coco using this ability, even if he's not a Pokemon. This is the same series that has telepaths, stalking Pokemon, and even trainers in Pokemon who can use the Pokemon variant of the Force. Compared to those, having Coco do this is far from a big deal to me. Hell, considering how much I love the father-son dynamic of Coco and Zarude, I probably would have loved this movie even more if these two were the main characters and not Ash. I know Ash is there for familiarity and all that shit, but hey, these two have good chemistry, their own well-written character arcs, and growing up and finding their own future/path in life, which are executed well for the record, and play a good part in the climax where they take on Zed's mech, since that isn't what happened here.
it is what it is, and these two are still great characters regardless. Even Team Rocket gets some decent bits in this film, as they help get the footage needed to put Zed away from a long time, and also has some good moments with the second Bascalar bird, so that's a plus. Speaking of decent bits, that climax where all the Pokemon and Ash work together to take down his mech, that's good shit. Very exciting, decently choreographed, pretty well animated for the most part, fluid and concise, easily the best animated part of the movie, and maybe even one of the best animated parts of any Pokemon movie, if you want to exaggerate a bit. Though, speaking of the animation, I think it looks good in this movie. Sure, the art style isn't as vibrant or well detailed as when Wit Studio handled this series, but it's appealing to the eye. The animation itself is pretty fluid and good for the most part. Lighting is good. Even the CGI is decent. Sure, it's not PS4 or 5 worthy, definitely not 6, but it's a step up from the CGI everyone's story had. As for the audio, it was fine. Probably the weakest part of the movie though I will say, vocal performances were pretty good. And also, funny story, Coco's Pokemon dad is voiced by Edward Bosco. Yes, seriously.
No way! How could I lose? The longer the icon of sin is on Earth, the longer he will come. Damn monkey!
A pity that's all I can praise regarding the audio, because the soundtrack of this movie, save for one song, fucking sucks. It's low energy, energetic, forgettable schlock, and that sucks, because I would have thought the time between the two movies would have meant an improvement on the soundtrack portion, but no, that's not even close to the case. The only song I liked from the soundtrack was the song Always Safe, and that was because the lyrics were pretty good, composition was catchy, and it didn't bore me like the rest of the soundtrack did. A pity that it's the opening song to this movie, so it's like the highest point of the roller coaster, and then the rest of this movie's soundtrack is a long descent to the fucking bottom. Okay. Enough overacting, let's wrap this up. Overall, Pokemon the Movie, Secrets of the Jungle, is a good movie. Sure, it's not better than everyone's story, but the story was fine, dynamic between Coco and his dad were good, animation was good, it's an overall enjoyable film with some bumps along the way. I'd rank it in the middle of the I Choose You series, and honestly probably number 5 or 6 in my rankings of all the Pokemon movies. So, yeah, give it a shot if you're a Pokemon fan. As for me, I'm gonna retreat back into hibernation or something, I suck at making jokes, and until we meet again, I'm David Grimm, and thank you for watching.